don't take a drink?
Here we go, and we are live. Yes. Welcome everybody to the Comedy Cellars live coverage of the 2020 presidential election. This is Tuesday. What?
I said da 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 da.
This is Noam. You know, biting my tongue. You know, I came with good sense to this show, Noam. Like, I really don't want to talk about Jews tonight, but you're just pushing it and pushing it and pushing it. Anyway, it's Tuesday, the 3rd, November 3rd, 2020. Day we've been waiting for since November 2016. And it's here finally. And we have a great show. Every 15 minutes, we're going to have a new comedian, a new expert, and we're going to do a live recap of everything, projection, the whole 9 yards. And we're going to start with the legends of the Comedy Cellar. And every 15 minutes, we're going to have a new comedian, as I said, expert. We have some good surprises for you guys. And the first legend we have from the Comedy Cellar, what?
Where's your translator?
Yeah. For the people watching, the comedians will come in 15 minutes. Not yet, you know. So don't judge us from Noam's jokes. So we have Estee, the legendary booker of the Comedy Cellar, the one that the Comedy Cellar has built on her shoulders. She's the one that started the whole thing. And Liz, the general manager of the Comedy Cellar and my best friend. And I really tested her friendship today by showing up to this show. Yeah.
I'm going to go put this on in the other room. I'll be right back. Go ahead.
Yeah. And Noam Dworman, this one is the annoying one, the unprofessional one. He's the owner, actually, of the Comedy Cellar, believe it or not.
Believe it.
Comedian Dan Naturman, you know him from Crashing HBO, Last Comic Standing, America Got Talent finalist. He's going to say semi-finalist, but he's a finalist.
Semi-finalist.
And our producer.
I don't want to be oversold.
Dan, you made it to the final. And our producer, Mike Suarez. He's a comedian and producer for many shows.
Mushy Mike. We love Mush.
You know, yes, we do love Mush. So here's the day we've been waiting for. You guys ready?
No. Not ready.
It's a little anticlimactic, like anything that you've been waiting for a long time. It's not going to live up to the excitement, probably. But
I hope you're not talking about the show. You're talking about the election.
I'm talking about the night. I'm talking about the event. The show, of course, will be better than anyone ever would imagine.
I mean, this show, Hatem, can we just discuss that this is literally planned, you know, like a State of the Union address. Every 15 minutes, there has to be like 55 people on this list.
Yeah, there's so many people. Who wants to bet me that Noam is gonna fuck it up? Like, who wants to $100
something will
right
happen.
now?
Well, something will happen. Like he'll get mad, or he'll miss something, and or he'll go on a tangent. Yeah, yes. we know. But
something like that's gonna happen. You guys shouldn't follow you should stay here. Don't follow the fake news, CNN or Fox or anything. Here's the real news. Right here.
Real news.
Yeah. Estee, what do you feel about the election?
I am very conflicted.
Like?
Very conflicted. There's a lot of things I don't like about Trump. There's a lot of things not Biden, but people around Biden bother me and worry me. If they win, where are we going to go with that? I think they might be a surprise. Everybody sort of thinks that Biden has won already.
Yeah.
I don't think so. But then if he does, then what, you know?
So you being the booker of the great Comedy Cellar, do you think comedy is better with Trump or without Trump?
Oh, with Trump.
With Trump, right?
Yeah. I mean, look what's happening with that. But that has nothing really. It could be very funny with Biden also,
Yeah.
or Kamala for that matter, because in my opinion, she is going to be there.
Oh yeah.
I don't think that Biden is going to serve out his term.
And
That's
and
what
Liz, you're from Florida, right?
Yes, I
And your
vote. I
parents
vote in
voted and you
Florida.
voted. We spoke
Yes.
about this.
Yes, my vote counts.
Who? Yeah, and your parents too. Do you want to share who they voted for?
No, I will
bet
not.
anything. I can bet anything. I told you, all my friends, their parents voted for Trump. You know.
I don't
Liz,
know.
do we board the windows?
that?
No, we didn't, but we can if we need to in a pinch.
First board them before you tell everybody who you voted for.
She voted
So,
for Biden, though.
We'll wait
I-
until the 11 p.m. hour.
I doubt it. I'm supporting Biden.
You are supporting Biden?
Yes, I am.
How come?
Because I think we just had enough of this. I just can't imagine another 4. I can't take another 4 years of this. Families are breaking up. Thanksgiving is ruined. Trump always says, you know, if he's the cure, he's worse than a disease at this point. I just think we've just had enough of this guy. The alternative is, it could be just as bad.
The alternative is terrible, I think.
But-
As I said, it's not so much Biden as people around him.
I
And-
texted you.
And the Democratic Party is not what it used to be 20 years ago. And I don't like the way things are shaping up and what they're promising. I think that we are in danger in many ways.
You mean the Jews?
But listen, what Trump did for Israel is not small matter. Every
No.
president was promising,
Yeah,
just went and did it.
sure.
He moved, he made Jerusalem the capital. He's starting the peace process with one country after the other over there.
Poor Hatem.
All those years with presidents in the past that we liked were not able to do it.
Yeah, we also have to, I hate to say this because I don't fully believe it, but we also have to know that correlation is not causation. And it's possible that the Arab world was moving towards this because they recognize their interests without Trump's
And
intervention. But I don't know if I believe
It's
that.
very interesting how
sound,
the
Noam,
American
okay.
election turns to Israel all of a sudden.
No,
And
we
listen,
are.
we all have personal feelings about it.
Yeah.
Dan Naturman, go.
First of all, Noam, your sound's a little iffy. It's not great.
What's the matter with my sound? Tell me.
It's
Yeah.
not consistent. Sometimes it's too loud and sometimes it's fine, but then it gets too loud and scratchy.
Let me see if I can fix it.
I
Go ahead.
texted Noam today. I said, I'm not sure I can vote for any of these people. I may stay home. And then and Noam said, stay home. And then ultimately I decided, no, it's too historical.
Natterman, you just wanted that Instagram
And
picture. I saw
wanted
it.
to- well, I did
Yeah.
put Instagram pictures out of it, but and this handy sticker. So I did vote for Biden. If Trump were any less insane, and I mean, if he were this much, can you see my fingers? If he were that much less of a mental case, I might have voted for him. I voted for him. You have a sheet, and I voted for there was the state senator and the whatever other votes there. I voted for Trump because I'm still deciding in my head as I'm voting for somebody for comptroller or whatever. And
So if we go back, like
so I voted Biden. No,
I just want to say, is that first of all, is my mic better? My
It's
sound
just,
better?
it seems like you're a little distant.
what did
Yeah.
it for me.
Is it still, how's that? Is that better?
Other than myself,
Wait, how's that? Is
who
that better?
else is really pissed
Not really.
by all the celebrities and everybody hitting you over the head every 2 minutes? Vote, 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 vote.
yeah, but I mean they always do that
I
though.
don't know. Today is November 3rd.
You know, yeah.
It
I mean,
it's
you know, you're right. The voting videos are crazy. You know what I'm saying? And especially that I have to explain it to my friends in the Middle East what voting is, and it just like they like, what is it? Because usually we have the results before the elections. You know, it's
Right.
the opposites there. So if we go to 2016, just to recap it a little bit, Noam, I want to ask you the feeling what we felt about 2016, and here will be 60 minutes recap 2016. Ta-da!
Wait, I want to try to
Before,
fix.
before you say, I have to play something cool. You know.
I want to try to fix my mic.
Yeah. Well, maybe that's Mike was from 2016. Here we go. All right, Noam.
Oh, Jesus Christ. First of all, how's my mic? Is that any better?
Yes,
Who cares about your mic?
it is
Is that
better.
gonna be- the whole
Is it?
show?
Does it sound clear and close?
Yeah, it
It
does.
sounds much better.
You sound fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So what's the question?
2016. Tell us
Can you,
how.
can you play that video again?
No.
One more
Video
time.
Has nothing to do with it. It's just Back to the Future. Take us to 2016. How you felt? Did you think anybody here felt that Trump was going to win?
A lot of people were saying Trump was going to win. I didn't think he was going to win. I mean, I felt, to be fair, it felt similar to the way it feels today, because there was this feeling that you'd see these rallies on TV and there was this energy to him which affected your gut. But I, at that time, like today, I said, well, you can't trust that. Like I know when I go to Vegas with Juanita, she always bets her hunches in blackjack. She can just feel it, and she loses a lot of money that way. So I was like, well, you got to trust the experts, just because you see something on television. So a lot of people, went with that. Of course, people who get a coin toss correctly, they think they're geniuses. So I don't know that anybody really knew or didn't know, but anyway, so I thought Hillary was going to win, and it came right after there was a Super Bowl, right? Like a week before that or something.
Mhm.
The Super Bowl the Super Bowl was right after that, right? I got it backwards. But anyway, it was one. Wait, the Super Bowl was in January,
It was
right?
in January. No.
It's okay.
No,
People
I got it
understand you're
confused.
Jewish. It's
The
okay.
the Super Bowl was an upset right after the election was an upset. I got it backwards. Anyway,
Yeah.
forget about that.
So why should we believe the people now that say that Biden's going to win?
I mean, the polls are.
Because they're usually right.
Yeah, the polls are usually right. They weren't that far off in 2016. If the polls are as inaccurate this year as they were in 2016, Biden will win still, because he has a lot more margin to play with. So I think Biden should win. But you got to admit, like the last few days, I mean, it's just Trump's just like here and there and there and there. And Biden just psychologically, it looks like he's just trying to avoid a fight and stay out of trouble. And then there's the emails and Tony Bobolinsky, and it's just one thing after another hitting this guy.
Noam, how do you feel about that?
I feel about what? The Bobolinsky thing?
Yeah.
It's
I mean-
hard for me because there's this irony. Esty and I had dinner with this guy in LA in 2014, just by total coincidence. We met him through some other totally unrelated thing to presidential politics. So knowing him, I trust that he's telling the truth. I don't think it said anything that terrible about Biden, but the cover-up, I think a lot of people reacted very negatively to the fact that there seemed to be a locking arms of social media and the press and everybody, like a full court press, to try to keep this story from being even discussed. I think that damaged Biden much more than any details of the story.
What about
Everybody's ignoring it?
We actually have to admit that we have the first two guests
admit
scheduled to arrive right now. They're gonna jump right in, and then we're gonna take it from there. Mike, you wanna get them in? And they are here. So we have Laurie Segall. She's a journalist, CEO at Media, former senior technology correspondent at large at CNN, and John Jones, a political advisor, and he served as Barack Obama's first digital strategist at 2008. Guys, welcome. Your mic is off. Yeah, here we go.
Not anymore.
Yes, not anymore. So, John, let me start with you. Who ran the best campaign right now, in your opinion? You were the first one to do the Barack Obama 2018.
Who ran the best ever? Or
Yeah.
the
No,
best
right now in this
cycle?
race.
I mean, I think Joe Biden ran a great campaign for the cards he was dealt. I mean, totally unprecedented times. They weren't even allowed to do anything in person. or not allowed. They chose not to do anything in person, no door knocking, no anything else, until really just a few weeks ago, to be honest, and kind of a full effort. So I think given the cards, they did everything they had to do. I think it was a little bit of don't screw up. There was a little bit of, I know this was working for Obama. Every week was a challenge of how Joe Biden was going to stick his foot in his mouth every week and say something that would just throw everything off. So, it was kind of a success that they got away with keeping him in the basement for a little bit. I honestly feel he's really gotten much tighter towards the end of the campaign than he was. I think a lot of people had the same fear of poor Uncle Joe can't get a sentence out, in the beginning when he sort of made that historic comeback in the primaries. But overall, I think Biden's run a pretty campaign. And I think it's fair to say no matter what side you're on, Trump doesn't really run a campaign. I can tell exactly when campaign people are doing things and exactly when Trump is doing things. And it's like 95% Trump off the cuff and 5%, the campaign trying to do what's right according to science polls and traditional electioneering.
That's crazy. And Laurie, you were in the other part of the country. You had a very interesting, I don't know how much we can talk about this. Can we?
Yeah.
All right. So so you were in a very interesting place with very interesting people. You want to tell us about it?
Yeah, well, I guess in the last couple weeks, I was embedded with the Michigan Home Guard militia, which is one of the largest known militias in Michigan, and the Boogaloo Boys, which I don't know if folks have heard of the Boogaloo Boys, but it's an anti-government extremist group.
Yeah, they're friends with Noam.
I didn't see Noam there, but there were lots of AR-15s. But talking about what will be civil unrest after the election, so it was a fascinating look at groups, and obviously there's the whole debate. How far is too far, and is what these groups are doing legal? And a lot of these groups have been associated with violence. We were there probably, I think, 9 days after there was a foiled plot to kidnap the governor of Michigan. And there were many of these groups had folks who had been associated with that plot. So it was certainly fascinating. It was definitely interesting. And I even think the image of sitting there with a lot of these folks and having them raise their hand when I said, who here thinks their rights are under attack? Everyone raised their hand. Everyone's raising their hand. There's a lot of, prior military folks, people from all different backgrounds, and people saying, I said, who thinks, we're on the brink of civil war? And every single person raised their hands, and they were doing gun training, shooting training. And they said they believed that they would need to use it post-election. So I think it's going to be it'll be interesting to see, what happens.
Yeah, and talk about unprecedented times. She's doing all this wearing a beautiful dress and a bulletproof jacket. So,
wow.
That's like, it's not normal.
I did have a bulletproof vest on, yes. It is crazy. You go to these, I covered ISIS quite a bit when I was at CNN. Now this was for 60 Minutes, but it's.
Is that how you met Hatem?
Yeah, I was going to say.
No. But it is, you do see a lot of the similarities of how these groups are finding belonging and during the pandemic and a lot of this type of stuff. They're talking about clicking on Facebook. You guys know I've covered tech my whole career. Like one of the folks, he called himself, I feel weird saying this in front of a bunch of comedians because I feel like you're just gonna have a field day with this, but
I'm the only comedian here, I think.
Okay, great. That's true. Dan, have fun with this one. But the leader was a guy who called himself Soap. Who after a Call of Duty video game character, but you begin to understand they kind of go down this rabbit hole. He talked about the pandemic and not being able to go to work and clicking on Facebook, and we all know that Facebook's algorithms, you click on one thing and everything's right in front of you, and the next thing you know, he's part of the anti-government extremist group, which was really fascinating to see kind of how this stuff happens. So it's certainly been an interesting couple weeks.
So they think that they're gonna act no matter what the result of the election, or they think that they need to defend something. What do they feel they need to defend?
It's so interesting, Hatem. That's the exact question. That's the question I asked when I was like, you say like
great minds think alike.
Yeah, that was the exact question I asked Soap. And they think their rights are under attack. I think there's been a lot of. It depends on where you go in the country, but with a lot of the lockdowns, which obviously are for COVID, a lot of them feel like they can't go to work, they can't make a living. There's a lack of trust in the government. And I think that's, that's very widespread. And so, to give you a sense, you're in a room full of people with AR-15 saying, they want to go keep peace at protests, which is a pretty interesting visual. So, and it's, you think about a lot of these people showing up and civil unrest and thinking they should take matters into their own hands because they don't believe the police can do it. So it really is certainly a sensitive time, I think. And I think there's a lot of people who are nervous about what's going to happen after tonight and what's going to happen over the next couple of weeks.
Well, the general feeling that people seem to have is that the people are boarding up stores and so on in fear of violence from the left more so than from the right. At least that's what I'm hearing. I don't know if you'd have to ask.
I think
them,
either way, then I believe either way, whether it's the left or the right, there will be a civil unrest.
Yeah.
No.
Noam said,
The passion, the people approach these elections, I haven't seen anywhere.
I can't say there'll be
about it.
I can't say there'll be zero.
These emotions are going to come out somehow.
I wouldn't say there'd be zero civil unrest if Biden won. You can't account for everybody, but I think if Trump wins, the shit is going to hit the fan basically everywhere that kind of got into a groove on protests after George Floyd. And I hate to say this, please don't take it as any kind of comment on the politics of George Floyd, but it really seems like we've normalized looting in a way that we didn't really see happening. So that I think it's a sure thing. It's a sure thing that in major cities all over the country, if Trump wins, you're going to see looting and violence. That's not going to be the case if Biden wins. And that's just my feeling.
We were speaking earlier and John was saying that, it's not even just about kind of the general election. This is like an election too about culture. There's so much on the ballot that's beyond just who's getting elected. This is also like kind of a pivotal moment about as it comes to a shift in culture. And I don't know.
I think it's huge. I mean, there's so much on the ballot between just Biden and Trump. If you go to, when you flipped on your ballot and you flip it over and there's 400 questions in the back that you've never seen before and you're trying to read through all of them, make an educated guess and they're worded like a legal, amicus brief. But you go in the back, and, in California on the gig economy is on the ballot this year. And that's going to make the difference whether or not Uber drivers can make a living at this and get healthcare and get a guaranteed hourly wage. Affirmative action is on the ballot in California. Cash bonds are on the ballot in California. Ranked choice voting, redistricting is on the ballot in Virginia and Alaska and Massachusetts. This is going to fundamentally change whether there's super Trump districts or super Democratic districts in the country, which totally changes the culture of politics. Marijuana is on the ballot in where Arizona.
I don't know if you left out, but so are racial preferences on the
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's
so I think there's so much culture change going on. And one interesting thing too, even if we get through tonight, let's hope there's a margin. I think that'll diffuse any sort of reactions from people if there's a clear decision. But there's going to be a runoff, and that runoff in Georgia for the Senate may very well provide the balance of whether or not there's a Democratic or Republican majority, which is massive for governing. And actually bringing the country together and the divisiveness that happens in government. And I don't know if you know the way it works. There's 3 candidates running really, a Democrat and 2 Republicans. If the Democrat doesn't get 50%, which he probably won't, a guy named Warnock, they're going to go vote again in January. And it'll be like an off-cycle election. They won't really know what's going on. And then all this energy, it will then be focused on the one vote that may be the majority or the minority in the Senate, which is a huge deal. And then all this energy might get focused into that. But like all this stuff, it's a huge. It
seems like the country only cares about Trump and Biden, to be honest. Like which is sad, But you're absolutely right,
My strategy, what I had planned to do was to vote for Biden and then vote Republican for everybody else, just to balance it out. But it turns out nobody else was running except for like one state senator, and then there was like an unopposed just a judge that voting for the New York State Supreme, whatever it was. So, but I was hoping maybe to vote against Chuck Schumer and Andrew, just to balance it out.
Yeah, I would say that Dan is onto something. If the country is sophisticated enough to vote for what I think a majority of the country would actually like, I think the country will split tickets. They'll vote for Biden and leave a narrow margin of Republican control of the Senate so that, in theory, Biden will be able to get moderate things done by bringing in a Susan Collins or whatever it is. And then Biden would have the ability to shrug his shoulders to AOC and say, sorry, what can I do? You know, I don't have the Senate. I'm not going to do all those far left things you want.
There's something coming, and it's on the ballot right now in Massachusetts and Alaska. It's called ranked choice voting, and it's also happening in New York, which is where you're going to vote for mayor next year. You're going to vote for your first pick, your second pick, and your third pick. And if your third pick's sort of not viable, your vote and goes to your second choice candidate till someone gets a majority. And that's the whole idea behind that, is that it makes people be less extreme, more moderate. And in a place like North Dakota or Arkansas, where it's all Republican, or New York, where it's all Democrat, you can sort of have the two or top three candidates run against each other, even if they're all Democrats, as opposed to just all in on this Republican or all in on this Democrat.
Absolutely.
So let me ask you a question, Mr. Jones. You said something, maybe you didn't want to say it, but you said that back in 2008, everybody was afraid of Joe gaffing.
Yeah, they're still afraid of him.
No. So based on your private experience, when you saw that Obama was being very coy and very, very late to endorse Biden, were you buying the party line explanations, or were you saying to yourself, he doesn't think Biden is the right guy?
In some ways, Obama's a little traditionalist, the way he didn't interfere with the election in general, the way he was very gracious in the transfer of power and didn't comment when Trump got in there. And he's kind of a traditionalist
But other presidents have endorsed their vice presidents.
Yeah, because they just didn't care as much about that. And I also think personally, I think Biden considers Joe a very close friend or like a good uncle, but I think he wanted a more probably progressive candidate. That'd be my guess. But he was not going to put his foot in that race. Also, because no one remembers, Joe had no chance until the country universally rejected Bernie Sanders, or not universally, just basically said, we're not going to go down that route. That's the biggest comeback in political history, period, almost.
Yeah. Do you think Obama would like a more progressive candidate?
Yeah, I think it's a combination for him. Doesn't have a linear, progressive, whatever. He wants more someone who can get something done, who can work with people, who's inspirational. He kind of wants that special. And he thinks a lot of himself. He kind of wants somebody in the image of himself,
And last question. What do you guys your projection for the night, Laurie and John? What do you think, Laurie?
I can't say anything because I feel like I'm just going to jinx everything. There are lots of standards right now that
you both are professional, like from a professional point of view.
I was very much one of those people who back in 2016, I woke up because I remember I was at a tech conference in Lisbon and woke up shocked because I thought Hillary Clinton was going to win. Right. Yeah. So I have been in pockets of America, like in the last couple of weeks, that makes me really question the outcome, no matter what anybody says, whether it's mainstream media, no matter what, right? So I'm just honestly, I'm very ... right now. I'm not 100% sure. I'm not gonna put it in either way.
Okay. John?
I work in politics, so I'll give you a bullshit no answer. In the history of politics, good turnouts is not good for the incumbent. A high turnout is not good for the incumbent. Yeah. The polling, they've adjusted from 2016, and it's universally up for Biden. So according to all traditional, for the course of politics, it should be Biden. Then again, shit.
You never know. Yeah.
Would we all agree with this? If Trump had any chance of winning, he would have pulled it out over the last 5 days, in the sense that Biden was really he did not seem up to it the last 5 days. He basically was unheard from. He didn't answer all these charges going on with Bobolinsky and all this stuff about him. That's never a good look when you just won't answer questions about something. Maybe COVID and all that is just insurmountable and he can just ride the lead, but he certainly wasn't running like they always say that a good candidate is always running as if he's about to lose. You know, he definitely, and if he does lose, the postmortems are going to really criticize the way he ran the last week, I think.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
No,
agree
what
with that?
about?
Yeah.
I don't know if we have time for
go
before
ahead.
we bid our guests goodbye, but just I think yesterday or 2 days ago, Kamala tweeted a video that she is narrating in which she tries to describe the difference between equity and equality, and the video ends with equitable treatment means everybody ends up at the same place.
Yeah.
So basically, what she was now, whether she meant this literally, I can't say, but she basically was saying we want equal outcomes.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, John.
Well, okay, so let's ask our political guys. So my first thought when I saw that cartoon was, what can we infer about what's going on in the campaign that they thought they needed to tweet this message at the 0 hour? Do they have internal polling which shows them that they're weak among the black community, weak among progressives? They're worried about, like, something's going on there. That's a weird tweet.
This is like garbage day, you know, like everything you have on the table, you go try. It's like if you were like making lemonade and you look at that lemon you just squeezed and you threw the rind on the kitchen counter and you're like, oh crap, there might be some more juice in that. It's literally that. It's like, we're going to try and squeeze as many black voters out of Detroit as we can, out of Philadelphia that we can. And I think that's
Hatem's giving me the signal that we got to bring this guest on.
Yeah,
But
seems
seems to me a commie tweet like that was pretty risky when you're worried about losing Pennsylvania. But go ahead.
Yeah. Well, John and Laurie, thank you so much. You guys are great. And we'll
John
talk
and
later
Laurie.
on tonight, you know, and hopefully we'll celebrate.
John and Laurie coming back?
Huh?
You said are they coming back? You said we're later tonight. We'll see them.
No, I said I'm gonna talk to them. I have friends then. I don't know if you know
Oh,
that.
okay.
Yeah.
Who's next?
I only talked to Hatem on these Zoom podcasts.
All right.
All right,
Here we
guys.
go.
See you soon. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
I don't think that anyone is going to commit on a prediction.
I predicted
Now they're all
Biden.
cowards. And we have somebody here. I predicted Trump the last podcast Noam and I did together. I'm feeling less confident about that tonight, but I'm still going to go with Trump for the win. David Korn, hello.
Yeah, let me welcome Mr. David Korn, political journalist and author, Washington, D.C. bureau chief of Mother Jones. Hello, sir. Welcome.
Hello. I like your fancy background.
Thank you.
Hey, David.
I don't like your fancy background that much, no. You look like you're on a ship going down. You're looting a lot.
Seriously.
Can we
This is
just
supposed to be a comedy, informative show, and Noam is just, we all have great background, and I have the first projection of the night that I confident to share with you guys. You ready?
Okay.
go ahead?
Rhode Island.
It's tie race right now. It's very, very tight.
That's not a projection.
0-0 so far.
As
So
Rhode Island goes, so goes
And,
Massachusetts.
I want to ask David a few
Jackson.
questions. Well, I got him. First of all, David, what are your odds on this night?
You know, the macro numbers have always been what they were, very strong for Biden against Trump. You look at 2016, you know, how many more voters has Trump gained? A lot of his voters are older white guys. A lot have died. You know, is anyone who voted for Hillary Clinton who's not voting for Biden? She did get 3 million more votes 4 years ago. He certainly has lost a few votes. So that's why you see him up 7-10 points in some of these national surveys. You know, the question then boils down to individual states, which he won really by getting less than 1% in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. You know, is there something, has he been able to do something in Pennsylvania and maybe Florida to sort of stay just above, you know, the water, you know, just as,
I think
you know, an inch or two above water. And if he does, then he can win. Now, to me, this is all fucking amazing because the guy's responsible for tens of thousands of deaths. You know, we have a pandemic that's taking a turn for the worse. Almost 250,000 Americans are dead. And yet there are still 60, 70 million Americans, whatever it's going to be, whether it's on the winning side or the losing side, we say, yeah, I want more of that. That looks good to me. This is the best America could have possibly done. Unlike any other, unlike Canada, unlike South Korea, this is the best we could have done. So let's reward the guy who did this great job.
What does that tell you about how turned off these people are? I learned a new term recently called diamagnetic forces. That's the force, like when you try to put the opposite magnets that repel each other, and one can hold the other in place because it repels. There's a big block of voters out there are repelled by certain aspects of the left and the Democratic Party, and no matter what Trump does, it's not enough to overcome that repulsion. If that's what.
Yeah, they may not like what they see on the New York Times op-ed page, but I say fuck that. I mean, compare that to 200,000 of our fellow Americans dying. I mean, that's tens of millions of Americans out of work. If they're going to be more pissed off because they don't like some aspects of the left on a college campus, I mean, they get to decide. Everybody in this world gets to decide what's important for them. Okay. And if they think having an incompetent, know-nothing boob who's taking the advice of a doctor who has no experience in epidemiology over the leading experts in that, they think that's good because you get to own the liberals that way.
I think there's another. I think there's another.
Then we're kind of fucked as a nation.
We should at least.
Let me just say that.
I introduced Mr. Fidance. I don't believe we've introduced him.
Yeah,
wait.
We did actually. If we can hold on 1 second, we have a projection right now. Mike, go ahead.
Who cares about the dumb projections?
No, it's true.
Ay. Laurel beats Hardy.
CNN is saying that Indiana is projected to go to Trump.
What a shock. Okay.
Oh my goodness, that changes everything.
So the thing is, I don't actually. I'm not going to defend Trump on COVID at all because I was way out in front of criticizing him back in March. However, I know that people will say, and I don't have a good answer to them, now that we see that Europe is per capita even worse than the United States, there is this kind of sense that it was out of our hands. Where you have the smartest people, they're the example in Europe, and look at them, they're even worse than we are. Are you really going to tell me that if Trump had been better, we'd be 4 times better than Europe? It's just not plausible. It seems something.
We'd be better if he was better.
Somewhat better, but you said 200,000 deaths.
I mean, we would have saved tens of. There's no doubt we would have saved
give you tens of
thousands of lives if he had said, "Everybody wear a damn mask and keep 6 feet apart." And then
would that have helped New York?
What?
Yeah. Hi. My name's Ian Fidance,
Ian.
and I just want to say yes, we would have been better. Totally.
Okay.
Yes.
I want to ask
absolutely.
David one other question, then I'm going to shut up. We talked right before you came on. We talked about this Kamala Harris. Listen, this Kamala Harris tweet about equity and equality that came out last night. You know what I'm referring to, David?
I missed that.
All right, she tweeted a cartoon basically saying that it was a little garbled, so I want to be fair to it, but it seemed like it was saying that in a proper world, we would have equality of outcome, not just equality of opportunity. And, it's a lot of people took it to be basically a communist adjacent tweet. Well, I guess if you didn't see it, it's hard for me to ask you. But my first question when I saw it was, what can we infer is going on in the Biden campaign that they felt strategically that it was a good idea to release a tweet such as that on the night before the election? Do they feel that they're soft with the black vote? Do they feel that they're soft with the progressive vote? It's got to be a reason.
I doubt very much that they thought a tweet would move voters, at this point in time, and that they could, come out with 140 or 280 characters that would get it just right if they sent a signal that she was more lefty than she is or something. I mean, I don't really follow that reasoning there. I mean, the Biden campaign and Harris campaign have put out a slew of policy papers that nobody has paid attention to, which never happens. So, people want to know what they intend to do on taxes, energy, and everything else. There's more than enough to keep you busy with. I don't think a tweet's going to make a difference.
Ian, what's your take on tonight?
Well, I mean, just to go back to that tweet Noam said, I think everyone that tweet was aimed for has already voted. in early voting. I don't think that would, like David said, change for anything.
Well,
And I'm just happy to be here and hear the great David Corn cussing. Just hearing him drop a bunch of F-bombs has really made this all worth it for me.
I work blue.
Yes, I love it. Work blue, vote blue. That's what
You know,
say.
I once watched a Chris Rock special that was probably an hour long on HBO, and I realized if you took out the Fs, they would be about 17 minutes long.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Right? I just watched 2 of his specials the other day. I think he's my all-time. He's just so prolific. And he's the reason why I walked and dragged the mic with me on stage for the first 5 years of comedy, just to be like him. The way he struts around is great. I don't know, Hatem, how are you feeling? I think, I don't know. I mean, I think it was obvious that it's funny. Fox News is only covering the states that he's winning. They're completely ignoring every other state.
Are they off the map? Did they come up with a sort of a map that doesn't show Georgia?
Yeah. It's just blurred out like someone showing their privates.
They took a Sharpie and they kind of made their own little map of America.
By the way, that's not true, Ian, but go ahead.
Yeah, I was about to jump in also. I did not want to interfere
with
what David was saying. But if you listen to CNN, not only do they blur, but they twist not even artfully words and statements, and
they all do it.
I mean, it's beyond me. We are supposed to vote and be informed by the press. Every reporter is a commentator now, not a reporter. I don't get the
we have a first-rate political analyst here. Let's not waste his time. David.
Yeah.
Yes.
What do you think is likely in terms of violence in both scenarios? Trump wins or Biden wins?
Well, this is a big country full of a lot of crazy people, and it doesn't take more than 3 or 4 in one particular spot to make a news story, right? That doesn't mean it's indicative of any trend one way or the other. The way that people have looked at the Black Lives protests that have been accompanied by some degree of violence and some rioting, some occasions, some of it actually being done by right-wing boogaloo types.
Yeah,
it's very easy to try to mix violence with real action. I'm very happy that, what is it? It's at 7:15 right now, that so far we haven't gotten any reports of violence at polling stations today. It's still early in some places. It may happen. And that was my first fear. One thing, I was reading a book recently. I think I have it on my shelf here. Yeah, The Death of Democracy, which is about what happened in Germany from 1919 to 1933 when Hitler took over. The book ends with Hitler taking over. It's a great book by Professor Het at Hunter University. Came out, I think, 2 years ago. And it turns out, and I didn't know this, but maybe you didn't know him because you're smarter than I am, that throughout World War I, the German state government controlled the media, and all they did was put out propaganda about how they were winning the war. They were winning the war. They were killing the British and the French and everybody else and the Americans when we came in. And then finally, in 1919, they surrendered, and the public was totally wigged out. We were winning, and you surrendered? How could that be? And that led to all these conspiracy theories. We were stabbed in the back by the government, by the Jews, by some of the generals, and I think if you watch Fox News, they've only been reporting in the last weeks and days that Trump is gaining momentum, is on this glorious ride to victory. And talking to people at his rallies, listening to people at his rallies say the only way he can lose is if there's cheating, which is what he himself has said. He has not acknowledged the possibility of an honest defeat. That sets up a level of expectations and a level of anger and alienation that I think does lend itself towards violence in certain ways. If you believe that you were truly robbed and that these dark nefarious forces, throw QAnon into this, have orchestrated the defeat of the one man who can save America, that's what I worry about. That people who are living in that Fox QAnon bubble have not considered the possibility that they are in a minority when it comes to, that they may be in the minority when it comes to the electorate, and therefore may be very upset and take drastic measures.
And on the other side?
On the other side, I mean, listen, no one on the other side is saying at this stage that the only way Biden will lose is if they steal it from him and they cheat. I think the problem on the other side is if Trump and Republicans in the state legislature of Pennsylvania and other places start messing around with the electoral college count and say we're not going to honor we're going to throw out these ballots and so on, you might have demonstrations like Black Lives Matter demonstrations that then have the possibility of people adjacent to them trying to engage in some violence.
I think it's a
let
certainty.
me,
I think it's a certainty to have.
let me just admit 2 more comedians are joining us to join this conversation. The great Keith Robinson.
Oh no.
And the amazing Nick Griffin.
Well, that's a difference of energy.
What you guys missed
Fairly
was
striking.
no one voted for Trump. That's what you missed. So
So let's ask Keith. It takes Keith a few minutes to figure out anything technological. So give him a second. I don't know.
the camera is not down.
Keith.
All right. What's up? Yes.
If Trump wins, violence or no violence?
Hold on for 1 second.
All right, let me get a younger black guy. Suarez, the one and only. He's here. If you tell
Why are you
lost
bringing
your
out so many people at the
comedian
same
there.
time?
We'll just admit them now.
Anyway, I think that if you think betting markets know anything, and I don't think they're perfect by any means, but they know something. All the boarding up of stores and all
look at this.
and all the holy shit. That to me is a betting market saying they're expecting violence. Is that a real gun?
No.
Are you worried, Keith?
Am I worried? Not really. I think the whole country, more than half of the country is depressed over Trump's presidency. So, everybody's on some antidepressants right now. So that's it. That's about it.
I think, to David's point he made earlier, I think the reaction in terms of violence, I think if Trump wins, there'll be riots and violence taken out of anger. But I think if Biden wins, the violence will be out of fear that it's over, that, the left is taking over, communism is taking over. And I think all those right-wing nut jobs are going to really, like the militias are going to start up and take the violence out of total fear of losing control of the country.
Look, just like in criminal statistics, the fact is that Trump's following is older, and older people are less likely to be violent. I mean, the youth vote is Biden vote, and they're the people who are more likely to be violent.
Well,
without looking at ideology.
We're getting highly theoretical here. If you look in the last couple of days, you saw a group of cars in Texas, one slam into a Biden car, and others, menacingly try to get after the Biden bus. And Trump encouraged that by saying they were patriots. So right at this moment in time, if you're looking at indicators for violence, the Trump side has demonstrated much more of a penchant or a potentiality for this.
Let's put it. Let me put it this way. Maybe
and Trump, of course, and Trump has a long history. Just go online and Google. You know how to Google Trump and violence, and you will see him saying again and again and again to his people, engage in violence. Have you ever heard Joe Biden or Kamala Harris or Tom Perez or any Democratic member of the Senate do anything like that?
No, of course not. But listen,
okay.
let me tell you, hold on, let me just say, because I think we might all agree on this. The Trump,
you said, I doubt it.
The Trump violence will probably be aimed at Biden supporters or something like that, or something that they can somehow say is a symbol of Biden. But the Biden violence will be aimed at communities, looting, stores. That it'll be similar to what we saw during the Black Lives Matter protest. Mostly peaceful. Mostly peaceful. Hold on, I'm not saying anything bad. Mostly peaceful, but with real pockets of destructive anarchy. That's what I think.
One thing, no.
Are you?
One thing. Wait, hold up. One thing. Why did you look right directly at me when you said that?
Why do you think?
At the ghost of Patrice?
That hat.
Because you're the only one here, Keith, who has a gun. That's why we talk about violence. We look at the guy who's packing.
Beside David, Let ask somebody actually who knows. Nick, I wonder what you feel about what's going on. Keith, out of the screen. Nick.
Oh, I don't know. I hope that I hope things go peacefully either way. But I think it'll get bad if Trump if Trump wins. I don't know what bad means, but I think that there'll be a lot of anger and a lot of there'll probably be people on the streets. And if Biden wins, I don't think there'll be as much.
I had a dream of Keith throwing a waste paper basket through the olive tree window like Mookie and do the right thing.
And we know that was a dream. I had a stroke, Noam. The whole right side.
Sherrod will help you.
Why do you have Nick? Why do you have a painting with giant ants? You have issues with mental health. That can't be.
I would agree with you. I do have some issues. This is not my apartment. It's my girlfriend's apartment, and that is her photograph. So that is. There's nothing I can do about it.
Okay, because that's disturbing to me, and I would imagine it's disturbing to you as well.
David,
low on the scale of disturbing to me, but
David, you used to be. I used to see. I mean, I was introduced to you because you were a regular guest on Fox News back in the early 2000s, I guess. On a scale of if Fox News was a 5 on the crappiness scale in 2005, what are they now?
Did you watch this morning?
No.
I mean, they basically, the Fox and Friends team had Trump on, and Ainsley Earhardt said, when you do your rallies and people shout at you, I love you, you shout back, I love you too. And that's just so nice, because when I say I love someone, I really want them to say I love you back to me.
That's hard hitting.
That was her interviewing the president of the United States. And then even after that, he went on and he complained that he believes Fox has been too hard on him because they showed Barack Obama's speeches this weekend. Why are you showing his speeches? They do that on the other channels. And they start saying, well, we like to show both sides, which actually they don't do. But it felt a little bit like a wake, but it's the closest we have to state television. And, remember Baghdad Bob? I mean, they make him look like Mike Wallace some days.
David, you brought up the Trump caravan running the white Biden SUV off the road. I believe there's some controversy as to who ran who off the road. Noam, are you at all familiar with that video?
No, and I don't even care much about these things. But go ahead, David.
Well, they surrounded.
They surrounded the Biden bus, and then it looked like the SUV was in the truck's lane, and then the truck pushed it out from the video that I saw.
I've seen enough Road Warrior movies to know that if you surround a bunch of cars, shit could happen, and it's your fault for creating the situation. But we'll let the insurance companies decide who's at fault there. Okay?
David is so funny. I'm telling you, he should have been a comedian. He constantly go ahead, Keith.
No, I just think when it comes to violence, the last time Trump won, all the left did was cry. Everybody just was crying. It's not going to be no extended violence and nothing like that. It's over.
And why are they boarding New York City up?
Because it's Trump supporters.
In New York?
Yeah, the Trump supporters in Soho? Yeah, you're right.
No, you don't think Trump supporters?
Why does the clock say 2:45?
Who?
The clock say 2:45.
He can't set it.
Isn't that a Gary U.S. Bond song?
To set a clock.
I haven't said it since 2016.
I'd known we were going to be judged by what was behind us. I would have taken my computer outside, for God's sake.
Oh, I love everybody's backgrounds. I'm just so glad Noam could join us from his college dorm room.
I think the difference, Keith, between 2016 and now is that people are kind of in the protest mood. They're primed. The pump is primed. Because we're having protests already for the BLM protests. So I think the likelihood of
the BLM is not the only one. The BLM is not the only ones that's protesting. Stop putting it like you see.
Whoever's protesting.
Yeah.
Why is it defensive?
Mostly white people. I'll grant you. They're already in protest.
People out there protesting.
The thing is, they're in protest mode, so it's not that difficult to imagine.
Look at Portland.
Keep that going.
And here's the thing: most of the rappers are for Trump. So
Okay, this is a good question, Keith. You have your finger on the pulse of the black community. Why are all the rappers going for? Why are all the rappers going for Trump?
because they're dumb. That's why. You know what it is that they don't know. They don't know what it is. He gave them the platinum plan. You know, a rapper love some good platinum.
Did they get a little card as well, the platinum plan? I think they can take it to a club and get in somewhere.
Oh, they infuriated me. And he had one page, a one-page plan. Come on.
And you know, platinum is like such a classic marketing, focus group tested thing.
They'll go
The
for it.
the APR rate is like 29.9% interest, though. It's really crazy.
So if we go around and just because we have a couple of minutes left, if you guys want to tell what you think the night's gonna end and who's gonna win, Ian.
I mean, I don't know who's gonna. I hope Biden wins, but who knows what's gonna happen, and who knows what's gonna. I don't think we're gonna know tonight. I think it's gonna take a while, and it may have to go to the Senate, which I think will be a long period of stress, grief, and just anger that's just gonna boil. But
This is why this show is different. We're making a projection tonight. We don't
Ian,
have.
would you rather Trump win by a landslide or Biden win after a long protracted struggle in the Senate and recounts and all that?
If it goes to a long protracted struggle in the Senate, Trump's going to take it because
Senate wouldn't be a
there's
long
going to be a
struggle,
bunch
right?
of crazy shit
But
going
the
on.
point-
Biden, I call Biden by a landslide. That's what I'm saying.
Call Biden. Okay.
Okay.
But my question
Okay, David, what do you
Next,
think?
next.
is a quick, easy victory by Trump in a landslide preferable to agonizing, close call election?
No, not at
easy
all.
Trump landslide is going to piss the left off even more because then every person's going to get labeled racist, homophobic, sexist, and we're going to have a hard time digging ourselves out of that.
All right, David,
think
what do
that-
you think?
Next, we gotta go around. Who's next?
Yeah, we gotta go around.
Hey,
The
Nick
one
had
thing
a-
I'm willing to predict
Yeah.
is there's no Trump landslide tonight. If he wins, it's because he has, for some reason, been able to repeat what he did last time. He will lose the popular vote by more than he lost last time, but win a few key states by literally thousands of votes, less than 1%, maybe less than 1/10%. That's
I agree
the
with David.
only way he wins tonight.
For the health
The
of the
only way he
country,
wins-
do you think it's better if he wins by a lot or if he squeaks by?
I think the fewer number of votes for him, the better.
No,
For the world.
for the health of the country, a decisive victory that nobody can fantasize about being gamed is healthier.
There won't be a decisive victory for him.
I love my country so much, but I still prefer being right.
We don't want to
And-
talk about Israel now.
And since Keith has said all this stuff, I'm hoping that Trump wins so that I can be right about the violence. But I know that's not a nice thing to say, but that's human nature. No, I'm
I
kidding.
think
but-
the violence is not going to be protesting the election. It's going to be violence of opportunity like it was the last time. People that want to rob and they have had nothing to do with the protest then. I don't think they're going to have anything to do with the actual elections.
Let's pray for no violence
Yeah,
because it's
well,
terrible.
David,
Yeah,
thank you.
I know, but I really think that this kind of violence it's only opportunity for them.
And I want to thank you guys for making
Yeah,
this a
David, thank
fun, jokey evening because that's what it's all about, right?
yes.
Absolutely.
David, after COVID, I really want you to come down and hang out more often.
I have to come up, but yes.
And
come
David,
up and-
thank you
come
so
up and
much.
hang
And
up
I
on
think you should
Hey, man, where's my prediction at?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I want to hear Keith's prediction before I go.
What's your
I
prediction,
predict
Keith?
you get rid of that
What?
dumb
Keith
hat.
is not going yet.
And
Keith is not going yet.
Keith,
I remember your
I'm
last.
going.
I remember your last prediction in 2012. You said that was the last white president. Remember when you predicted that? And that Bush would be the last white president.
It's 2008.
2008. You were sure of it. Go ahead.
No, what I am predicting, first of all, that Hatem takes that dumb gum out of his mouth and stops feeling like a horse. Now, the thing that I got Biden. Biden's going to win by 7.
By
Wait a
7
minute.
what?
That's a football That's a football.
7 lengths.
You know how the electoral vote.
I'm gonna go, guys. Have a good night.
Bye, David.
thank
Be
you so
safe.
much.
Take it easy.
Ian,
Biden
also,
wins,
I wanna thank you so much.
Biden wins in straight sets.
Where's Ian? Don't go, Ian. We want to make fun of you. Go ahead, Keith.
No, I got Biden winning. But
and
I think he takes Pennsylvania. I even think he's going to take Florida.
Not happening.
Can
He's
you
gonna
stop
win.
showing Hatem? It doesn't look good.
All right.
Well, I just want to say I have never lost voting the opposite of Keith
We
Robinson.
need more white people. The very funny Greg Rogel has joined us. Welcome, sir.
Well, no doubt he has very
And-
strong opinions.
Sherrod Small is here as well.
This is going to be a very
God.
boisterous segment.
Yeah, it is.
I'll be right back. You guys.
No, sit your
I
ass.
just want to say I have to go. I haven't seen Greg. I don't think I've seen him since the lockdown. Even online, I don't think I've seen him. So I just want to say hi. I'll be right back.
All right. Now that the only Trump supporter left the building, let's talk about how we all love Biden.
Well, I didn't vote for Biden because I love Biden. I've been driven by contempt. It's been running in me for like 4 fucking years already. So this is all about removing Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's not, he's
look,
not terribly
Biden is an
inspiring.
actual human being. I'll give him that.
Wait, you mean you guys didn't vote for Joe Jorgensen?
Jorgensen's policies are right, are even more left, I think, than Biden's. She wants open borders, I believe, and I don't know what else she wants. She's libertarian. They're a weird crew. But
The weird crew. Sherrod, where are you standing? What do you think is going to happen tonight?
First, Keith is right. Stop chewing that dumb dummy. Like, are you in a hostage situation?
But first of all, me and Sherrod,
medical
I'm
problem.
going to tell you a little something. Me and Sherrod, we really don't get along recently because I don't know if you know, he had the founder of the Proud Boys in his podcast the other day.
Oh, yeah, Gabr.
For 20 years, he never had anybody from Taliban. But now all of a sudden,
what about Mustafa?
oh, well, he's undercover.
Yeah, I voted already. Biden, I think Biden got this one. I thought 2016 Trump had to win all the way, but I think Biden got this.
You think he's got it big or just squeaks by?
No, I think he got it bigger than people imagine.
Oh.
Well, he won early voting, right? Weren't they projecting him to have more votes early voting?
Yeah, I always know that more voting, like a big number of turnout, always for the last 60 years is bad for the Republicans.
That's right.
But
That's been the
nobody-
last 60 years of politics in America. 70
But
years.
it
really.
never been like that. Never been like as bad as it is right now.
What do you mean? As bad as what?
I mean, in the turnout?
Yeah.
That's good. The turnout is good. People voting is good, Hatem, not bad.
Well, this is the first time that the whole country is on edge because they don't know how the president is going to react if he loses. I mean, if that's not a sign of his instability, I don't know what is. I mean, it's unacceptable. You know what I mean? I mean, at the very least, if he loses, he'll spend the next 2 months just licking stimulus checks and just sending them out.
Honestly, you guys don't appreciate Trump, like he doesn't want to leave. But I tell you, the minute he leaves here, he can have a contract in the Middle East anytime. He's very welcome.
I'm sure he is.
Yeah. He
Him
can.
and Jared.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. No, I cannot wait for him to lose and lose by big. I want him to lose by a lot. You know?
But for Trump's ego, a little, it don't matter. A loss is a loss to him, and he ain't having it.
No, but if he lose 5-31-7, that will be awesome.
That ain't gonna happen.
That's not going to happen.
I'm just happy that a lot of people coming out to vote, man. That's really all you can wish for. You can't really control how people vote, but you can try to get people to vote. So let's find out what this country's made of. It's good. Let's find out who's here.
Greg,
None of this is good. None of this is good.
What do you think, Greg, is going to happen if both, if Trump wins or if Biden wins? What do you think the reaction would be in the country? We'll see any violence or not?
Well, that's the problem with Donald Trump. I mean, right up until today, he put out a tweet about that Biden promises to delay the vaccine, and he promises to make this country a prison state, that's all just pathological, lying, fear-mongering bullshit. But it's scaring the shit out of his supporters, you know. There needs to be a referee who could step in and say, you can't do that. This is a democracy. You just can't put out a fantasy to try to frighten people into voting for you. I mean, that's not how it should work. You know,
it look like
isn't that what's been happening for the past few years?
They're emboldened by it. They're emboldened by this. They like, yeah, where we want this. Some people might vote for him, said, hey, fearful of that, but I think most of his base is want it.
They want it. It's like Estee said, a lot of people are doing something because of opportunity.
Yeah.
They want to do it. They want their smoke. They want this smoke. And they're gonna get the smoke. They are going to get the smoke.
Do you guys think it's a worst case scenario that Trump wins or Kanye West wins? Which
Hatem, stamp your passport and get out of here.
He doesn't have a passport.
No, he just got a handful of papers.
Thanks to the Mexican border, I don't need a passport. I can get in and out.
I voted all the way blue, all the way down too. I'm trying to give people individual
There wasn't much else to vote for. I mean, there was like a couple of
there was like 6
state
votes.
senators and like a judge. There was nothing very interesting to vote for.
Yeah,
but I don't care. Blue. That's all was interesting. Blue.
Blue away.
Blue. That's exactly what I voted for. Straight down. Blue.
Yeah, I'll go one step further, Keith. I rooted for the Giants last night.
Danny Dimes. We're Cowboys fans, so we can't even.
Not anymore. I'm just so disillusioned with the state of Texas. I just can't even be a Cowboy fan anymore.
But this might be the first time. This might be the first time that a Democrat takes Texas.
Huh?
It might be the first time that a Democrat can take Texas.
Yeah.
If that's true, I'll be a Cowboy fan again. I'm waiting on that.
So will I.
I find it hard to believe that Texas is going to go blue. But
never underestimate Beyonce.
That's right.
The Beehive is out there, Houston, baby.
It's not gonna happen. So, Nick, what's your prediction?
I think Biden just squeaks by, but it'll take weeks.
So no major, like Florida. Who's gonna win Florida, in your opinion?
Oh my God, I can't imagine. I'm gonna say Trump wins Florida, and somehow Biden takes Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, but I can't see him taking Florida.
We have any more hot?
And I don't know anything.
Let me ask you, he thinks if Biden is elected that he serves out the term?
I think he'll make, because I think he'll survive. He's got good medical care. He might have a little dementia, but I don't think he does. But even if he does, dementia takes like 7 or 8 years to kill you. And I don't know that he has any other problems. So I think they can keep him alive for 4 years.
Wait a minute. Whoa.
Not on his last legs by a long shot. Trump's showed us signs of dementia his entire.
He gets.
I'm just saying. I don't.
I've heard him so many times getting confused when he speaks. It's classic. Like the other day that he was running for Senate, and then there is something not right. I'm not going to go
but
as far as with the diagnosis, but there is something not right. And if he's elected, I don't believe he's going to serve out his term.
He could pull a Woodrow Wilson.
Kamala
it's the 100-year anniversary of it. He could pull a Woodrow. He had his stroke and his wife run the country for 2.5 years. Jill Biden might be our secret president.
I don't know.
I'm worried about Kamala.
He might just have age-related cognitive.
Really worried about.
Who, Kamala? Harris?
Kamala.
Say it.
As long as Kamala makes her grandmother's macaroni and cheese, I'll be all right.
I think Kamala, she'll be just fine.
Yeah, I think she'll be fine. I think she'll be more strong-handed than the men.
Yes, we need
a strong hand, but her philosophy, her beliefs. And do you remember when she was running for president, her beliefs? Do you remember the debates? Remember what she said? That worries me. That worries me.
Nah, they all say whatever necessary at the time. Well, it comes down to just really running something, then they come down from that.
That's true. How many of us said we like Noam? How many?
How many what?
We said we like Noam.
Nobody said that.
Nobody says it.
Well, I was worried about Kamala too before she went to Charlemagne's show and they brought it down a notch. After I saw her on the Charlemagne show, I said, she all right.
Nah, man, no. We need a woman now. I'm sick of dumb white men, dumb black men.
We need someone who's stable. We just need someone who's stable.
Kamala is not the one. But she didn't. I mean, she didn't do very well in the primaries. If we do have a woman president, it shouldn't be her. But I don't.
Why not?
Because I don't like her.
We're doing
I'll tell you what I don't like.
She's not even black.
She's Indian. She can be Indian and
I am with Dan.
I
have huge reservation against that lady.
I think she views everything through a racial prism.
Yes.
And I don't like that. And I don't.
I know what y'all don't like about it. It's the Indian part. Nobody trusts Indians over here. We don't. We don't trust Mississippi Masala.
Wait a minute. Dan, you said she views everything through a racial prism?
Yes.
So that's Trump. That's all Trump does.
Well, yeah, Trump's been throwing
I'll be honest with you,
flames on a dumpster fire for 4 years.
I think that the Democrats are more obsessed with race than the Republicans. I voted for Biden.
Trump is willing to pin races against each other for his own personal benefit. There's nothing more disgraceful than that.
Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't even have an ideology. He's just doing whatever he can to improve his own personal situation, and he doesn't care if he flushes this whole country down the toilet to do it. I mean, anybody is better than somebody is unstable and just pathologically sick.
Yeah, he's a mess.
Look, I'm not saying
I can't believe it's even gotten this
Trump
far.
is good. I'm saying Kamala stinks, and both of them do at the same time.
But she hasn't done anything yet. I mean, Congress.
That philosophies is so to the left of the left of the left, and if you can live with that, that's okay. But I'm having a hard time with that.
It's jarring that she chewed Biden out so much over race and so many other things in the presidential debate.
You remember
and then
that?
now she's in his corner and she's his best friend. And she's an opportunist.
Because for black people, voting is you look for the smallest feet.
Yeah. All right. Last question before we
she
have
never
to
called. Wait a minute. Let me clear this up. I got to clear this up.
Do it.
She never called Biden racist or anything like that. She never did that. That wasn't what she did.
That's what she implied.
Say it again.
That's what she was implying by his.
She said he did.
No. She said he did business with him.
No, she specifically said, "I'm not saying you're racist, but this is what you did."
Right.
She said that.
Right. He did business. He did deals with racists.
It's clear.
She said, "I'm not saying you're racist, but here's the racist thing that you did."
What does it tell you about Biden?
No, but he chose her. Don't forget that. But anyway, last question before we get the next.
I don't blame her though.
Can we take 4 more years of Trump, Nick?
No.
I'd rather not.
You said us or Melania?
Greg.
Trump is an embarrassment. There's no question about it. But I cannot believe that this great, great country with the millions of people, that's what we have to choose.
Maybe.
I agree with you on that. I think I think Trump should be very easy to beat, and the Democrats went and found a guy.
Exactly.
But have you been on TikTok? This is what we
I'm
deserve.
very disappointed with the Democrats, but I'm not afraid of them.
Maybe we'll have the American Spring.
Wait a minute. The Democrats didn't choose him. The people chose Biden. That had nothing to do with the Democrats.
The people chose
him.
The people chose
They chose
Bernie.
from the people that were available to choose.
Yeah.
And they were hoping because he was with Obama that,
I don't like the word.
I think because he was more to the center than Bernie Sanders. And
I think
Bernie Sanders, they deemed him as a risk to lose to Donald Trump because.
And I think the people chose Bernie and the DNC chose Biden, and now the people have to choose Biden.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
All right, guys, we have a couple people waiting in the waiting room, so
We don't care.
Nobody cares, Hatem.
I
Raise
know
your
you
hand.
don't.
Bye,
I just
Keith. Bye,
I
Estee.
didn't say
Bye,
you go.
Dan.
Bye, SD. Bye, Hatem.
Bye, Nicholas.
Bye.
Thank
You
you.
two good boys leave. Let the men stay around.
Right here,
Show us-
Keith.
show
I
us
got
your
your
gun,
gun.
Keith.
I got your gun right here, Keith.
That's so funny.
I'm scheduled. I'm gonna go grab a pizza, get something to eat, Hatem. I'll be back.
We'll see you soon. And that's what I meant
Yeah.
when
So
I
what do I
said
do, Hatem? Do I leave and then I click the same link to come back?
no,
Yeah.
don't just turn your camera off.
Just
I'm
turn
glad,
the camera
I'm glad we're doing this online.
How do I turn the
live.
camera off, by the way?
Oh my
You can
God.
just press the same link, Dan, and
Stop
that'll
video,
work.
stop video. Stop video. Okay.
Natterman's turning into his parents.
Yeah, just mute Natterman. Mute him.
Okay,
Come on.
let me
My phone doesn't have a mute.
our guest.
All right. I'm out of here. Take care,
I
man.
love you
No,
guys.
stay, Keith. Stay, Raquel, stay.
I'll
I
stick
love you
around a
guys.
little longer.
Yeah, you can go a little bit longer. And we have very special guests.
Oh, we'll be the choice of that.
And I'm
What
not
am I
talking
doing?
about Marina Franklin. Guys, can you embarrass me? Because this is a real guest, not like you.
Yeah. Is
Doctor-
Kamala Harris?
Dr. Nita Ogden, welcome to the show. She's a immunologist, and you can see her weekly doing the coronavirus update with CBS News. She was in the show before. And the one and only Marina Franklin
Hi.
with the beautiful refrigerator background.
Yeah.
There's also my T-shirt for friends like us. Can you
And
see
friends
it?
like us, her podcast is live as well. Is it live now, Marina?
No, because I'm here.
Marina got merchandise up.
Yeah.
I do.
Marina.
Does.
Hi, Esty.
Hey.
I miss you so
Hi.
much.
Done
Look,
it,
you look
Marina.
beautiful too.
You could have called.
Hey,
Dr. Ogden, everybody here is a comedian except you. So no pressure, you know?
like I'm the odd woman out.
So you do the COVID updates for the news all the time. And I just want to see how much you think this affect the elections now, and with all the system, the early polling and all stuff, are we even close to a vaccine?
No, I think we are getting, I think we're getting close. I think that, and I also think that as we get closer and the vaccine gets more validation from real scientists, not just Trump and his coterie of friends, people will feel safer about taking it, especially as they sort of share, how do you take it? What is the split dosing about? What are the side effects? The reality is, most vaccines don't have late term side effects, and they're looking for those now. So I have a lot of faith that we'll have it later in 2021, and we'll take a little longer to get it to everyone. I think it's going to be a huge issue right now. I think there's been such tone deaf rhetoric from the president about COVID, and given how, lately the way he talked about doctors made my blood boil. These are people who are on the front lines without PPE, who've died. And he says that doctors are inflating numbers for money. It's sickening. So I do hope that drives people to the polls. I think it will make a difference.
Yeah.
We gotta remember, there's only one doctor that Trump respects, and that's the doctor from the movie Back to the Future.
we have a scientist here, Mr. Keith Robinson.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. As you can tell from his hat, he's the only scientist here. He's rediscovering the clock. So what do you say to the people that say, oh, they had the vaccine, but they're hiding it because of the election, they're waiting for the results and all that?
I think that's wrong. I think that there are enough experts involved, and there's no doubt that there's politics here, but I don't think that all of the people that are really invested from a science perspective in making this work are being politically swayed. I really don't. I've gotten this feeling they've got so many data and safety monitoring boards involved for all the different trials. These are independent experts who don't give a crap about Trump. They actually do care about safety and results. And the fact that it's already election day and we don't have a vaccine, despite what he was saying, leads me to really believe that we're doing this the right way.
Yeah.
Is it disconcerting that so many Americans think of science as hogwash?
Yeah, it is. I'm really terrified that they don't understand it. They don't respect it. And like, I have kids, like I can see what's happening. The news is coming from strange places like TikTok and I don't even know, social media. So
Podcasts.
Well, my herbalist actually.
Yeah, you say herbalist one more
It's
time.
code for weed dealer.
We do.
My herbalist who sends me tea, it's for hormonal balance, and he's got very high success rate with cancer patients, right? Who have metastatic. I can't say that word.
Metastatic, yeah.
Did I say it right?
Yeah.
Metastatic cancer. So he has a high success rate, and his opinion about Trump was that people are just jealous of him.
Yeah.
Jealous of Trump?
No.
Well, that's why he's a tea guy.
Should I fire my herbalist?
That's why he's a tea.
I don't know, like people who dislike him are jealous of him. Does that mean your herbalist likes Trump? I'm so confused.
Yes.
By that.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Marina, did you vote?
I did.
It seems so incomprehensible.
What did you say? I'm sorry. Nita?
Yeah, I didn't understand what you were saying because it seems so incomprehensible.
Doesn't it? I mean, he has a high
you
success rate with cancer, but a low opinion of Biden.
Listen, I've heard that a lot of, I'm Indian, and I've been hearing that Indian doctors, a lot of them are pro-Trump too. I don't get it. I don't understand how doctors.
The whole idea that Marina didn't fire this guy yet tells me she got a hookup and he's cute.
Yeah.
Well, he's not cute, but I am addicted.
Oh, so there you go.
Sherrod,
That's some good tea, Sherrod.
It's like hearing what the meth dealer says. It's like, he can say whatever. Let's bring the meth.
Guys, Hatem, is my thing working now?
Yeah.
No.
But the beard? No.
Keith.
What, the Beatles
Is it working?
Yeah. So Marina, you voted in a post office?
I didn't vote in a post office.
I mailed mine in.
Post office.
But I did mail mine in. Absentee, yeah. So I guess
Dropbox.
I guess I'll have to call to see if my vote was actually counted. But I don't know who to call. Who do I call?
like Ghostbusters. I like Marina's energy for this election. She's like, I don't know how to call.
It's kind of like whatever at this point, isn't it?
No.
It's not whatever.
I said that to enrage all of you. That was
Hi, Marina.
Hello.
I just want to interrupt. So my friend Coleman, your friend Coleman is here. He's here to watch the return. So, he's famous, so he may not want to join us, but I set up a little Zoom thing here with his name on it.
The only person that knows him is you.
So you can just say hi to everybody.
Gary? Gary?
I think Coleman moved from the name. Coleman? Do you still live in Harlem?
Dr. Nita, how
left
close
Harlem.
are we actually to
close
I'm sorry.
The next thing that we have that's supposed to come out very soon is an analysis of one of the vaccines. And but the annoying thing is it was supposed to happen already, but not enough people have gotten COVID yet in the non-treatment arm. So I think that, but given how high things are surging, I think that we'll have some data soon in the next few weeks, and then if that's good, there will be like an emergency use authorization by December or January.
Do you think there'll be a second wave?
I think we're in it.
We're in it now.
Not according to Fauci, though.
November, December is going to be worse than the beginning of it.
Yeah, in December.
Is it because we're more indoors? Is that what it is?
Because we're indoors, and think about Thanksgiving and Christmas, and people start getting complacent. Like, like I live in New Jersey where things were good and people did really well. And now you get the psychological, like, I can see my parents for Thanksgiving.
Let me make this statement right here. I need to make this statement.
Yes.
If a vaccine comes out, I'm not taking it.
Thank you.
Because Keith has said this to you, Nita, my question to you for specifically Black audience, right? Will they have enough? Do they already have enough trials with Black patients?
Good question. And
assuming we care about Black people.
Can she answer the question, Hatem?
Okay.
Oh my God.
Thank you, Sherrod.
I spoke to this guy from Pfizer last week. So the two big vaccines that are in the late stage trials that could soon get approved are Pfizer and Moderna. And they said that they have expanded the trial to include more Latinx and Black participants, because you're right, it has no meaning if that population isn't addressed when they're the people who are having the worst outcomes. and have less access. So I need to see those numbers before I can say, yeah, it's definitely something that, you know, works for this community and that they're going to get access to it. That these are two big pieces of it that, you know, when you talk about they're developing the vaccine, but like a big part of it is the second part, getting it to the people and convincing them. He just said he doesn't want to take the vaccine. So many people say that because they're scared. They don't know, you know.
Plus black men and vaccines and Tuskegee in this country has a long, awful history. And we don't trust it to this day. We are used as guinea pigs. And I don't know why Keith feel like that, because I feel that same way.
That's right.
Dr. Ogden, would you take the vaccine?
I would, yeah. But only when it's been verified as safe by the experts that I trust.
I need to watch you take that vaccine. I need to look at it.
Is that how,
Watch.
Dr. Ogden, is that how you would deal with your Black patients, by taking the vaccine each time in front of them?
Yeah.
Each time I would get like, I'd have like immune over response. Well, I think that like, I wish doctors really need the whole the United States needs to spend more time educating people about vaccines and what they mean and what the side effects are for that one person. And look, he was just talking about the Tuskegee trials. That's like a stain in our history. And, you know, if people think about that, well, let's talk about why it's different. You know, has anything changed, you know? So
now, doctor, forget about would you take it, because they're going to disperse this all around the country. Would you go in the hood and take the truck one that they send to the hood? That's different from where you're going to take it now and come into Harlem or Bed-Stuy or, you know, 8th Ward in Louisiana and taking it there. Would you do that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to take it more than once, but I would love.
Would you go to the hood?
Yeah, of course. Oh my God.
Okay, that would give motherfuckers confidence. That'll give people confidence to take it.
I mean, I think that's such a great idea that there should be like a doctor initiative that visits and really like speaks to these communities. I know doctors want to do that. So like we're spending billions of dollars on warp speed, but can we take a few of those billions and put them into exactly what you're talking about? We need that. That's
because Black people know the truck that goes to Beverly Hills and goes to Bed-Stuy will be different trucks, and we think different vaccines. Period.
I think the barbers and the beauticians should take the vaccine in front of their clients.
What?
Because in the Black community, barbers, beauticians are the ones
you trust them?
loudest to their community.
They're what? They
have
speak loudest.
Yeah, they have these conversations.
That's fake news, Marina. It's
No,
fake news.
Well, because you don't get your hair cut legitimately.
Great. No, they're like the storytellers.
Yes, they are the storytellers.
That's another form of news, right?
Well, we're not talking about Keith's barber because it's questionable, his barbers, but
not my barbers from the hood. You know, come on. It's like, look, the first thing it is that we need to, like Suarez said, it's separate. When you send stuff to the Black neighborhoods, it's different. A Big Mac in the suburbs was always different from a Big Mac in the
Thank
in
you. Thank you.
All the time.
God.
So will you come to the hood with us to take our shots?
I will.
I'm sure everybody take
no,
Beverly Hills
not us as in Keith and Sherrod. You could go with
No, not me. The niggas I left behind.
I'll escort you, Nita.
Yeah, come with me. I went to med school in the Bronx, and I trained there, and so I know what community, and then I also trained in Newark, New Jersey, so I know what community you're talking about.
Dr. Ogden,
just like we have food deserts, we have vaccine deserts. It's gonna be the same thing, and we're gonna have the cheaper stuff. We don't get the best stuff, so in that, I don't trust it.
Yeah.
Dr. Ogden, last question: do you think that if the president was Biden or Trump, does it make a difference for getting the vaccine faster? Whoever the president is.
It's a really good question. I don't think it would necessarily.
I'm well known for good questions here.
I think that Trump has really put it in the hands of the Department of Defense. I'd like to see the CDC and the Department of Defense work together, as well as independent experts from these communities. I think that's the most important thing that can like dispel these kinds of like ideas that people think they may not be getting what's equal, and then also making sure it gets to everybody access.
Yeah, I think that the red states would probably get the vaccines first.
Probably.
I hope the top 1% gets it first. That's what I'm hoping.
Yeah, well, Dr. Ogden, thank you
What's
so
the
much.
point? What's the point of being top 1% if you can't get the
Yeah,
vaccine?
thank you, Dr. Ogden. I know you're very busy. Thank you for joining.
Thank you. Have a great night, everyone.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Take care.
Marina, do you have to go?
I'm going to sign off now, everybody.
Don't
Now,
go, Esty.
Nice to see you,
Oh,
Esty.
Esty, it was great to see you.
Thank you,
Well,
Marina.
hope to,
I have to sign off too.
Hi.
It's good to see you, Coleman, even though you've abandoned Harlem. I don't know what to say about that.
Oh,
But,
hi,
Long Island City
Coleman.
is just it called to me.
oh,
The city's
all right,
calling
guys.
everybody.
I have to go to my live feed for
gotta go
friends
too.
like us. So
Friends
bye-bye.
like
more
us,
shows to
watch the
do.
live feed.
Stay
And-
safe.
All
Wear
right,
a mask.
I didn't get to talk to Sherrod.
And
And
black.
we
I didn't
have,
get to talk to Sherrod.
You ran away.
yeah, you
I
ran
was
away.
I was getting the other laptops set up.
While we're all coming back in, CNN has projected Vermont will be going to Biden.
Vermont
Okay,
going to Biden. Excellent.
Just
So,
for the, I think that the New York Times said it is 3 key states to watch.
so let me introduce the guest that we have right now. A very special guest. We have Mr. Stephen Calabria.
really
He's
fucked up
a
that intro.
producer and a writer. And he will give us an update soon. Also, a comedian, and we have actually somebody who's running for president right now. Yoli, 2020, welcome. And great to have you. Also, Professor Rosa Brooks. She's a professor of law at Georgetown University. Welcome all. And we'll start with Stephen. He's going to give us 60-second of updates of what's going on right now.
Hey, everybody.
What does Steven know? I'm watching TV.
There we go. Steven
Go ahead,
knows.
Steven.
What's up,
Hey,
Steve?
unlike everyone on this call, I actually worked in the field.
Yeah,
What field
sure.
is that?
Except
Trump?
Rosa. Except Rosa.
Yeah.
but
So-
you don't have the cordless headphones, and it's kind of throwing my confidence.
Go ahead, Stephen. Can you guys give him 60 seconds? He's going to tell us what's going on.
So yeah, up until now, a bunch of
We
states.
don't want to hear.
Yeah, I think we should just forget about it. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Christ. Yeah, I knew it. I knew it.
Shalom
If everybody
Aleichem.
didn't fuck. All right. So a bunch of states have already voted, and they're not going to release their results.
Wow, you did work in the field.
Yeah. This is what happens. So, so up until now, a bunch of states have voted, and the most important ones up until 8 p.m. are Kentucky, Georgia, South Carolina, and Ohio. Georgia, Kentucky, and South Carolina all having competitive Senate races. As of now, 8 p.m., the polls have closed in Florida, North Carolina, Maine. North Carolina is still a few minutes. They've had to delay for today, but Michigan, New Hampshire, and Missouri somewhat. But many of them have competitive Senate races, and we'll be monitoring throughout the evening. That's working in the field.
Yes. Thank you so much, Stephen. And sorry
I
for
could have
giving
said
you-
that.
Yes, very good.
But
You
did
said
it.
very good. You said very good.
He didn't give us
Modi.
no
Guys,
information.
we
Hold
have
on,
somebody
Modi.
What do you
running
want?
for president. Come on.
A second. Modi, first of all, your mic's too loud.
That's not the mic.
Second of all, I just wanted to say that the New York Times identified 3 key states to watch: Georgia, Florida, and North Carolina. For whatever reason, if they say if Trump should win those 3 states, the shit is likely to hit the fan. So because Pennsylvania probably won't come in or might not come in on time, they've extrapolated that if the trends are such that those 3 states go to Trump, it's very likely that Pennsylvania will as well, and that could very likely be the whole ballgame. So those are the 3 states that we should really be on the lookout for. So go ahead. And I didn't even work in the field.
Professor Brooks, you're having a book coming up, which like the timing couldn't be better. You know,
Or
Tangled
worse,
Up in
maybe.
Blue, Policing in an American City. It's coming out in
Coming
March.
out in February.
February.
Tangled Up in Blue is coming out in February, and if we still have a publishing industry and we still have a republic by then, and neither is clear.
So is the book about policing?
The book is about policing.
Okay, so that's great. So we have Coleman here. This is one of the things that he's knowledgeable about. So go ahead.
But I
Sorry.
thought you guys, but yeah, you know, I'm supposed to be a foreign policy person, and you said I was going to be on with comedian Modi, and I thought I was going to be on with the Prime Minister of India, and I was going to have a few words with Hindu nationalism. You guys tricked me. I'm not here.
Oh, he's right there, but he's running for president now.
Yeah, and he's not a Hindu
prime minister.
nationalist. What's up with that?
Rosa Brooks, how are you? Shalom Aleichem, Shalom Aleichem.
I am very well. That doesn't sound like Hindi to me.
No, this is not Hindi. It's Yiddish and English together zusammen. I don't know if you know, I've been running for President of the United States of America.
I support you.
Yearly 2020, the unprecedented president.
I support you fully.
My whole campaign has been about being happy. Just make sure you're texting today to all your friends and all of your on your Instagram, on your Facebook, on all of the things. Make sure you text, be happy. And that's how you're going to win for Yoeli.
With
Now,
that,
I don't know
I'm
what's
signing
happening
off
on this.
for now.
Like, what is the theme here? Like the apocalypse, the lighter side?
The lighter side, you should be happy, even though you got two guys running right now. Both of them look like they came, from the old age home, but you have to be happy. I want to say it's been a long time.
That's good. I was reassuring my mother, who was saying she was feeling really old at 79. I said, Mom, you're barely even old enough to run for president.
and we have a projection. Yuli, you want Jerusalem.
I
Congratulations.
want Jerusalem, I want Borough Park, I want Muncie, I want Williamsburg. And speaking of winning, I want to talk to Keith. Keith, I want to remind you what you and Modi have on the betting table.
Oh, baby. Bring him.
Yeah.
We're gonna find out. I hope tonight. If not tonight, then we're gonna find out very soon. But I know it's gonna be Modi gonna be the winner. Modi gonna be the winner.
Yoli, what's your policy on masks? I know that you people are not very happy about wearing masks. What's up?
Our policy is like this. I have been selling masks for the past 5 months nonstop. Masks, plywood, plexiglass, you name it, I'm selling this stuff. This pandemic, Baruch Hashem, has been for us an unbelievable thing. Unbelievable. I'm selling mugs. Also, these went off the shelves, bli ein hoda. Thank God, so good. And Keith, I like your hat. You can join the Heimish party whenever you want. Shalom Aleichem.
Okay, Professor Brooks, what is the thesis of your policing book? What is the main points?
The thesis of my policing book is one that's so completely unsatisfying to everybody that I don't even like to say it, because the thesis is basically like it's complicated. I did a whacked out sabbatical project, and I became a reserve police officer in Washington, D.C. during my sabbatical year. And it was exactly as weird as you would think it was. And so the book is about that experience.
And what insight did you gain from that? About racism, about use of force?
Well, I learned that cops do what we tell them to do, and we tell them to do a lot of fucked up stuff.
Yeah.
That if we don't want them to do fucked up stuff, we need to stop telling them to do fucked up stuff.
Like what? Like what?
One of the things that was so striking to me was at the police academy, which is still quite militarized, although in DC it's less so than other places. The constant activity is you watch these videos in which you see cops getting killed, and they're called officer safety videos. And so you're constantly being told, any situation could turn violent in a flash, any little old innocent granny could pull a gun out of her pocket and shoot you, and then you'd be dead. And so cops get totally primed to think that they're going to go out there and every single person is going to try to kill them, which statistically is not true at all. You're much more, if you want to know how you're most likely to end up dead in a profession in the United States, if you're a taxi or Uber driver, you have twice the on-the-job homicide victimization rate of cops. But cops get primed to think that everybody's going to kill them, which of course means that they go out and somebody reaches into their pocket and, and that was one of the biggest lessons, was part of the reason you have so much police violence is that our police academies function to scare the shit out of cops, which puts them out on the street in a position where they're all totally trigger happy.
Let me ask
Also
you
joining
this
us, comedian, very funny.
Hold on,
Mr.
let
Penny.
me
And that's
ask
not funny. That's not even funny. This is comedy, so that was totally unfunny. I apologize.
No, I don't. Coleman, do you have any questions?
Let me ask this question.
Oh, let Keith go first. Yeah.
Let me ask you this question. Does the academy tell them to lie?
No. The academy leading
the witness.
That's the biggest problem. The biggest problem is they lie.
The academy is very fixated on one of the things that really shocked me, actually. So when I was in the police academy, it was 2016. And then just like now, there were protests all over the United States. Seemed like the whole country's having a conversation about police violence, racism, et cetera. And the one place that conversation is not occurring is in the police academy at Washington, D.C., the nation's capital, where all the lessons are focused on like, now you will memorize the list of 27 property forms. Now you will memorize the 862 vehicular offenses. There's no context to it at all, you know, and then people are sent out on the street thinking everybody's going to kill you. And here's your list of forms. And the preparation is not, you know, nobody's saying, hey, what does it mean to be a cop in a diverse democratic society? How do we define public safety? How do we know, you know, what is good policing? How do we measure it? Do we have any idea what that means? Those conversations are not taking place where they should be.
Quick
So,
point.
I mean, does the police academy take away your human side?
All right.
Back to being human?
Keith.
I'm still a tiny little bit human.
This is a real question.
They do. A little bit. That's what she was
A little
explaining.
bit, a little bit. I do think a little bit. I mean, just in the sense that it is not an environment in which you're encouraged to ask questions. It's an environment where you're encouraged to say yes or yes, ma'am, you know, and where, you know, the answer from those in charge to complaints is often, you know, give me 20, drop and give me 20. So it's not a great environment for critical thinking or learning, even though police leaders are always saying that's what we need. It's changing. There is some reasons we could be a little bit more optimistic. None of them are funny though. I mean, the election's not funny. Policing is not funny. I'm so sorry. I have just like nothing but unfunniness. The apocalypse is not funny.
Your contrast between your facts and our funny is hilarious.
All right, so hold on a second, everybody. So I just want to make sure Coleman's mic is working. Is your mic working, Coleman?
You guys hear me?
Who's this imaginary Coleman? I ain't seen this dude yet.
Hear me?
There we go.
Yeah.
I hear a bunch of people, but I can't tell who.
Can you hear me, Coleman? Coleman, right now? Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, cool. So what I wanted to say is, I agree with what you just said about police training, and you're not the only person who's been through that training that has said that. A lot of people have said there's something that verges on brainwashing and fear mongering about showing people videos of admittedly horrific incidents of police getting shot, and basically training them to fear this and go into every interaction this at the time. And my question is, what police training is doing to police, isn't the media doing that to all black people?
Your mic is stupid.
Yeah, no,
Can you hear me?
That's true. Yeah, you were fading in and out, but I think I understand what you're saying, that the media makes it sound like black people are just dangerous. You got to watch out for all of them anyway. It's not just the police academy that does that, although maybe it does that even more.
That's not what I'm saying.
Oh.
What I'm saying is, as a black person, when I go onto social media, I'm going to be constantly shown videos of black people getting shot by cops. The message being that it is dangerous for me to be a black man in America. And I'm saying that can be misleading for the same reasons that police constantly being shown videos of cops getting shot can be misleading as well.
Yeah, no,
it's not
you're
against your point. It's just a
no, you're totally right. And I have a colleague at Georgetown, my colleague, Professor Kristen Henning, who runs our juvenile justice clinic and is a former public defender. And one of the things that she emphasizes a lot is that you're dealing with two traumatized populations. The African-American community is traumatized and daily dealings with police, not just the shootings or killings, but also, you know, police stops and smaller forms of humiliation and frightening encounters, not to mention crime, which is traumatizing too, if you live in a community with a lot of crime. So you've got a community that is traumatized, and then cops get really traumatized because they see crappy stuff all the time. You know, they see domestic violence and abused children and, you know, mangled corpses in traffic accidents, and cops are totally messed up in all kinds of ways as a result. And when you've got a sort of clash and a collision between two groups of people, both of whom are traumatized and primed to fear violence and expect it, bad things can happen.
Yeah, well, if we talk to somebody who's actually not a cop but play cop a lot in TV, Mr. DC Benny, how you doing, sir? Where are you calling from? You look so calm.
You know, my brother was a DC cop.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, so he was a DC cop, and he had a rough time with that experience and sort of having to, you know, deal with a population of people that, he saw a lot of injustice and he got out of there. He stopped being a cop. So I feel both of these guys are saying, but he witnessed a lot of stuff that really was. He shouldn't have seen as a law enforcement officer. It was a hard thing. So I feel for those guys, and I feel like the community. I came in halfway into this. I guess I'm supposed to say something funny about it.
Let me tell you something, DC. You came in at the right time. Nothing funny has been said so far. Okay. I don't know with the comedy Cellar coming in on this. This is the most depressing conversation I ever saw in my life.
I don't like that DC Benny's under investigative lamp. It's like, what are you?
I want to say one thing. Your brother DC, your brother was never in light production. That cactus looks like it died 5 years ago in the Midwest in the desert. Okay.
I have something called a ring of beauty light that was sent to me by Georgetown University.
Oh yeah, the globe, the little circle globe.
I got the little circle globe. Yeah,
It
you
looks
need
good.
a ring of beauty, DC Benny.
Yeah, he does.
The ring of beauty, obviously.
DC like you on a stakeout.
This is just my damn, I don't know how to like this shit. I mean, this is just the light from I'm in my living room. I come in the middle of this. You guys are talking about cops and violence. So I was like, I thought this shit was supposed to be funny. I don't know.
No.
So I did some kind of thing. I can't remember what it was for.
Yeah, there was some funny stuff. It's gonna go back.
You know that room raider Twitter thing? I did something. I was in my office and the room raider gave me like 80% or something, and they said, I gotta get rid of that chair in the background. You should give it to Goodwill. And I was like, what the fuck? I got this chair at Goodwill. So what are you gonna do?
Well, in the neighborhood, every time all the dudes in the neighborhood would always say that cops is how they will bully their kids, and a lot of the cops that was bullied come for the get back.
Yeah.
That has a lot to do with it too, about their attitude towards the neighborhood, and
I think that's true for some people, but I gotta say, I also think that there are a lot of cops, and this is, I talk to a lot of young cops. I run a program now at Georgetown, it's a fellowship program for young police officers, where we bring them in to talk about all the hard issues they don't talk about at the academy, race, poverty, etc. And, they come in, a lot of them come in for really idealistic reasons, often because they or a friend or a relative was a crime victim, and they come in and they're like, I want to protect my community. I want to make sure nobody suffers like that again. That can get beaten out of them real quick on the force or in the academy. And so part of the reason we have this program is to try to keep it from getting beaten out of them by helping to create a community of people who they can talk to, who they can say, hey, wait a minute, maybe arresting more people is not the sign of a good cop. Guess what?
And let me admit two more guests to join us.
Okay, I love you guys. I got to bounce, Hatem.
Thank you, Sharad.
Hold on, Sharad, I have on the way for you coming. A yearly 2020 T-shirt is on the way to you because I know you have the yarmulke also.
Yeah, you saw the yarmulke.
Let me see the yarmulke again, please, before we go back into a depressing conversation about policemen killing people. I want to see the yarmulke.
And there was a knock on my door, and I thought it was my pizza showing up, but it wasn't. It was my brother.
Well, we have two special guests just join us. The very funny two-time Emmy Award winner, Judy Gold.
Oh, yeah.
Hello. And
hi, how are you?
The one and only special FBI agent, former FBI agent and analyst for MSNBC, and man who testified before Congress and the Russian influence thing against Trump, Mr. Clint Watts, and he's really professional background there.
Seriously, he's got real white people working at his house. Must be nice.
Hey, we're COVID compliant here. We got an operation. So don't make me back your phone, Hatem.
Thank you for being here.
Hold
Judy,
on,
how you
guys
doing?
a little bit.
How you thinking the night's gonna shape, Judy?
The what?
The night. What's your prediction for the night?
I don't know. I'm so fucking nervous. I can't take it. Okay. I can't with the goddamn projecting all the time and the map and and if he does that and he does that and then that goes there and then that goes over there. So let me just see what happened when Clinton did it. Last time when Clinton was in, It was by 5%. Now we want to get shut up. Just tell us what the fucking results are. I can't take 4 more years of this fucking asshole. I can't.
Finally, somebody on the show more Jewish than me.
Yeah, you're.
No, dude, you're a Hindu.
Modi, I think you are. Oh, are you Modi today, or you're someone else?
This is Yoli 2020
Oh,
representing.
Yoli. Okay. Well, I guess you voted for Trump because you're a fucking, super spreader.
I voted first of all for Yoli 2020, and that's not a spreader. It's a schmear. It's a schmear. It's not a spread. It's a schmear.
I get
Okay.
it.
So and this is not what it's about. It's not about yelling. I don't know if you know, Judy. The conversation tonight is about policemen killing people. Okay, that's what the theme of the night. DC Benny has a dead plant, and but I'm so happy you're here, and I wish you happiness, Judy. I wish Zad B'Simcha, you should be happy. Whatever result you want should happen.
No. Not first of all, I'm not happy. Period. And I'm gonna really not be fucking happy if that orange piece of fucking shit cheats his way back in. But I don't think he's gonna. I don't think he's gonna.
Clint,
but let's look at the map. Because last time,
face off that's going
Don't
on.
look at that needle. Do not look at the needle. Whatever you do, do not look at the needle.
Wait, Clint, what do you think? I only care about what you think. These are all comics. Who gives a shit?
I don't think we're gonna know till tomorrow. I think it'll come down to Pennsylvania. But if you see Texas move tonight, and it goes Biden, then it's over tonight. Florida is the same way. But
what about the Senate?
It looks crazy close. So.
Yeah. What about the Senate?
I'm mixed on that. I don't buy the hype that there's going to be this blue wave that maybe overtakes the Senate.
Is there
Clint has to leave. Thank you, Clint.
Is there a real chance that Texas is going to go to Biden?
No, I don't think so. I think it was by 1 to 2%.
Well, this is getting funnier by the minute.
I have a balcony here, so
Clint, are we gonna hear any shit about influence from Russia and all that shit again after this election? Because you're the expert in that.
I don't think so. I mean, we're mostly, this is part of my team you can win. The team is tracking right now. So I don't know if you saw, U.S. Cyber Command has been doing cyber attacks on Russia and Iran for the last few weeks. That just came out at CBS News. And so that's probably been helpful. We're mostly worried about groups mobilizing in Philadelphia and then maybe heading to DC in the next 2 to 3 days, depending on the outcome. That's outcome dependent. So everyone's watching the news tonight, and then, based on whatever happens tonight is when people make decisions about what they're going to do.
Trump just won Tennessee, Oklahoma, and Kentucky, and Biden, Maryland, and DC. So
yeah,
this is so far.
I mean, Pennsylvania's the big one. Florida's the big one. If Georgia, Texas were to shift, which I don't think it will, but if they were to go to Biden, then it could be over tonight. But then I think for our team here that we're working on,
I want a team.
Yeah, that's so. What do you do exactly?
Like, you get a fucking team with this job?
How do you get one?
We've got a whole team.
And do you all sleep together? Like, what goes on in that house?
No, we don't. But we got half the team here, the other half the team's out on Zoom. So we got, what do we got? 17 people right now? Yeah, 17 people tracking foreign influence stuff, and then also doing domestic mobilizations.
All I got here is my dog, and she's not doing any work at all.
Oh, nice.
So, I mean, we're mostly, for us, we're more worried about this time tomorrow. Like that's
what are you tracking exactly, Clint?
Yeah.
Groups mobilized into polling places is going to be number one tomorrow. Then counter protesters. So you probably noticed the FBI did a lot of pretty important arrests over the last 5 or 6 days.
Personally, I did notice. Yeah.
Yeah. You did not. But so that's a good thing. That kind of disrupted some of the people that show up to shoot, like the Boogaloo Boys you might have heard of, the Wolverine militia guys who were a couple weeks ago with the Governor Whitmer thing. They did another one, Max, it was this morning in West Virginia, right? Yeah, Boogaloo. Yeah, another Boogaloo group in West Virginia this morning. So that's great because that means they're knocking down the guys that tend to show up shooting right away. And then tomorrow it'll be the 3% and Oath Keeper militias if they decide to mobilize, and then the counter protesters that will ensue from that, or vice versa. if we get some sort of action where people are mobilizing in Philadelphia or DC from more the political left persuasion because the outcome's not what they want, then you'll see the militia groups move to them. That's the Proud Boys kind of standoff stuff. So that would be this time tomorrow, Thursday, Friday. I think, at least for our group, this time tomorrow night to Friday, we're a little more concerned about, I think, at this point.
Hey,
Yeah.
is this the most amount of Jews you've ever been with?
No, not actually, no. I went to graduate school, so.
Oh, because we're very intellectual, all of us.
Professor Brooks, do you expect any violence after the results?
Did the word intellectual just automatically make you think of me? Thank you.
Yes.
Well, no, I'm actually kind of reassured by what
We
Clint
have
said.
only you and Clint. The rest are comedians.
Yeah, we're the rest of
Go
us are
team.
slow.
And I don't think you can count me as an intellectual, so.
You have Periel.
I actually, maybe this is a little overly optimistic and Pollyanna-ish, but when the Michigan plotters got arrested, and when Trump started saying all the completely batshit crazy stuff like Proud Boys stand by and peaceful transfer of power, why wouldn't Earth would I commit to such a thing like that? I actually feel like it might have shocked some people who are flirting with that kind of stuff into reality, into a little bit of like, whoa, that's where the road I'm on goes to taking hostages at the state capitol, getting arrested, shooting cops. Do I really want to be on that road? So I actually wonder if I actually feel like the horrors of the last month maybe shook some people up and may have reduced the chances of violence. Clint, I don't know if you think that's too optimistic.
I think you're right. Yeah, I think it sends downward pressure, and then they all start to worry, are my calls being listened to? Am I being followed? I need to lay low. And there's also just, you don't want to look like the next dumb domestic terrorist, that gets arrested in handcuffs. So
that's another
They're
question.
all brilliant.
I mean, and you track this stuff, right? Clearly, there are more organized, violent extremist, white supremacist nutcases on the right than there are organized groups on the far left. But how organized are the groups on the far right? Do you see them as organized enough to be really dangerous, or just organized enough to cause sort of sporadic stuff?
Categories. So the ones we started off with, Boogaloo Boys, Adamoff, and the Base, those are the guys you've seen over the last 2 weeks getting arrested, kind of in mass waves. And so that's the ones you worry about the most, because they're there to start the second Civil War, basically. The second ones are the 3% and Oath Keepers, and that's a mixed bag. They always say they're going to do something, but they also like taking lots of pictures of themselves in cosplay outfits. So it's kind of like, it just depends on if they get into a confrontation. The Proud Boys, for the most part, just want to get into a fight, and so then you see the Antifa counter protesters show up. That starts a fight. And then that's that weird sort of random acute violence that can just sort of break out. And then the other one is like the QAnon, which is so amorphous and nonsensical, but there's always the 1% of the QAnon that believe everything, and then want to show up to shoot. And it's really hard to anticipate who that would be.
Well, I don't know if you guys know this, but I'm personally leading a coup or maybe an insurrection or maybe a civil war or maybe an Antifa riot or maybe a BLM riot, according to the QAnon people. And it may not look that way. I may look like I'm not, but I'm.
Yoli, which side you will take? Yoli.
So I can tell you why there won't be a second Civil War. I've never seen a Civil War fought where both sides suffer. The leading cause of death is obesity. So you could look at civil wars across history.
I live in Alexandria, Virginia, which is boring and heavily Democratic. And when I went to vote this morning, both the Trump supporters were handing out Krispy Kreme donuts, and I thought that was their most sinister plot, was they were trying to kill us all with heart attacks or something.
Did you take one?
I refused.
Because they weren't kosher. I tried it; they weren't kosher.
No, Krispy Kreme is kosher.
Well, I said, don't. I'm not going to fall for that Krispy Kreme crap.
It has COVID in it. They have COVID cream.
COVID cream. Friends, I have to go. I'm doing a live for my audience. It's good to see everybody. I wish everybody could win. Whoever wants you to win. Clint, good to see you. Judy, the Shabbos candles are beautiful. DC Benny, you're in retirement. You look amazing. Absolutely amazing. Everybody, sei gesund, sei gesund, and make sure, be besimcha, be happy. All the best to everybody.
That
Thank
Jewish
you.
character is a real stretch for you, by the way.
Yeah. You know, he reminds me of Modi a little bit.
Really went out of his depth.
Yeah.
So I just want to say hi to Clint because I didn't get a chance to say hi to him, and he's one of
Noam,
my
how are
favorite
you?
people. And last time we did a podcast together, he got mad at me, and it still bothers me.
Rightfully,
That's so unusual.
rightfully,
Never
though.
happened.
I know that.
I literally have Noam on mute.
All right, speaking of policing and all that, we have an expert going to join us right now.
Oh, it's Jerry. I haven't seen Jerry in a long time, man.
There you go. You see, I did a reunion for you guys.
Jerry, what's going on?
No, Rosa, you can stay. Stay as long as you want.
Your mic is off, Jerry.
Clint, lovely to see you, my friend. How the hell are you?
Yeah. Hey, you want to? Let me tell you a Jerry story. He's the only guy I saw. Whoa, yeah. Stop a crowd. You remember out in LA? Yeah, I mean, he can get a crowd going. He was getting standing O's for his jokes out in LAPD many years ago. So.
Yeah, it used to involve nudity, but I really can't do that on Zoom anymore. So, you know, I'm trying to be good.
Hatem, give Jerry
No,
his,
it's back in fashion. It's
give
back
Jerry
in
his
fashion.
proper intro.
Well,
Jerry, has an intro.
Jerry is a former British police officer, college professor, and he's advisor to the FBI and Philadelphia Police Commissioner. So, yeah.
But thank you, mate. But it's absolutely fine. There's nothing going on in Philadelphia at all. It's been so quiet this last year. Yeah, nothing. We're good.
Can I ask Jerry and Rosa a question?
You bet.
So I was recently talking to a former police chief, and we were talking about how to improve the quality of cops. And there's this idea that I've read, smart people put forward that a lot of times we're hiring our problems right out the gate. There's some kind of regime of psychological screening we could do right at the beginning that would prevent the bad apples from getting in the door, that they could be identified on day one. And he was saying in his experience, actually that's not true at all. Really what it is that you really can't predict who a person is going to become when they have the power. And a person that seems totally normal on their first day of police training, once they actually have the power to pull someone over and, make them do whatever, becomes a different person. And so the idea that we can, we're hiring our problems is actually not the issue. In your experience, which one of those is more true?
Oh, I'll let Rosa go for that one if you like.
When
have that poison chalice.
When I was applying to become a reserve officer in DC, I had to take this whole battery hours of psychological tests, and they would ask questions like, do you enjoy hurting other people, on a scale of 1 to 5, and I thought, okay, I assume that screens out moronic sociopaths, but the smart ones not so much. But I also think, I think cops are just normal people. I think normal people are prone to do crappy things. Take a look at the, whether it's the Holocaust or the Rwandan genocide or the civil war in the former Yugoslavia, any situation where you see totally nice, normal people who will walk your dog for you or babysit your kid for you or, lend you a cup of sugar or whatever. And then, 3 weeks later, they're sending you off to the concentration camp or hacking you to pieces with a machete. It's not because, they're worse people than anybody else. It's because one of the depressing things we've learned about our species is that we're kind of a sucky species, and that when we're put on the spot and we're scared, we often make really crappy decisions to save our own skins out of fear and out of conformity and out of obedience to authority. And so, from my perspective, I'd love to hear what Jerry thinks coming from a different policing culture. One of the programs we just started here recently is on active bystandership for police officers. You think about the George Floyd video, totally horrifying in every possible way. To me, one of the most horrifying pieces of it is not that you've got Derek, what's his face, kneeling on his neck for 8 minutes or whatever it was. It's that you've got 3 other cops and they're standing there and they're kind of like,
Yeah.
They're not saying, hey, Derek, maybe not such a good idea, or stop that, you're going to kill them. They're not doing anything. And why not?
Well, two of them are rookies, right? And one of them suggested,
Exactly.
sort of raised the obvious question, like, shouldn't we do something different? And then Chauvin was the veteran I can
He was
imagine
their-
they
he
felt
was their- he
intimidated.
was
They
their
must have
field
felt he
training
knew
officer.
something they didn't or something.
I just want to introduce comedian John Lester, who just joined us as well. Welcome, sir.
I think all comics should have to take that psychological test as well. You like hurting people.
Yes, is that a plus or minus?
Yeah. Okay.
So if you fail one test, you can get into the police, and if you fail it the other way, you become a comic, right?
A comic, yeah.
Or you become a hedge fund manager, and that's great.
Right.
But no, I
The worst
mean,
of the worst.
to some extent, right? You can train people to be better interveners, better bystanders. Right now, we don't do that consistently in policing or in a lot of other areas. But I do think, I don't think the average group of rookie cops are any better or worse than any other average group of humans, or any smarter or dumber or nicer or meaner. I think that the current kind of training often brings out the worst, not the best in people. But I think sometimes that kind of active bystander intervention training can make a real difference. It's been tried in New Orleans for several years. It has really reduced police brutality complaints, et cetera, et cetera. So we've been working on it at Georgetown and trying to expand it. So I'm optimistic, but I'm not that optimistic.
Can I ask the police people a question?
And
if you covered this already, let me know. Given the fact that we heard that we've seen that the Minnesota training manual actually taught the cops exactly this hold, whatever you want to call it, and they actually taught it as a non-lethal hold. And the picture actually that we've seen from the training manual looks exactly almost like what Derek Chauvin was doing to George Floyd. How do you measure morally the idea of putting somebody in jail when you know the extent that they were trained to do and told it would be okay, exactly what they did?
It goes back to what you said, Rosie. You said we teach cops to do bad things, and then they do bad things.
So if I may, what you're talking about here is that so you're looking at 18,000 police departments. We have a whole field in this business, and this is the hilarious part this evening, right? This is the comedy. You've really touched on all the comedy topics about evidence-based policing. We have a lot of decent, improving kind of science and knowledge about what works, but we've got 18,000 police departments out there, half of whom have got 10 sworn officers or less, who never turn up to any conferences, and they never read shit, and they just drag their knuckles around, and they are still in 1974. And so you've got really progressive chiefs and people moving forward, like Carmen Best was trying to do out in Seattle. And so you've got people really trying to move this field forward and push it forward, but it takes a long time to filter through. It's like trying to send messages in the 1700s to get through to a lot of these police departments. But to come back to Coleman's really good question that he came out first with, people's personality is largely set by the time they're applying for the police department, regardless of what that personality is. What you can do is you can change the situations that they're put into, the types of calls that they go to and how they go to them, and then you can change the policies as well. So, I mean, unless people are living in a bubble, we had a small incident in Philadelphia with Walter Wallace Jr. A week or so ago. And I was just up in Kensington, which is essentially our opioid central for Philadelphia, on a ride along with some transit police for the whole day today. And the whole area, so like block after block, is just still boarded up. And the upshot of that is that chances are nothing's going to happen to those officers because they were following policy. And the tricky part with that is then to say, okay, so we need a better policy. But it's really difficult to write policy that keeps police officers safe and the community safe when you've got a situation like that. And I think it's good that we go back and review these things. But that's the challenging part, is how do we write better policies and put cops into better situations so it works out better for everybody involved? That's the hard part.
But a lot of what's gone on with the sort of defund the police movement, and I don't love that slogan, is really thinking hard about what decisions we've made as a society about what we want cops to do. Like, to take an example, you know, if you have a code violation in your house and your back fence is falling down, as in fact my back fence is falling down, a city code inspector with a clipboard might show up at your house and say, hey, you got to fix your fence. But an armed guy with a gun doesn't show up and put you in handcuffs because you didn't fix your fence. Whereas we've decided that armed people with handcuffs and guns should stop you if your tail light in your car is out, as opposed to a guy with a clipboard coming up to you. You know, and we've made a decision as a society that we want armed people to be enforcing often what are just civil infractions, not criminal infractions, as not a coincidence, obviously, that the things we've decided the armed people should enforce are often infractions that may be more common in communities of color. But the more you have that kind of enforcement interaction with armed people, and again, you've got two traumatized communities, the more you have a recipe for something going wrong. I think the conversation about defunding the police is so important, and it shouldn't be about defunding. It should be about what kinds of situations need an armed person. Some of them, but a lot of the situations we send cops to, we could easily send somebody else, social worker or whatever, to, and a lot of that risk would be reduced.
John, I wonder what your thoughts are. Lester, your mic is off though.
Oh, how about that?
Now it's on.
Yeah. What are my thoughts on what, Tim? You know,
Obviously, you know what it is about, John.
you know what I think about this, man. I mean, it's offensive as a black dude sitting around listening to white people with these philosophical fucking debates about how you treat black men. It's highly offensive.
Yeah.
To be honest.
I got invited, John. Come on.
Well, they should uninvite your white ass. No, man, but like, when is it time? Like, it's unarmed black men, man, that get shot. And to sit there and say that, these guys, are sitting there and, oh, they're new and he's the boss. And that's not why. That's half the reason they're sitting there. The other half is they've seen shit like that before. This whole little like, oh, let's talk about these incidents that were caught on camera. I don't have any black male friends who have not been violated by the police. That's why I did the John Laster challenge. Talking about these things that blow up in the media is bullshit. Black men are being violated by the police right now. Right now. They're being shaken down. Some of them are being robbed tonight. Some of them are being put in fucked up situations. So there's bad apples every once in a while. We see it on TV. There's a violation of us all day, every day in this country. And the way we figure out what to do with it is get white people together and talk about what to do about a chokehold or a defund the police. All black men, 90-something% of them have been violated by the police.
Yeah.
This ain't a once-off. This ain't no bullshit that you've seen on TV and now you want to discuss, should he have been choked this way or choked that way? These motherfuckers violate us all day, every day. Yeah. So the philosophical debate, you can miss me with that until there is accountability. What pissed me off? Not seeing them motherfuckers standing there, because that's what they do. That didn't move me. What pisses me off is somebody didn't say, oh, I saw the videotape. You motherfuckers is going to jail tonight.
Yeah.
If it was a white woman on the ground, you think fucking 3 niggas kneeling on some white chick's throat wouldn't have been in jail that night? Get the fuck out of here. And we got
no, it's actually, I actually do.
The new hold should be.
Wait a minute. So I agree with you about the accountability thing, but I don't agree about the racial aspect of the accountability. So for example,
expect you to do that.
So for example, Tony Timpa, have you seen the Tony Timpa video, John?
I've been violated by the cops. I don't need to watch another nigga video.
It's not a Negro, it's a white man.
I damn sure don't need to watch no white dude video talking about what's happened to me. And
Tony Timpa, just give me 45 seconds. Tony Timpa was a white man who was killed by the cops in 2017 on video with the knee on the back of his neck for 13 minutes and who was mentally ill. And the cops, the whole time, you can watch it on YouTube, just search Tony Timpa, they're making jokes about him. Like, you're asleep. Just making fun of him, kill him. None of them went to prison either. So the only thing I would disagree with strongly is that the accountability thing is selectively a thing that happens when they abuse black people. It's a widespread problem.
So let's get back to the election.
Let's do it.
Wait, can I just say one thing?
Yeah.
John, hi.
Hey.
Can you tell everybody a little bit more about the John Laster challenge?
Well, you know, I had a friend of mine, she happens to be white, and she was like, oh my God, you know, the George Floyd thing was the fuel for all of these protests. And I told her, you know, George Floyd wasn't the fuel. George Floyd was the match. How many times do y'all get to do this to us? It just happened to be caught on camera.
Right.
Happened to be caught on camera. So I said, I wanted to try to put in words somehow to people that this doesn't happen to think it's some fucking philosophical debate. So I put in words 4 different times that cops had violated me. And I put the picture up of a burning building, the police station in Minneapolis. And I said, that burning feeling is how I felt on the inside when they did what they did to me in these 4 incidents. Someone said, hey, John, I cried when I read that. I've never heard of anything like this. Really? Because all 90% of Black dudes have. And she said, could you please read it to camera so I could share it with my friends because they've never experienced anything like this. So I told my friends I was going to do it. I happened to be standing around 4 other Black dudes. It was like, yo, could I tell a couple of my stories? Yeah. And then it just kept going. The New York Times picked it up, and then more and more and more and more people. So I just kept posting them every day. But it's not some isolated event. This is what the police do in Black communities, period.
This is the norm, and like we get to sit here like being like, oh my God, can you believe this happened? And it's like, well, yeah, everybody can fucking believe it except for the white people that it doesn't happen to.
And then not only that, white people get together and have conversations with white people about what happened.
Yeah.
Never ever haven't talked to any Black men about what does it look like when the cops approach you. Because if you ask them, if you haven't ever asked them, check out the John Laster challenge. I'll keep posting more videos.
We will
and
do.
That was from my phone, the 50 motherfuckers that I posted.
Nice.
Chose who I wanted to pick because I only talked to 2 people that it never happened to.
Can I ask you a question? And I'm not going to be able to do anything at this exact moment about being a white woman because I seem to be kind of stuck with it. But here's one thing I wonder about a lot is obviously police killings get a lot of attention, protests, etc. But I sometimes worry, and maybe this is consistent with what you're saying, I sometimes worry that almost distracts attention from the 1,000 times more subtle forms of humiliation and abuse and fear that other kinds of routine police interactions that don't end up with anybody being physically injured cause. And I wonder how do you think we balance that, trying to, on the one hand,
I don't think it distracts it at all, because I think that the idea of, you know, it's almost like the word police. What does it mean to some white woman? Oh, well, it's my uncle. He's a nice guy, whatever, whatever. To Black men, the word police is synonymous with terrorist. So if you don't even understand, the only thing that brings attention to it is when you see it on camera and one of us die. Without that, you wouldn't even dare bring up the conversation about what's happening to us on a daily basis. That's the only thing we got.
So
when a nigga gets shot on camera.
I think that's you should promote that challenge more. It's amazing, John. But we want to move on. I have a couple of guests out. I just want to thank Rosa and Jerry for being here and talking to the police. Thank you so much, guys.
Very
And
good. I'm
great
glad
to
to be here and glad to hear from all of you. And thank you all of you. Thank you, John. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Take care.
Take care, everyone.
And we have Mr. Fred Kaplan himself is on, and comedian Harrison Greenberg. He's here as well, but we can see him. Judy, where are you calling from? Are you in New York?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm back in New York.
Oh,
I came to vote. I voted.
Yes.
I see the sticker.
Yeah.
Fred, great to have you.
How is everybody?
We
Oh, great. We're just having a fun conversation.
I'm kissing people's asses here, but one of the things that I miss the most about the New York lockdown is not coming to the cellar and hanging out at the.
I know that sucks. So that's the worst.
I mean, my kissing ass sucks. Is that what you're saying here?
No, I'm just saying it's so hard not to go.
Yep.
Like you don't see your family. Like I'm so used to leaving my apartment and going there, and it's not there.
I miss it. I miss you guys.
I know. I miss sitting there and.
So, Fred, what's going on? Let us know. You said that you think that Florida would be cold by the time you're on.
I never said that.
No.
I
that was
did.
John. I'm sorry.
No, I said I wanted to be on because I thought that we would know what was going on in Florida. So I do believe.
Well, I'm telling you, Biden is winning North Carolina.
Yeah, it looks like I'm right over here is my television set with the sound off. It looks like Biden's losing Florida a little bit, but he's ahead in North Carolina, and he's a little bit ahead in Texas.
Yeah.
So who knows? I mean, there's still a lot of
Trump's
votes
going to
from
win Florida.
from the boondocks to come in.
Hey, John, shut up.
I do. Well, no, I don't think it's a bad thing because I think that Biden performed where he needed to perform in Florida.
It's going to be close. It's going to be really close.
The suburbs, which is going to bode well for Arizona, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, all those cities with large suburbs. But I think the Cuban community kind of shut the door.
I know. What the fuck? All they have to do is say socialist, and that's the end.
Trump convinced a lot of these people that Biden is a socialist, But in all these places, at key counties, Biden is doing better, sometimes a little better, but better than Hillary did the last time.
And Trump is doing worse.
So Fred is one of the nation's foreign policy experts. He writes a regular column for Slate called War Stories. So Fred, how would you explain to us the contrast of what we can expect from Biden's foreign policy as opposed to what we see from Trump's foreign policy?
Well, look, Biden's people on foreign policy are basically a lot of the same people you saw in the Obama administration. Some of them worked for him, some of them worked for Obama. In some ways, with some minor differences, Biden, for example, was the sole opponent to escalating in Afghanistan. He thought that the counterinsurgency strategy and hearts and minds, he'd lived through that with Vietnam. He thought this was bullshit. So he wanted to put in just a few more to boost training and counterterrorism. But, changing Afghanistan into a democracy and all this, he always dismissed that. At the same time, he was a little bit more inclined to help out the Ukrainians in battling against Russia. He wanted to send them lethal defensive weapons, which Obama decided not to. Other than that, we're really talking about, I think, look, Biden generally is kind of a restoration candidate in a number of ways, and especially on foreign policy. What you'll see him doing very early on is reaching out to all the allies and saying, look, what you just have been through with us is an anomaly. We're back. We're committed to you. The kind of people he's going to appoint in key offices. You're not going to see any big radical things happening. These are going to be mainstream liberal democratic people. In other words, go back to the Paris climate accords, try to revive the Iran nuclear deal if that's possible, extend the New START arms control treaty instantly without any ifs, ands, or buts. And here's the thing. I read a lot of articles, people saying, well, no, it's too late. It's too late to get the allies back. They're just distrustful of us completely. I don't think that's true, because in many cases, like, a few months ago, the Europeans were saying, we have to provide for our own defense. Forget about the Americans. We can't. Well, they can't. They don't spend that much on defense. They don't have any natural leader of the European Union. You look in Asia Pacific, Trump pulled out of the TP, Trans-Pacific Partnership. All the other countries kind of formed their own partnership, a trade deal without the United States. It's actually working pretty well, but it would work much better with the United States, and they know this. So I think actually, although they're apprehensive, but I think a lot of the world would welcome a restoration of this. The one difference, of course, being the Middle East, where Trump has gone whole hog in joining with the Sunni Arabs and Israel in their campaign to overturn the regime in Iran and through war if necessary. And Biden, I think, would be more inclined to a more balanced approach to the Middle East. By the way, somebody said earlier on that Trump has done so many great things for Israel. You talked not to Netanyahu, you talk to intelligence and security people in Israel. They will tell you that Obama did more for Israeli security than any president in recent memory. 2 words, Iron Dome, the missile defense system, which shot down so many missiles coming in from Gaza and so forth. Listen, it's a joke. These new peace treaties that Trump facilitated, look, I mean, they're good things. They're not peace treaties. These countries were never at war with each other to begin with. They're commercial agreements. And listen, I think it's a major thing, but they were kind of in the works already. And the way that Trump smoothed it over was to sell a bunch of F-35 aircraft to the UAE, which might be, which Israel isn't too happy about. And a lot of people in Congress aren't either. The whole thing could collapse. So I think, we're going to see a return to, for better or for worse, depending on how you look at it, kind of foreign policy that the U.S. did, perhaps a little less hawkish, for the past decade before Trump.
Oh, Fred, wait,
By the way,
wait. I just have to. Fred, it is such a thrill to hear somebody who knows as much as you do say that, because I am so fucking sick of hearing how good Trump is for Israel.
Amen, baby.
Yeah, can I also chime in too? If the United States has zero credibility on the world stage, that doesn't bode well for Israel either. So just because he's throwing some people a bone in the short term, the long term, Trump is always going to be a disaster. Everything Trump has touched turns to shit.
Shit.
Yeah.
All right.
And also the Israelis don't call it the Iron Dome. They actually call it the Iron Yarmulke, which I don't know why we translate it to Iron Dome. It's way funnier that they themselves call it the Iron Yarmulke. That's a much funnier image. And I don't know why we call it so.
Let the record show.
I would just like to say whatever the Jewish people said.
Okay. But let the record show, Fred did not say that Trump has not been good for Israel. He was making the point that Obama was also good.
Right, which is what everyone says. He's horrible. That's what they always say. Oh, Obama was so horrible for Israel.
And I will actually, I guess it's name dropping, but I actually met Ehud Barak, who was the Prime Minister of Israel, and he backed up what Fred said. He spoke very well of
And that was at
Obama.
the time, I assume, right? When
Okay.
Obama was
Who
president.
was that name dropping in front of? I mean,
Because I feel funny saying I met somebody like that. But anyway, I want to ask Fred a question. Biden, one of the things Biden advocated was partitioning of Iraq. And I always thought that wasn't as ridiculous as people made fun of him to indicate. What did you, was
Not
he wrong?
quite partitioning. He and a guy named Les Gelb, who was an old-time foreign policy hand, wrote this article saying that Iraq should be divided up into 3 parts: Sunni, Shiite, and Kurds. And it wasn't a very good idea. I mean, in theory, maybe. It wasn't a very good idea for 2 reasons. One, no Iraqi wanted this at all. I mean, no Iraqi. So if they didn't like it, it's kind of a non-starter.
The end of it.
Second, Iraq doesn't divide up that evenly. I mean, there are the part that you think is dominated by Kurds. There are Sunnis and Shiites there. There are Sunnis and Shiite land there. It wouldn't be the end of the kind of internecine strife. He proposed this, like back in 2005, 2006, when the Civil War was on, and it was incredibly violent. It really wouldn't have solved the problem. I mean, it was interesting in theory, but it was a non-starter.
And by the way, nobody should underestimate that Obama, on the way out the door, that last UN vote where he didn't take Israel's side, most Israelis, that went through them like a knife.
I'm really happy that the election is all about Israel. I mean,
we got to decide who we're going to let win.
Yeah, absolutely.
This shows. I have to say, look, I was bar mitzvahed in 1967, and somebody sent a tree for me to the territories, right? I don't know where the hell this tree is.
I know. I got a lot of those from my bar mitzvah.
Yeah.
On my birthright trip, they took us to the trees and they told us that you're getting a share of a tree.
You probably saw one of my trees.
See my trees.
Yeah, there's probably
I want
some.
my name on those trees.
I got bar
some-
mitzvah money. My father took every penny. But go ahead. Go ahead.
There's some guy
All
from
right, I'm
Brewer
leaving.
Park.
I
There's
have
some
to
guy from
go.
Brewer Park being shaded by my.
Judy, thank you so much. And if you want to jump in
Thank you.
later,
But I was going to say,
Hey, Judy. Oh, wait.
I was going to say
I
that Trump
gotta
keeps
run
saying-
too. I love
Trump
you
keeps
guys.
talking about
Thank you, John.
bye.
Go ahead,
Trump
Fred.
keeps talking about my people, right? Your people. You should vote. They're not my people. I'm not an Israeli. I'm an American. You know.
But
Still my people.
But the one of
I
the
don't-
questions that always goes in the election is what are you going to do for Israel? So even though you are, and a lot of people say, yeah, we are American, which I understand, but it's a major. If you have a great, let me put it this way: if you have a great president for the United States but bad for Israel, and the other one is okay for the United States but great for Israel, which one would you go for?
I'm going. I live in the USA, baby, and I
There
gotta
you go.
go.
Thank you, Judy. Thank you so much.
Listen, this has been so much fun. I never laughed so hard in my entire life. All right.
I must have missed something good.
Exactly. Bye now. Love you all. I miss you.
Let me also admit two new guests.
I don't understand the my people thing. They're clearly my people. Every black guy I know feels an affinity with black people all over the world. Why
Oh,
would-
but he was saying that Netanyahu is the leader. He said Netanyahu, the leader of the Jewish people. He's not the leader of the Jewish.
I didn't say that.
No, Trump did.
Yeah, no, Noam, you're echoing. And I want to welcome the very funny comedian Jackie Fabulous. She's from the Last Comic Standing, Comedy Central, semifinalist at America Got Talent. And one of my favorite friends, Lindsay Boylan. She ran as a Democratic candidate in Congress against Nadler the last election. And I don't know if you want to declare what you're going to do next yet.
Yeah, well, I'm running for Manhattan Borough President, which is all about helping to make the city of New York work better,
A very powerful
especially in this
position.
time.
I guess you get one appointment to the school board, I think is what the Manhattan Borough President does these days, right?
Well, we're going to make it a little more than that. We got a lot of land use stuff to do and community boards. If we get all the money we need to from the federal government, we still need to figure out how to make it all work, especially when a lot of people don't want to have thousands of workers on a big floor plate in Midtown. You know?
I've actually researched what it would take to be the Bronx Borough President. That's where I live.
See, there you go. That Jackie, let's do this
considered it.
together. Let's do this together.
Slow down, Lindsay. I Googled it. But I am, with I would never stop being a comedian, but I could also do that. I just would have to go to work every day, which that's part of the
I
problem.
get the feeling it's not a really high-powered, high-demand job. I think you'd have a lot of free time on your hand.
Would I?
Oh, I don't think
so.
I don't think so. Hey, let's not knock it before you tried it. It actually, they got it, like all these questions around housing, outdoor dining, all the things that you have to make work in the city that are all going to be a problem. That's all going to go
But
through
New York
this.
City is a mayor-dominated city.
It is, and look where we are right now.
I know.
You said it's a male-dominated city?
A mayor,
Well, I mean,
mayor.
pretty
Gotcha.
Well, it kind of has been, Jackie. So we're hoping for some of that to change too.
I'll look you up, Lindsay, and maybe you could give me some advice or talk me out of it. But I am.
No,
I
I'm
have
not
thought
gonna
about
talk
it.
you out of it. And I fully support comedians going into politics because I feel like
Look at Ukraine.
there's a lot of shared experiences, putting yourself out there on stage and then seeing what happens.
Fred made a good point that went under the radar. The new prime minister or president, whatever Ukraine is.
Right, he's doing a very good job. Big anti-corruption guy. Remember, this was the guy that Trump tried to blackmail and that he got impeached over.
Louis C.K. for mayor.
He played a president on a TV show, a comedy.
Yeah.
Well, that can work out nice well.
Our president
Ronald
played as chief
Reagan.
executive on TV.
That's right.
Yeah, clearly having a SAG card does not mean you know what you're doing.
That's
No.
Fred, what do you think that is gonna reveal tonight?
Wait, hold on, everybody. They just called Pennsylvania for Trump.
They did not.
Kidding.
No, they did not.
No,
Dude, you just made my fucking stomach
you.
drop.
I was gonna tell you I miss you, and you
No,
started
I'm
doing that
coming over to
already.
your house and
Well,
punching
They
you.
have all the
This is
critical
update
states
right
like
now.
Tennessee.
Biden is 119 to 92 Trump.
I have to say, look, I think I'm a pretty good analyst of certain things. I'm terrible at predictions. This is true of a lot of quote unquote experts. There are studies showing that experts are no better at making predictions than, anybody out of the phone book. So I tend to stay away from predictions. I mean, look, the odds all seem to show for Biden, but you look at the polls.
Brett, wait,
Some of the battleground states are very narrow margins. So
are you telling me that there's studies that show that experts, when they're actually able to be measured objectively, don't score well?
No, I'm talking not an analytical prediction, but just to predict, like what's going to happen here, and it's not based on any analysis. It's just a guess. They're no better than anybody else.
There's a lot of humor in listening to. I don't know the gray-haired gentleman's name on CNN, but he's very relaxed.
I think you have to be more specific. There's a lot.
Which one?
Wait, you mean the gay
He's
one?
on right now. He's on right now. He's just very gentle when he's like,
one with the suits. No,
Anderson Cooper.
He's very like, this county won, Trump won, but nobody lives there. They throw shade in everything that they say. It's fantastic.
Coleman and I are watching MSNBC. That's all we show in my house is MSNBC.
Oh no, we're doing CNN. I think Jackie and I are
is the brilliant numbers guy.
Kornacki is fantastic.
Sometimes MSNBC is too passionate. Like I get it. I agree.
Yeah, but Kornacki, the guy they have at the whiteboard, or whatever it is,
guy,
fantastic.
He knows how to pull apart counties and precincts, and he shows history.
And he's not an ideologue at all.
On CNN or MSNBC?
Well, he might be, but he doesn't do the analysis ideologically. So yeah. No, he's a smart guy. He studied this stuff.
This guy on CNN, he reminds me of Bob, the guy who would paint the portraits and kind of put you to sleep while he did it.
Oh yeah, like the
afro.
Happy
he's like, we'll get through it. It's early, we'll get through it. I'm just like, we're gonna be okay, guys. We're gonna be okay.
Yes. Well, this is where it started to go negative town 4 years ago at like 9 o'clock. You're like, wait, what? What is going on in Michigan? What?
I
feel like we would have some bad vibes already. I'm thinking it's going well, but I guess we still gotta hold on.
I'm shell shocked from the last election.
You're right. But at about
it's over. It ain't over.
At around 9 o'clock the last time, we're starting to notice. Oh, geez, Hillary's margin in Virginia.
Yeah,
I remember. As big as it should be, and look at the thing in Florida. She's not doing in Miami as well as Democrats should do in Miami.
Yes.
So but that's not happening.
No, Florida, he's doing pretty good. He's gonna.
But we know he's gonna get Florida.
In 2016,
Trump?
2016, me and my friend cooked a Mexican dinner to pre-celebrate Trump's loss.
Oh my God.
So we were halfway through a burrito.
I just remember trying to make my friends feel better, and I was like, "Don't worry, 4 years goes fast." And now, 400 years later,
oh my God! I was at Wellesley College because I went where Hillary went, and there were like 10,000 women waiting for the first female president. We had shattered glass cupcakes, and I still have the pictures. It's a dark place.
It's true. I will say this about Trump's magical powers. He has the power to slow down time.
It definitely makes you wish you could just die to end time completely. He wants you to slow down time, like can I please stop? I want to get off this fucking ride.
Speed it up a little bit. Yeah.
I know last year I had a show in Ventura County, California, 4 years ago. See, I'm thinking it's last year. It was 4 years ago.
Exactly.
And it was in Ventura County, California, where it's only like 3% black, and I headlined a show the night after he won. And I was like, Jackie, angry black girl is not going to be welcome here. Do not do that here. They don't want to hear that. And the audience was very Latino and very white. And I mentioned it, and they were ready. They were like, let's do it. You were ready to fight. And I'm like, no, guys, because I need to get this check. I need to finish this job. Because I was so upset. I was so upset. I'm like, I can't bring that kind. I could do one joke that'll offend the room, but I can't do 11 jokes that'll
This
offend
was
the room.
the next day. When was this?
The next day, 4 years ago.
No,
I had
no, I don't believe it. You did that the next day.
Yeah, the next day. It
Oh
was
my God, that is
it was a
so
Tuesday.
wrong.
I had a show on a
Was
Wednesday.
your eyes puffy?
No,
so
no,
raw.
no. Comics, we have horrible shit happen to us every day. Then we get on stage anyway.
That's what I'm talking about. That's why I feel like part of me could do what you do, except I'm not funny. But I could do the terrible shit happening every day part.
There you go. You already wrote half a joke. You're already halfway there.
Well, I see that Chappelle is doing Saturday Night Live this Saturday, and remember, he did it the Saturday after the election.
Yeah.
Also, Lindsay, I think being elected is just like a very big bringer show.
Yeah, I don't know what that
You certainly
means,
just
but I
gotta
need
bring
you
your
to tell
own
me so I understand, and then I'll feel impressed.
A bringer show is when the comedians all, are forced to bring like 2 or 3 friends each.
Oh,
Otherwise,
yes,
the
that's
club
exactly
owner
what it
won't
is.
pay them.
That's
It's essentially
exactly what it
politics.
is. Oh my God. Oh my God. People, I call my friends and they're like, why are you calling me? You never call me on the phone. I feel like the Schitt's Creek mom. Like I'm like making up that accent. Why are you calling my number? Do you need the money again?
So Fred,
sad.
if
yes, I'm in a constant ringer show. Or ringer, whatever it is, whatever you said. I'm sure I said something obscene accidentally.
What do you imagine? What do you imagine the mood is? What do you imagine is going on right now in the White House watching this on TV? What do you think?
I think they're like, this motherfucker is crazy, and I would like for him to leave.
I mean, like Trump and
Honestly,
Ivanka.
Trump is probably
he's
still
invited.
like, I can't believe I won.
He's
Yeah,
invited.
I think they're hustled up by the water cooler, and they're like, I really don't like him.
He's invited 400 maskless people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or they're packing up office supplies right now and putting them in their car because they're like,
that has a real like bunker vibe.
You know,
Real
there was
bunker
there
vibe.
was this very bad movie many years ago called The Last Days of Hitler, where
Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Alec Guinness played Hitler. He was quite good, but the movie was no. But at the end, you know, Hitler never smoked or drank, and so the last scene, Hitler's dead, and like all of his aides start taking out cigarettes and smoking them. So I figure after Trump loses, if he loses, all of his aides will start putting on masks. You know, this kind of rebellion.
I think if Trump loses, I think Melania is only going to fake eat the cyanide.
I had imagined it like the last scene in The Wizard of Oz when Dorothy kills the witch, and then it turns out all the guards hated her.
All the guards hated her anyway. Listen, this is serious. If Trump loses, here's what's going to happen.
Yes.
There are going to be about 30 people giving interviews or writing articles or books saying, you know, I never liked this guy. He was dangerous,
exactly.
but if I hadn't been there, oh
Exactly.
my God, it would have been so much worse.
Honestly.
I had to pretend to be on
Honestly.
his side. There's going to be so many people.
Believe me, if I died, it'd be the same at the Comedy Cellar, Fred.
Oh, that guy is.
If he doesn't win, Twitter's going to have to put him on a tweet diet because he's going to be wherever he's going to move to, and he's going to be on Twitter all day, every day.
Well,
Do you think that there's a chance that he really won't leave? Like, I think he really thinks he's going to win and is like, has that level of delusion.
I think if it's close, he'll contest everything. If it's not close, he'll be like, all right.
There's a lot of things to be concerned of, but the one scenario that is complete, let's say, you know, there's a scenario a while back, Bill Maher talked about this a lot. You know, Biden wins, the electors vote for him, he's sworn in, and Trump just doesn't leave the White House. Well, here's what happens if that happens. First, you know, the little suitcase, the little football that the guy carries around with
the nuclear
the
codes.
nuclear stuff.
Yeah.
Another guy's got this now. Trump loses all of his authentication codes. No military guy listens to any of his orders. All of his ambassadors are discredited. You know, they're kind of have their credentials taken away. Basically, he could stay in the White House, but all the power of the White House
That's
will
amazing.
drain away from him. And basically, at the end, if he doesn't leave, he'll get arrested for trespassing on federal property.
Yeah, you can't just stay. You can't stay in any whatever domicile or office building because you don't want to leave.
There are other things that could be a little more concerning, but that scenario, I've never.
I can't wait. I hope that
would have an
happens.
easier time not leaving if his show got canceled.
Well, there's another scenario that his supporters surround the White House to protect him.
You know what? One M1 tank rolling down Pennsylvania Avenue will scatter the whole lot.
All righty.
That took a hard turn.
I don't think it'll come to that, but Joe Biden will be the commander in chief, and if that's what it takes, I think one squad of the 82nd Airborne will.
Joe Biden won Connecticut. I don't know why that is even.
Fred, I want to
relevant.
I
mean, is it worth saying, even though this is probably the worst year since the Republic was founded, to say such a thing? You know, we really ought to appreciate the founding fathers, because the system they put in is fucking robust. You know, I mean, this is a stress test of the system, and here we are. We're not even really worried. Reasonable people are not even really worried.
I'm worried about some other things, but you know,
I just think, I mean, if we didn't have an electoral college that made all of our votes basically worth shit, you know, we wouldn't be in this position either. So there's something there.
No,
you know.
but at that time, it made
nobody has
far
believed
more
for a
sense.
second that Trump will win the popular vote. Nobody's
I think Lindsay was saying that the founding fathers gave us the electoral college, and we shouldn't thank them for that. But I think that was
Well, and I'm just saying,
Trump,
just to play devil's advocate on that one, I agree with you on some parts of
But
it, but also I couldn't vote.
I'm saying that a system
Hatem-
designed on the assumption that nobody can be trusted, and that power corrupts, and that we need to have checks and balances.
Yeah,
was really quite an accomplishment.
That I agree with. That part was good. The 3/5 compromise part, not so good.
Yeah. And do you guys like New York? Like it's called for Biden, obviously, but Trump won 200,000 votes in New York here.
Oh yeah.
Well, look, upstate New York.
There's a lot of money in New York.
Long
Island. They're all in Staten Island. They're all in Staten Island.
Well, but also Western
Can I say
New
one
York,
other thing?
upstate New York. You know,
might be the whiskey talk.
I was covering Hillary's Senate run, and we were out in some bus looking in Western New York, and I remember looking out the window and thinking, Jesus Christ, Hillary must be thinking this looks like Arkansas, because I mean, there's New York City, there's the suburbs, and there's upstate, and upstate is pretty much Republican. You know.
Well, and then Fred, don't forget about Western New York. I mean, Hillary only won in like 4 urban counties. Sorry, go ahead, Noam. Sorry.
Lindsay, I want to say one more thing, and maybe
I just want to talk over you because I know that you're going to get me back.
I'm sorry, Lindsay, and maybe because it's I'm having whiskey here, but it actually is paining me to realize that we are so out of touch as Americans that what I said is not really realized for the deep truth that it is. We're talking about 18th century world. You take a snapshot of any part of that world in the 1700s, and you won't believe what you'll see. And here you
I'd be busy.
And here you have these guys who devised this system so far ahead of its time that is still working, electoral college notwithstanding, very, very, very well. Created so much wealth, so much everything, it's remarkable, and we don't appreciate it. We don't understand what an accomplishment that was.
Well, they're dead. It's a little too late to blow smoke up their asses.
No. Our lack of perspective is one of the problems that ails us as a society, in my opinion. Okay, go on. Go ahead.
Can I say one more thing? Sorry, one more thing.
Coleman,
I had a
question. I have a question.
I haven't said anything about. Wait. I had a little pet peeve tripwire in my brain about the 3/5 compromise. You actually know what that is?
Do I have to go? Is my time up? No, I'm not.
No, you can say it's fine.
3/5 compromise.
Jackie, you can't leave.
I have a time limit. I'm assuming I've got to stick to it.
I will let you know, guys. But before you go 1 second, I'm just gonna admit 2 guests because they've been waiting.
Let Coleman finish his say. They can come in. Let Coleman finish.
2 people that have been waiting.
Coleman wants to support the 3/5 compromise, so let him say.
Go ahead, Coleman.
Go ahead, Coleman.
The people think of the 3/5 compromise and they say, "Oh my God, isn't it so horrible that we counted black people, slaves in the South, as 3/5 of a person? Isn't that such a mark of shame?" The 3/5 compromise, it would have been the South wanted slaves to be counted as a full person in population so that they would have more power in the House of Representatives because of the census. The North, the anti-slave North, wanted slaves to be counted as 0, and it would have been better for justice for slaves to have been counted as 0. So like the 3/5 compromise, it's not that they were 3/5 of a person and this is shameful. It's that they should have been counted. They should have been either given freedom, of course, or counted as 0 so that the North
That's the
would have
point,
more
is
power.
that they made that compromise.
But it's not the compromise. It's not the 3/5. Anyway, that's just like a little tripwire in my brain when people.
Sure, but I think it's indicative of the fact that it was a bunch of old white men, and it
Listen, but come on, Saudi Arabia abolished slavery like 50 years ago. Okay, so what's the bar in our head of all of humanity is so fucked up with regard to this issue historically of owning people that I hate when it's framed as something that's uniquely a sin of this country. It's to me it's ignorant of global history.
So
no, but the problem is when people try to, when we talk about Supreme Court justices, people try to be these originalists, or that you have to interpret the document exactly as it is. And the bottom line is we're in a very different place now in 2020 than we were when the document was written, and we do have to make adjustments. And trying to pretend, and I don't think you're saying that it's this perfect document we shouldn't change. And I think the fact that the Constitution has its own tools for its change built within it is good. But there's the people who made this document were severely they had a lot of issues, and just even on women's rights alone.
What issues did they have? What issues did they have? Unless you want to say everybody living on planet Earth at that time had issues.
By the way, did you notice that Noam just poured about 3 fingers as you guys were talking? That was my highlight. That was it. I was like, all right, I know where we are.
First of all,
I know where we
weren't
are.
old white men. They were relatively young white men.
No, some of them were very old.
No, they weren't.
Yeah.
Not in 70s.
They were older.
I don't know, man.
Franklin was kind of older.
James Madison.
People were dead.
Jefferson was pretty old at that point.
Yeah, the lifespan was like 40 back then. Come on.
That's true.
Can I just say
The guy who wrote the Constitution was Governor Morris, who died because he got a urinary infection, and he tried to fix it himself by putting a whalebone in his penis.
We've all been there. We've all been there.
Died.
That's
the guy who wrote the Constitution.
Harrison, you have some
What
fascinating.
fucking Constitution do you think you could have written?
All right, hey guys. All right, I'm gonna go.
So first,
Before I go,
Jackie,
no,
let's
I want
catch up. We're
I want
gonna
you to
be friends,
acknowledge. Acknowledge my brown nosing with the background. Number
That was
one.
good.
Number two, I'm a black female. I've been relevant for about 2.5 weeks, so I don't agree with you, Noam.
Jackie.
What?
No. I'm not talking about that issue. I'm
Okay.
talking about the security that we don't have to worry about a president becoming a despot and not leaving office. That was what I was referring to.
We do have to worry
and I
about
should have acknowledged the Comedy Cellar background. And I haven't seen you in a couple months. I think the last time I saw you was on one of those Comedy Cellar Zoom shows, and I've missed you. So.
Oh, see, now I can go to sleep, guys.
There you go.
Because
Thank you,
Biden's
Jackie.
gonna win. Bye.
There
Hey,
you
I'm
go.
gonna roll out
I
too.
just want
Love
to
you.
welcome.
Love you.
And
Love you.
have a good night, everybody. I'm also gonna go. Good to see you.
I
Jack.
haven't overstayed my welcome.
Craig,
I
what's up?
think.
Oh, yeah,
stay as long as you
yeah,
want, Fred.
Hatem, you let me know. It's probably my time to go too.
I'll let you know. Like you can stay for a little bit as well. I just want to welcome very funny comedian Jay McBride and one of our great friends and guests in the other podcast, Sarah Ghanem, and she's a investigator, former CNN and Pulitzer Prize winner. Welcome.
What prize winner?
Pulitzer. Pulitzer.
Sounded like you said Blitzer, like Wolf Blitzer prize.
Oh, did I
I'll
say
take
that?
that too. I'll take that.
You helped reanimate Wolf Blitzer for the.
Oh, there you go. I'm watching
Get the
CNN at the
Blitzer
same
Prize.
time, so I guess my mind is somewhere else.
Especially tonight, right? That's
Yeah,
like
it's
the highest
like
honor
I'm
you can
watching like
have.
5
Oh
things
my
at the
God.
same time.
I think I'm going to go because I've been here for much longer than I was told to be. So,
Hey, Fred.
thanks a lot. I hope I can get back there sometime soon.
Fred,
Hey,
you
if
can
you
come
want,
back
Fred.
if you want. We're here all night.
Okay, I'll watch. Well, you know what? My wife is also doing it. I have to start watching my wife's thing again.
Ah, okay. All right, great.
She's doing,
And
she's
also,
doing her own Zoomcast 20 feet from here. So,
since we are in the welcoming mood, we want to welcome also the very funny comedian Namish Patel. Hello, sir.
Nimesh.
Namash, I'm sorry.
Married. You offended him.
Did I?
There we go. What's up, guys?
Hey.
Harrison.
Hi, everybody.
What is at stake for the LGBTQ community in this election?
I think a lot.
Yeah, no, it's a serious question.
The tease.
The tease.
yeah, I'm done. I'm toast. Like once this, like at this point, it's like I'm just like looking for 90 Day Fiance the other way. I'm like Mongolia. Like I have a good strong back. Anyone out there in other countries looking for a trans wife, just give me a holler. I'm there. Just if rock bottom prices today only. All right.
Yeah, I mean, I think with the new Supreme Court the way it is, gay marriage is up for grabs now again. The court has definitely made steps towards sort of trying Obergefell, and It's
What are you talking about? They just expanded trans rights like last month.
Noam's really mad about it.
That's the only reason I'm here, by the way. If the Supreme Court ruled otherwise, I wouldn't even be here. It's
He's got to change his bathrooms at the Cellar now.
I would give Roe versus Wade a odds of one way or another. But I think that it's impossible to think that they're going to overturn gay marriage. Absolutely impossible.
But those are two issues that really were like before tonight, right? Those are like pre-election issues that has to do with what's been going down in the last 60 days at the Supreme Court level, and not really so much about what's going to happen on this map tonight.
No, but look at his executive orders. I mean, Trump's executive orders about trans people alone. Like if he has another 4 years, what's he gonna do? You know, like that the trans military ban was an executive order that wasn't legislated. So I mean,
but they didn't follow through on it, right?
They did. Yeah. I mean, no, it took a while, but yeah, he just like tweeted one morning and that snowballed into a thing.
Can I ask a half serious question? What trans person wants to go to battle?
Well, not me. Believe me, I'm Mongolia, Team Mongolia. But no, the thing is, like,
everyone just want it out.
Well, there are people who want to fight. Why? The other question, conversely, would be why should they be denied? You know, and I mean, if people in the military don't have an issue with it, that would be my thing. You know, if someone wants to give their life for this country, I think that's admirable, whether they're trans or one of you normies.
You're right. I was just fucking around. If they want to go, if they want to go die, they should go die.
Sorry, I have my. I don't know.
Sarah, so how you see the night ending tonight?
I don't see it ending tonight. This is the problem, and I'm also like kind of annoyed that we've all fallen into the same trap that I feel like we fell into 4 years ago, which was like listening to the pollsters. It's going to be a landslide, and it's not, like, so I kind of feel duped. I feel like one of those people that was like, I'm not going to, be fooled again. And like, here I am sitting here looking at this map and kind of feeling like a big dope. I don't know. I gave everyone a speech, like everyone in my family and all of my friends. I was like, don't watch TV tonight because the race is not going to be decided tonight. The map's going to look red. He's going to claim victory. And, we probably won't know for a couple of weeks anyway. And here I am. And I'm like, I'm that person. I'm like, this is not like looking that good.
Sarah, when you have arguments with your family, like over Thanksgiving, do you ever pull out the Pulitzer? Do you ever end an argument with the award?
I don't.
You know why he's asking, Sarah? Watch this. Harrison, show us your Harvard diploma.
I have this bear mug. It's really cute.
Last time I was on a podcast, I made fun of him.
I also have this T-Rex mug.
He actually does have the Harvard diploma right next to him. Come on, show it.
It's over my desk. I just have to pull it.
Is it real Harvard or is it like extension school Harvard?
No, the real one. Harvard Stenography School.
It's Harvard with an E. So.
Oh my God, I love it.
It's a deep fake.
Sarah, I have a very special guest that's going to join us as well. I don't know if you like him that much, but
you're related to me. Oh no.
But
I stole his number one talking point. He wanted to say the polls are BS, and I was like, you know what? I don't have anything to say because I'm speechless, so I'm going to steal it. So let him in. Let's see what he says.
Okay, if you say so. This is Sarah's husband and MSNBC legal analyst, Danny Cevallos.
Does he have a Pulitzer?
No.
Hey.
Oh, there's one.
He does. Oh, look at that.
Look at you with a virtual background and a suit and a tie.
This is my super hip. This is my super hip studio. What are you talking about, darling?
He's wearing boxer shorts. He's wearing boxers and no pants, isn't he?
I'm in a Steve Jobs t-shirt, and my husband is like totally trying to stand me up.
Oh, of course. Well, I got to go with the virtual background. Actually, I could probably find something else more exciting there.
I have a question for Mr. Cevallos.
How many ring lights are you using right now?
I am using. I have several Klieg lights here at the office, and it's funny, folks. We're not even at the same office right now. She's at her office, and I'm at mine. So that is I guess a house divided, but not really. We're not.
Danny. Daniel.
Noam, how are you, my friend? You
I'm
look
okay.
reclined. You don't look. You are the picture of relaxation there.
I'm a little toasty. So listen, here's my question. The New Yorker had this article by Jane. Is it Jane Meyer or Mayer? I don't know how to pronounce her name.
Jane Meyer, Sarah. I think that Jane Mayer. Yeah, Mayer. She used to be at CNN, Sarah.
Yeah, and she's usually a good writer, but lately she's been a little like emotional in my opinion. But she wrote this article about how Trump's going to go to face criminal prosecution. It just came out a couple of days ago after he leaves office, and she had absolutely no evidence or no specific charge, just some experts saying, I can't believe they can't find something on him. I'm not even, that's actually a fair paraphrase of the quotes. What do you think is going to happen to Trump when he leaves office? Is they going to come after him criminally?
So I think his greatest threat is actually the Manhattan Attorney General. And here's why.
Vance,
if you buy
right? Vance?
Yes, Cyrus Vance. And the reason for that is because President Trump, there's a lot of talk about whether or not he can issue what's called a self-pardon, or if he can have Mike Pence pardon him by transferring the presidency to him through the 25th Amendment one day before his presidency expires, which would be a very dramatic thing to do. I don't see President Trump doing that, giving up any kind of power willingly, because I don't think he thinks he has anything to worry about. So if he can knock out all federal criminal liability with some kind of pardon, be it a self-pardon or by Mike Pence, then the only thing really remaining is potential state charges, and pardons by the president cannot touch state criminal charges. That's why the going theory is that the Manhattan Attorney General's office is the best bet for prosecuting President Trump after he leaves office. But I mean, that assumes, I think the main crime they're investigating is falsifying business records. And I guess as a criminal defense attorney, he can rely heavily, if he ever is charged, on all the people that he hires to handle those things for him. But, look, there are a lot of theories about President Trump being charged criminally after he leaves office. I think a lot of them are pretty speculative, but one thing's pretty clear: he cannot be charged while he's in office. So it's and then even after, if the incoming president chooses to charge him, look what happened with President Nixon. President Nixon left in that helicopter, waved the peace sign, and then President Ford very controversially pardoned him. So you may even see a Biden pardon if Biden were elected and Trump left office, or if Trump serves 4 more years, then whoever follows Trump pardoning Trump.
But what is he going to be charged? What's the crime? We just assume he committed a crime.
Well, Sarah's disagreeing with you. She's shaking her head. She's like, "No, it's not happening."
Well, I just think it's a very different politically. I just think it's a very different time, right? And I think Danny agrees with me. I don't see Biden pardoning Trump.
No
I
way.
don't think that Danny's suggesting that either. But I think that if you look at the political climate, first of all, Nixon resigned. That's like a huge difference in what happened then versus what's happening now. And Republicans made Nixon resign, which obviously is, completely different from the political climate that we're living in.
Also had Nixon red-handed with serious crimes. Red-handed, I'm on tape.
I mean, the number of times that his family has violated the emoluments clause. I mean, there's going to be so much.
That's not a criminal.
Yes, it is. Yes, I mean, let's like unravel the threads here.
Nobody's going to jail. What are you in for? The emoluments clause. That's just not
right.
Not
the emoluments clause is just a constitutional requirement, and it's actually being litigated still years later. But there are actually 2 different emoluments clauses. Neither of them, they both appear in the Constitution. Neither of them are criminal statutes. So he cannot be prosecuted for the emoluments clause. But I think what Lindsay's saying is that some of the things he's involved in may be criminal if they are quid pro quos, or if he's, the classic example being given a sweaty bag of cash for a pardon, which no one's alleged has happened. But
we also don't know
that'd
what
be the kind of thing.
prosecutors know, right? Like,
yeah, exactly.
That's right.
And the number of loans that he has, all of these pieces that we can't fully unravel because he's used the DOJ as his own personal whipping boy. I mean, there's just so much that we don't even know.
There's something very political. It really smacks of political prosecution here. We don't have any prima facie case of a crime as far as I know. And people are talking about how they're going to put him in jail. The same people who thought it was so vulgar, and they were right, to say lock her up about Hillary, when there was actually evidence, that reasonable people could differ about a real crime. I was like, what is this? I don't get it. I mean, if he committed a crime, I'm happy that he gets punished, but what crime?
Well,
Jane
there
Mayer wrote a
was-
whole article in the New Yorker. She didn't allude to a single, even circumstantial crime, like circumstantial evidence of a crime.
There's
Yeah,
evidence.
the going theory is that he's involved in so many businesses that if you dig long enough, you'll find some crime. I mean, that's the business side end of it.
Yeah,
but
that's probably true.
But that's not
it's
enough.
It's hard to put somebody in jail for those types of crimes too. Those are usually met with fines, triple fines, penalties, whatever it is. There's not many people, businessmen, in jail for overvaluing property and stuff like that. You have to commit real fraud.
Well, that's only because our criminal justice system,
Sounds like
gives
Noam's defending
gives
himself.
people a lot of leeway if they're white collar
It's
crimes.
because I
as
thought
opposed
we
to
didn't
not.
believe in. Yeah, but I mean, are we going to argue that we think that we should have less incarceration except for nonviolent crimes? Then we want more incarceration. We're moving towards wanting less incarceration for violent crime, even, and now we're saying, well, let's have more
That's a good
incarceration.
point, but I think there's a difference between wanting to know if a president has committed crimes and truly need to investigate it and not having it be done by the person who he hired to do it.
I feel like, I mean, Trump is facing the most hostile media of any recent president. Like the most number of savvy journalists that want to find him having done something bad. And luckily he's hapless and he does shitty things and he says shitty things. So there's a lot to mine from. But the idea that there is something big that the hungry journalists from every mainstream media institutions haven't found in 4 years is not impossible, but it's just like, it's a little hard to believe on its face.
Can I add to what Coleman's saying? Because I think I can actually give you almost virtual proof there's nothing there. Michael Cohen, who was the inner circle of the inner circle, was looking for anything he could find that he had on this man that could keep his ass out of jail. And he had nothing. So you have to believe that whatever this terrible crime Trump committed that could put him in jail, Michael Cohen, his bagman, his inside dude, that guy didn't even have wind of it. That's a big stretch.
Wait, yeah, there was totally evidence, though. Danny, back me up here. There was
What's
evidence in the Michael Cohen case.
So I'm actually with both. I take both sides on this because
But
I
I'm your
do
wife.
think the
But I'm your
greatest
wife.
threat.
That's
No,
gonna be
I take your side,
that's-
and then I kind of take Noam's side.
It's gonna be a weird dinner conversation between you two. How dare you embarrass me in public?
So on the one hand, Michael Cohen marched into federal court and pleaded guilty to a crime almost 2 years ago now, because I covered it in front of the Southern District of New York here. Michael Cohen, as soon as he found out he was charged, he raced to the courthouse, he pleaded guilty and did everything he could to get the best deal he can, which as a criminal defense attorney, if you're going to plead guilty, you probably want to do it the way Michael Cohen did, which is race to the courthouse, plead guilty and try to get your best deal. Now, in the course of that plea, he implicated Donald Trump in a crime. Now, up till now, that tends to show that Donald Trump committed a crime. But I have to admit, as a criminal defense attorney, what he pleaded guilty to, I wasn't entirely sure was a crime or that anybody cared about it until Michael Cohen pleaded to it. So what I'm saying is that
showed that Danny Savalos and I debated this campaign finance crime that he's alluding to. And
That's
Danny,
right.
and I think I actually he might have already come in suspecting it, but I think that I almost persuaded Danny to my side that this was not a real crime based on the record that we had. But that's it. Nobody's going to jail for that.
Okay,
Look, Noam, you know what? Okay.
Danny, prosecutors who know they can't prosecute him right now are not going to show their hand while he's in office. They've been
Totally agree.
investigating him for
Yep.
at least 3 years, if not longer, and they're holding on to stuff. And I think he knows that because if you look at his tweets in the last 24 hours or so, they kind of indicate that.
But Sarah, but Michael Cohen would have used that information to get immunity or to keep himself out of jail, to make a deal.
But what
He
if he
didn't.
did? What if he did? He gave it to prosecutors. They're not going to tell us while he's president.
How many
Danny?
subpoenas has he tried to quash? Like he's used Jay Sekulo's been in court more often than
Jay, your
anybody
mic is really low for some reason.
That's
Try it
right.
again.
I have nothing important to say.
No.
No.
You do.
You did the Jay Sekulow thing. That was right. That was, you say that. Say it again.
That's worse. Oh, Jay. Maybe unplug your mic again, or just use the computer mic.
New Jersey just passed legal marijuana.
So Danny, I got another legal question for you.
How's that? How's that for a legal question?
Danny, I got another legal question for you.
Yes, no.
This Hunter Biden China thing and all that stuff, and the meeting with Ukraine and all that. This is the only question I have about it. If all these emails had come out during the impeachment process, impeachment hearings, particularly the one where it says that Biden had a meeting with somebody from Burisma, would that have impacted the impeachment hearings? Could we have as easily impeached Trump if we actually had an email indicating that Biden had met with somebody on the board of Burisma
during the Trump impeachment? So I think what you're saying is, if there is email showing that Biden met with people in Burisma, then it justifies what Trump did, which was the genesis of some of his part of his impeachment. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because a big part of the argument was it was a hoax. He was looking into it. It was debunked.
Right.
And all of a sudden he said, "What do you mean debunked? There was an email. They met. I'm the president. I want to look into it. This looks like corruption."
Yeah, I mean, I think that would have been relevant if you thought that impeachment was a true trial or a search for the truth or an adducing of facts and a determination on those facts. But I think, as we saw, it really is just a political determination. It's a head count of how many people are in the Senate who are Republican and how many people who are Democrat. But I think it would have been relevant, admissible evidence.
To objective people, it would be relevant, right?
Oh, I think to objective people, that would be relevant. But I think part of impeachment was that it was so layered that I think you lost the attention of a lot of Americans who were watching it and trying to be interested in it. And if you could say that there was justification to investigate the Bidens in Burisma, I think that would have been relevant and admissible by a trial standard. But, I'll just give you an idea how weird impeachment is. The Chief Justice rules on evidence, but the Senate can just overrule him anyway. Imagine if I could go to court and a judge overrules my objection and I disagree and I can, overrule the judge. So, yeah, I mean, I think it should have come, if it was known, it should have come in. I don't think it would have made a difference.
All right. Those are my questions. Who's going to win, Danny?
Who's going to win? All right. So the only thing I can say, and I've been saying it for many years, is that why would I, and look, I am not, knowing about polls is way beyond my ken. It's beyond what I do. But I did, up to the lead up of this, and my friend Dean Obeidallah, know him. I do his show all the time, and I would ask him on his show. And Dean Obeidallah, for everyone who does know him or doesn't know him, he's somewhere to the left of Che Guevara. He's pretty far left. So the entire time leading up to this election, I said, Dean, why would anyone, I'm genuinely asking, why would anyone listen to a poll ever again? And the response from folks like Dean is that, look, the polls in 2016 were accurate, but they weren't accurate as to the Electoral College. They were accurate as to the general election. And I think my response to that would be, well, we don't have a general election. We have the Electoral College. So I have been skeptical of the polls leading up to tonight. And at least right now in these early hours, I mean, I think those who said it would be a slam dunk or a landslide or whatever metaphor you want, they were wrong. So I think it's going to be a lot closer, like I thought over the last few weeks, than we originally thought. And I do think there are going to be legal challenges. I don't know if it'll go all the way up to the Supreme Court, but I think there are going to be legal challenges, and I don't think we're going to know the answer for a few days.
Jay, did you get your mic working?
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes,
Speak up.
we can.
Say what you wanted to say.
I don't know. It was about Jay Sekulow. I don't need to talk about him. But also the thing about tonight, like I think Florida is screwing with everybody a little bit because everyone thought Florida would be a toss-up state, but Biden even knew he was going to lose Florida 5 days ago. So I think because that looks like it's going to Trump, that a lot of the bettors and a lot of people are like, I don't know.
I'm more concerned about Ohio.
Yeah, me too.
And Naturman is back.
He is back.
And Naturman is back, just to let everybody know.
I think
Can
we
you
should
imagine? Can you imagine if Trump wins? I mean, the emotional wave that is going to take this country. I mean,
no.
I think when Trump won in 2016, I was one of the people that was absolutely shocked disturbed, worried about the encroach of fascism, and beyond that, just utterly surprised that he had won. And that sent me into a, a long reevaluation of what is it in my model of the world that is so wrong that I was so off base about this prediction. And I think it was a kind of a soul searching thing because I wanted to understand why someone would like Trump without rushing to judgment of them and reconsidering my own beliefs in light of the liberal social bubble that I was raised in, growing up in New Jersey, the state that I support having just legalized weed in. But I think a lot of other people, when they have a model of the world that gets completely destroyed by something that happens, like you're just wrong about something, they don't necessarily want to do the work and say, what were my assumptions that were really off? Or they just want to blame. They want to say, oh, well, there's just way more racism than I thought. Suddenly.
Well, it's not.
So what did you find? What did you find?
What did you find, Coleman?
Well, liberal bias in the media outside of Fox News. A rush to judgment about a kind of reflexive urge to call straight white males the worst names imaginable if they express an opinion that is centrist or conservative, a kind of shaming that turns people off deeply, that Trump kind of appeals to. And he's such, as Sam Harris said yesterday, he's such a shameless person that people who feel constantly shamed in the media run to him.
Coleman, you mentioned, white men being shamed for having opinions. Do you think it's a lot worse now than it was 4 years ago? The woke Orwellian mafia is worse today, I think, than it was in 20.
Shut up, Dan.
I think it's worse. I mean, it's hard to tell, but yeah, I mean, actually, there are some people who have asked poll questions that suggest that whatever question gets at woke, that phenomenon has been spiking steadily since 2014. And it's not going to keep spiking forever, of course. Nothing ever does. So it might be like sort of at the top now. I wouldn't be surprised if it starts coming down. But that whole trend.
There isn't just one Trump voter anymore either. Like, I think people have this mistake, like there's just one Trump voter, this redneck in Tennessee, and that's the Trump voter throughout the country. And that's not the case.
Yeah,
I mean, it's also like religious people who only vote based on abortion are fine with him. Like, regardless of how many abortions he's paid for, regardless of how many Tiffany's had, regardless of any of that, they're going to vote for him because of the federal judges and the SCOTUS judges.
Yeah.
May I ask? I think people underestimate Trump, and then I'll shut up. Trump only stays below 50% because has an abominable personality that lacks self-control. He's reckless and boorish and vulgar. But a man of exactly his positions, who had some class, I think would win 40 states. I don't think people have any idea how popular his sentiments are in the country.
I don't. I think he's a cult because of how he speaks to people, and I think he's just become a cult. Like, people don't care about his politics. Like I think people that a lot of his base would be genuinely helped by a lot of socialist policies. But the other thing about that I realized tonight is, Cuban Americans are typically Republican anyway, but he's been playing these ads apparently in Miami-Dade County about calling Biden a communist and comparing him to Castro. Yes. And it's just smart on his part, but it's also a lie. But I don't know.
Come on, Joe Biden said that Mitt Romney was going to put black people back in chains. This is what politicians do. I don't see. I can't distinguish between those two lies.
I think first Noam said that if a classy version of Trump would win, by a huge margin, and then Jay said that he's a cult because he's so unclassy. And I'll be honest with you, I can't decide who's right because they're both. I think they're both excellent points, and I'm not sure.
I feel it's classy. It might be the wrong. Classy might be the wrong concept. It's like a Trump without the Mexican rapist soundbite, without the children in cages scandal, without there's probably a list of 10 things that I could erase from Trump, without the maybe did he make fun of that disabled person, You know,
But then
there's
he
just
wouldn't
things
be
that
who
are
he
just
is. Then he wouldn't be
Yeah,
who he
exactly.
is.
It's
I
like
agree
we're
with
all
that
in the
completely.
Aren't those all under the banner of a
wouldn't have gotten
complete
more
lack of
visibility.
empathy? with
No, but
other
you can imagine, but can't you imagine a person that is identical to Trump in policy, identical to Trump in the crucial respect of not talking like other politicians, but also doesn't say those horrible things that are just like
I think there's
so
more of those in the
fucked up.
Republican Party than you would think. Like, I just think that they're not as popular. I mean, Ted Cruz is kind of a
Listen, let's
a
go.
douche
No,
bucket.
he talks like a top politician though. That's the key to Trump is he does not talk like a politician.
guys,
Let's go through it just like a little bit. Like, how many people here prefer the Democratic position of basically open borders to Trump's idea of wanting to control the border?
All right, it's not open
Yeah,
borders.
but that's
all
not
right?
open
It's
border.
not-
Right.
Yeah, well, it is. They asked in the Democratic.
Trump's.
I'm
Settle
not being.
down, Limbaugh. All right.
I'm not being unfair. They asked in the Democratic debates to raise your hand if you wanted to decriminalize immigration, and most of them raised
Well,
their
first
hand.
of all, decriminalizing
That's open borders.
migration is not the same thing as open borders.
Okay, well, fair enough. So, how many people prefer decriminalizing to say if you cross the border illegal, it's decriminalized, and then when you get here, you get full cradle to grave benefits? To somebody on the other side said, no, we need to know exactly who and when people come in the country.
But that's not what was
obviously
asked.
Trump.
That's not-
I'm saying the Trump
what was
position
asked. I remember
clearly is
that
more
question.
popular.
Yeah, so unfortunately, I have another group coming in. I want to thank you guys.
Yeah, thank you guys so much.
For it. Yeah, it
Thank
was
you.
great.
Maybe I have a
Joshua,
running
you wanna
joke
say-
about who's funnier. Can you guys just like
Sarah?
help us out?
Sarah.
Oh, Sarah.
Sarah.
Between me and
Another Pulitzer.
I want to. I'll say that I only met Sarah online and I met Danny in person. But you guys are one of the great couples. You guys seem so. And I don't. I've said that about a few other couples, but I don't think you guys are going to get divorced like they did. I think
well, that's quite a standard.
No, he's stuck with me. I'm never gonna let him. I'm never gonna let him go.
All right, good night, guys.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you,
Bye.
guys.
Thanks,
Thank
folks.
you. And here we go. The one and only Rich Voss. Very funny and the very funny Kurt Metzger. And Michelle,
Noam.
are you here?
Yeah.
Yes, he's a senior attorney at the Department of Defense. And Ted is here. He's a veteran. Are you here, Ted?
That's where my sister is. That's my sister's county.
Oh, okay.
Colorado. They flipped the Senate.
I thought you were applauding him being a veteran.
Oh,
sorry.
I'll take that too.
Okay. Who flipped what?
My sister is working on the Biden campaign in Colorado on John Hickenlooper, the senator, and they just flipped it. And John
Yeah,
Hickenlooper won.
congratulations.
So I'm
She just
really-
won.
Oh, you're the dude from I think I just watched you be interviewed by someone.
Very
Was it
possible.
Coleman?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was good. I just watched you on something. It was really good.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
it's this podcast.
Somebody interviewing him. But it, I was skimming through shit and it kept my interest, as I recall.
So, Michelle, what do you think is going to happen? What's your expectation?
It's looking like it's going to be a much longer night than I think a lot of people in the Biden camp or people supporting Biden were initially hoping for. I think Florida's gone pretty big for Trump, which was, I'm not a deep poll watcher, but I think it was certainly surprising. Everyone was saying, look for Florida because that's going to give you a nice bellwether. But it does seem, at least according to CNN and the New York Times here, that Biden is pulling much more strongly in the traditionally sort of north sort of Midwest Rust Belt states, including Ohio and potentially Pennsylvania, which would give him a pretty clear path to victory all by itself. So it may look like much more of the map I think people thought they were going to see in 2016, but remains to be seen. It's still unfortunately pretty early in the night, and so I'm only too deep.
It's early in the 70 days that this is going to take.
That's right. It's very early. The Supreme Court hasn't even gotten the briefs in this case yet.
Well, the good thing is,
Yeah, how do you have a name like?
Hey, what's up, Voss?
Yeah. Oh, you didn't even know I was here, huh?
No, I didn't.
No,
Well, I am.
there's no light on your face.
Oh.
Hey, what's up, man?
My
How come
my
all
vote
these surprise
went
people
out.
come up?
My
Yeah.
vote. Anyhow, today when I voted, first of all, it was like you fill out 2 pieces of paper and then you put one in the envelope and the guy is reading all my information. I'm going, why is, what's going on? Why is this guy reading? And the other thing, if this is being mailed in, where's it going? You know, I went to the county or whatever, the municipal building. Where are they sending it? And there's got to be millions of other votes like this that are not going to be in by tonight. So, you know, it's all a scam. That's
Well,
what I
thank you for doing your part today, Rich.
Did you ask him why you're looking?
No, it didn't hit me till I got in the car and I had to go play golf. So I didn't want to turn back. I had, you know, I had stuff to do, but well, they can read anybody's stuff because he's probably, you know, and they're asking you, you know, what political party you are. And I mean, if you put that down, they're automatically going to go, well, 90%.
They have a dumpster for your.
What's that?
They have a dumpster ready, depending on where.
I know. I put none of your business, but you know, it's just, you know, the last elections, you went into the booth, you pulled a switch, boom. No one knew what you were doing.
Yeah.
You know, and it's just, this is a personal thing, you know, amongst myself and my family. If I want it to be public, I'll, you know, I don't want to lose half my audience. Then it'll be down to 10 people.
So was this mail-in voting a good idea?
I didn't, no, not for, I don't think so, because when are they going to get the ones that were all mailed today? When are they going to get them and count them?
Why did all the people, and by all the people, I mean, I guess it's Trevor Noah, it's going to be fine to mail it in, and it was clearly not going to be fine. Like right when they mentioned it, it was obviously not going to be fine, and it's clearly not going to be a good way to do it. I've seen people passionately arguing like, how could you say that?
Well, we know the reason is because Trump said he didn't want it. So they suspended every bit of common sense. And no, it'll be fine. A system that's never been tested before, you know, will pass a stress test in the most serious test it could imagine. It's insanity. No system. It's like the Obamacare website or anything I've ever done the first night we tried it. It never goes right. It just never does.
Who built that website, by the way? Was it Malia? Did they get
and you know, we talked about this on the other podcast. Prior to this particular chapter, the New York Times had done stories where 25% of mail-in votes had been invalidated for one reason or another. They're shorthanded because of COVID. There's no system. I mean, it's just. But maybe we had to do it because it was too dangerous to ask people to vote. I don't know, but it just seemed like a bad idea to me.
Ted, you're in North Carolina, right?
Yep, I'm in North Carolina.
How's it going over there?
The last time I checked, Biden was up by 20,000 votes. It is like razor thin right now here in North Carolina. But it looks like they haven't. So I'm in Wake County, so that's where Raleigh is. That's where like the majority of all the votes are going to be coming from. They're not fully, all the precincts have come in as far as Wake County goes in Mecklenburg County. So it's going to come down to the wire in North Carolina. I think it's going to be less than 50,000 votes. That's going to separate the two of them. Oh, wow. We have mail-in voting. We didn't have any issues here. My wife, so here's a good example. So my wife is 9 months pregnant. Like she is, I mean, she can give birth right now. There is no way that she'd be able to go and wait in line. And we haven't had any issues as far as like mail-in voting is concerned. It's the processes that are on the back end as far as the mail system is concerned and the one ballot box per county in Texas. There's a lot of individual issues that contribute to its failure, and that's by design. I don't think in theory it itself is a bad idea. I think that the processes in place that were put behind it and a lot of sabotage is what is causing a lot of the problems that we're dealing with right now.
But that's exactly the point, that sabotage has to be predicted. I mean, that's the whole point of a system, is that you have to expect sabotage and you have to be robust and not be like a bank. The bank doesn't rely on trust to make sure that the money gets into the vault. The bank assumes sabotage.
I don't know. I'm as cynical as the next guy, but I don't think you can assume that the Postmaster General should be engaging in sabotage, and that's what we're seeing.
No, we have no evidence of that. No.
The Post Office has recorded. The Post Office has recorded 300,000 ballots have been accepted into the postal system and not exited the postal system, which means they have not been delivered. That means there's somewhere floating around in back rooms, storerooms, sorting machines, mailbags, you name it. And
there's a PDF out there. I saw it last night online, which goes through every single issue that the post office is having, and many of them are just people are sick. They're shorthanded. They thought there'd be X number of volume. It's actually 3 times X the volume, and they didn't. It's like when we have a busy Tuesday night in the Olive Tree that nobody expected. We just, everything is overwhelmed.
How about a very unbusy 8 months that nobody expected?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's predictable.
I'm sorry. There's also a fuck you buddy element to this. So earlier, I think it was either today or yesterday, a federal judge in the District of Columbia, Emmett Sullivan, who incidentally is presiding over the Mike Flynn case, ordered the post office to just do a sweep, go through all your mailbags, all your back offices, try and find those 300,000 ballots and report back to me at 3 p.m. today. At 5 p.m. today, the post office, the Department of Justice, it should be said, on behalf of the post office, filed a brief with Emmett Sullivan saying, fuck you, buddy. We're not going to do that. You can hold us in contempt. We're going to do it we're going to do what we're going to do, and maybe we'll find the ballots, maybe we won't. And so when you have that attitude at the top of the post office being encouraged by the president, of course it's going to get even more fucked up.
Well, besides that, listen,
I can't comment on that last thing. I have no knowledge, but how many people you think would have to be involved in the conspiracy to hide 300,000 ballots?
It's not, you don't have to hide them. You just have to disable the system.
I'm saying,
it's
but
a bureaucracy.
how many people would, 300,000 ballots.
One
person could hide 300,000 ballots.
When Santa you go Claus? Cut staff,
Right. You just cut. You say no overtime. No overtime. You say we're going to disable, as they did. We're going to disable all those voting machines.
Wait, but besides that,
no voting, no overtime.
This is conspiracy theories.
But wait.
Conspiracy theories. The president
hold on.
Do that on television.
Thing or not? Before you even get to that level, what about all the local fucking shitbomb cities and shit where there's never mind like political machine hijinks, just like some wacky person decides to go off road and save the country themselves. Like that's going to be at every fucking level of this. And then it's just a bad idea.
Who's counting them? You don't know who's fucking counting 300,000 different whatever. I wouldn't sit there and I wouldn't leave if it was up to me. You know what I mean?
Only the male of every household should vote, and I think we all can agree.
Property owning males, only property owning males.
Property owning males.
Yeah, I just want to welcome.
Life problem.
I'm gonna find this thing.
Yeah, let me welcome comedian Nico White and Stephen Calabria back.
Hey. How Michelle Parody has the nerve to have a name like that, and he does not talk like this.
Like an Israeli?
Well, that was my best French accent. I'm sorry.
That was trying to be.
That was very Israeli.
I feel like you have all the answers.
Get the ballots. Let's talk about the anarchy that's going to start tomorrow.
I didn't want to do the podcast. I wanted to blow a lot of water.
It's not a good sign when you see all these places boarding up their stores and buildings. It's just not, what kind of faith do you have in the government or what's going, in these states and cities that they're boarding everything up?
Well, Rich, how much of that do you think is precautionary? Like after the summer we had, what small business owner especially?
Precautionary. It is precautionary, but what does it say for just the mindset of people and what's going on? So anything big comes along or whatever, you're going to have to start boarding up and where is my house or building or business going to get burnt down? There's got to be some kind of end to it.
Now, I think this is specific though, man. Yeah, I mean, because it's not like it was like this beforehand.
Somebody has a TV in the background that needs to be turned off.
So, Nico, you're saying this is special to the 2020 election?
100%. And everything surrounding it. You know what I mean? I think it's in particular to the president, to everything that he's encouraged as of late.
It's just a sad state with everything that's going on. It's, whatever.
Is America getting a divorce and it's my fault?
Yeah.
Right.
Kurt's looking very healthy.
Whatever happens tonight, tomorrow,
I got
the
fatter.
country is still terribly divided. I mean, there's really nothing to celebrate, whoever wins.
What if Trump wins and then leaves America for a younger, hotter country?
That would be nice.
Like
Well, that'd be interesting.
So, come on, Michelle. What else you got on your mind?
What else do I have in mind? I've been actually encouraged. So here, I'll give positive news. It's got very dour. The one thing that I think has been has exceeded expectations is we haven't seen a lot of violence or use, particularly of the military, National Guard, even security forces like the Department of Justice or even local police at polling places. And, you had Rosa Brooks on earlier tonight, and she was part of a simulation that was done over the summer where they looked at various scenarios, and there was real significant probabilities that, it just doesn't take a conspiracy. It just takes some wackadoodle who takes the president's lead and brings an AR-15 to a polling place to really start an incident.
Yeah.
And we haven't seen that. We've actually seen, despite the hiccups, even if these 300,000 ballots go missing, we've seen, the actual election machinery so far work pretty smoothly, and the actual polling. People got to the polls today. In New York, the lines were the shortest they've been all week today.
Well, Michelle, do you think then that means that all the coverage we've been seeing about the possibility of violence is misplaced, or it's fear mongering, or it just, didn't actually happen when there was a high likelihood that it would?
That'll take smarter sociologists than me to figure out. But I think at least one explanation may be that, we steeled ourselves for that possibility, and people thought about it and prepared for it in ways that they probably wouldn't have in other elections. And the same thing with the mail-in ballots. The mail-in ballots are being rejected at a vastly lower rate than they have been in any other election. As you said, normally it's like almost a quarter. And the numbers I've seen, it's like below, a few percent. And I think that's in part because people are just thinking a lot more.
They're preparing for the 93% peaceful protests that are coming.
Is there any place that has the lever voting machines? Because where I went, you filled it out, and there was like 3 people there. It wasn't a line or anything. I went in, did it, and got out in no time. There was no
We're
line.
comics. We go like in the middle of the day. And, people that have real jobs, they all go, I guess, like 7 a.m.
Oh yeah, I guess you're right.
So I just read a little bit about the 300,000 ballots. This news coming out literally as we speak about it. So, I don't know if I'm being credulous. I don't know. The Postal Service says we're in the middle of an election right now. It's election day, where every single person, every single human is being used right now to deal with the deluge of votes. We can't now stop everything and do a sweep for 300,000 ballots. That's just not possible. We're already shorthanded as it is. That on its face, it could be total bullshit. But if that were the situation, it wouldn't be total bullshit, and I don't know. I don't know how you can be sure that that's, it's certainly plausible that they don't have anybody spare-handed now to go search through all the battleground states looking for ballots. No?
You can ask one guy to look in the back, like, "Hey, Cliff, go take a look in the back and see if we see any ballots."
Check the mail
It's not
bag.
a bag of
This isn't-
300. It's not a bag of 300,000 ballots. It's 300,000.
It's
ballots,
not.
I
It's not
presume.
one bag sitting full of 300,000.
It's across like 13 states.
What if it is?
If it is, there's a serious problem.
It's marked
But-
missing ballots on it.
That's what happened in Florida.
There's probably a couple thousand here, a couple thousand there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Right, good, but all that was in front of the judge when he issued the order. All those same explanations and excuses. And as you said, doing a sweep of a post office, right? How big's a post office?
It's not a post office. It's every post office in 13 states.
Right, but sending out the order, right? Go, if you are in this post office, if you're in a post office in Texas, go in the back. Just make sure the mailbags don't have a bunch of ballots stuffed into them.
Yeah, I'm no expert. I don't know. I just feel like these things would leak if there's some big conspiracy to not count, not to.
What?
It has leaked. That's why we're talking about it.
Yeah, but it doesn't need to be like a massive.
We've had 4 years of this stuff, and how many of these stories
Yeah.
have panned out?
What if we find
0?
out Russia attacks us with dank meat?
It's like, when are we gonna start to just like breathe and say, well, let's not jump to conclusions?
How do you trust anything written in any any media at all? Like, I'm not even for Trump, and I would never trust a fucking thing about this mail. I would just not trust. I've not seen something trustworthy come out of any of these major news organizations for like a long time.
There's been nothing.
Someone's not going to have their vote cast. Like this isn't like something like just make believe that like someone just pulled out of thin air. Like it does not go to a federal court, and they don't have like an order where they're going to go and actually have this done. Like it, taking it down like the whole conspiracy theory route, there's going to be evidence associated with this. Someone's vote is not going to get counted.
You know,
that
what would
did
be
exactly
better
the right thing, the right way that they were supposed to do it.
You don't be better than having to worry about this kind of shit if the this should not be razor thin. Like, what if the Democrats didn't suck and didn't have a guy with a Swiss cheese brain as their candidate? Trump shouldn't be that hard to beat. I mean, it's such a massive fucking fail. And if they lose again, which I hope once again I'm wrong, because I don't want there to be riots. Watch the bullshit. There's going to be no, like, maybe it was us a little bit. It's going to be more Russia horse shit. It's going to be like this bag of mail is going to become a whole fucking thing. It shouldn't even be this close. And it's this close for a reason, because they fucking suck. That's why Alyssa Milano doesn't help.
The rest of the country don't agree. Maybe 50% or more are really liking Trump for what he's doing.
Trump should be losing by big numbers. Way back
to who though? Kurt, who's the ideal Democratic candidate?
I can't think of a single one that I like. Well, you know what? The ones I liked were all like the ones that are like automatically not good because they're not like remember Tulsi Gabbard became a Russian agent very quickly. All the ones that are like we can't have wars, you'll notice they're immediately, well, that's just what Russia wants, for us not to be in wars. So there's no one I liked who could even have a shot. Like Bernie, I knew Bernie wasn't fit, like he was going to get chewed up, but people backed him because of his ideas. It wasn't a cult of Bernie. That's why nobody showed up when he's like doing rallies for Biden, because they weren't following a guy. There's a lot of people that could be real together on a lot of shit, and it almost seems like on purpose that we're not.
Well, they had 4 years to groom somebody. They weren't even, I mean, the closest to me I liked was the mayor.
Buttigieg.
Yeah, I thought he carried himself.
Obama, yeah, he was all right.
I thought he was, and I bet you in 4 more years, if he stays out there, he'll build up momentum. But they didn't. They had 4 years to groom somebody, to bring somebody along, and
their Achilles heel is the progressive left, and as long as that has power in the party, and is going to influence the choice of candidate, then it's going to be what it is.
You don't think maybe the White House to Netflix pipeline also might be more than the progressive? Like all that corporate, all those Obama people went to like Amazon, and they all do shit like make sure they can't have unions. Like I don't think progressives had that much power. I think they're like the religious right, where it's a voting block we assume we should get, and we placate them with whatever horse shit they're into. And then meanwhile, it's just going to be some massive corporate interest. Because that's why all this media is this way, and that's why they're completely like MSNBC is owned by these companies. They have people like they advertise for fucking Raytheon. Like why would they advertise that to me as a viewer? A jet plane. That's just to let them know who's fucking running shit. So I don't even think it's the progressives. I think there's a massive like corporate structure there. Don't you?
Plus Nico.
Pardon?
How you doing, Nico?
I don't know, Kurt. You that's a lot to chew on. That's a lot to think about.
I just smoked a joint, so.
Yeah, you made a joint target. We're not on the same,
I'm not into the worst of identity politic horseshit, but all the actual progressives that I know that are like have some kind of principles are not like this.
Are not like what, corporatist and Obama or Biden
like
supporters?
Consensus Democrats. That's what, like Washington D.C. kind of people. Do you know D.C. people? They're the fucking worst people. They're like when I used to do shows there. This is like when hipsters were in Brooklyn, and then I do shows in D.C. and they were like House of Cards larvae. They all seem like they all seemed like they were going to work for a senator they once admired, but they'd have to hide a body for him. And I met like a lot of disillusioned 30-year-olds. It was really a gross place.
Well, what I know about DC is from the show Designated Survivor that I've been watching, and I'm going on the second season now, so I'll have more answers once I finish the second season.
Who's in that?
Kiefer
Oh,
Something
24
like-
isn't that?
Yeah, he's the president.
That's what this country needs is another another Jack Bauer.
Kurt, can I ask though, just for the sake of argument? I mean, you said that you thought somebody from the progressive wing, especially Bernie, would have been a better candidate. Not necessarily.
No, I didn't think he was fit. I did we pranked him on Saj's show on Showtime, and this is why I knew he was not fit to be president. He seems like a genuinely good guy, so he's not fit. So fucking the character Saj's doing like this fat redneck, and it was like, I didn't understand people couldn't see through the makeup a lot. Bernie was concerned for him because the premise was that this was like regular people get to interview big names for like a Showtime thing. He went up to producers like, I'm concerned for that man. I'm concerned he's being exploited. Like he was certainly worried about the guy that they were like, you be eaten alive. And also he doesn't want to be, he's not going to end up, he doesn't want to be like Ralph Nader. He wants to still be able to go to the parties and shit. So
right. I mean, the thing is, like, our friend Harry Enton has written about this extensively at 538 about how Biden has had the most consistent lead of anyone ever challenging an incumbent ever. And if we're going based purely on the polls and statistics, from day one, it's been Biden's been the guy who's had the biggest shot of knocking off Trump. So from that point of view, couldn't you say that Biden is the best person for the job? Nico shaking his head.
I guess if you're like anything's better than Trump, I guess if you have that feeling, then sure.
Couldn't they have found
something? And I would have thought anything too, but Biden fucking, I don't know what, basically it's going to be Kamala Harris, right? Like he's going to keel over and then we get Kamala Harris. And I don't want that fucking maniac as the president. I don't know. Did you read that article? I can't remember the guy's name. It was in Harper or something about how Kamala Harris had to do that stuff. You have to take into account she's a woman of color, so she had to keep innocent
Peter
people in
Beinart.
prison.
Peter Beinart.
That was, and that, by the way, that's DC personality to a T. That fucking despicable House of Cards shit. Like, well, was she not going to achieve her hopes and dreams? Of course, you got to keep some innocent people in prison. You think that Trump's worse than that? You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Okay, so I don't get that. I don't get that, and I don't go, ooh, she's a woman, so that's what we need, a female psychopath for a change. That's the Democrats now, and that's not really progressive at all. And all the progressives I know, or the ones I like, they're not hung up on that horse shit. That's corporate, like Disney shit. Like, aren't you happy? She's a black woman and an Indian. Like, I don't give a fuck about that, especially not if I was locked up needlessly because she wanted a fucking promotion. I don't even have him mocked her for fucking that mayor. That's the nicest thing she's ever done.
Kurt, you're the best. Nico, did you sign up for the platinum plan?
DA's.
Nah, I didn't sign up for the platinum plan, and it cost me my favorite rapper, so it's been a hard week, man.
Nico, I didn't even recognize you, dude, because you had facial hair.
Yeah, what's up,
I did not even
Kurt?
recognize you. I don't.
Good,
we asked Keith before. How do you explain these rappers going for Trump?
Shit, I don't explain it. It hurts, man. It hurts. I try
They're
not
businessmen.
I try not to get too invested in it. What shocked me was how, like, people were legit sad, fam. Like, you would have thought a member of their family died the way they reacted to Wayne taking a picture with Trump. And what got me was that I read what he tweeted. It didn't look like a full-on endorsement to me. It looked like he was saying, yo, I went, we had a meeting, we spoke about these things, and he looked like he took it seriously. And then he left. There was no Trump 2020 or anything. But Twitter in the trend said Lil Wayne endorsed Donald Trump and then fucking firestorm. So I don't know.
Van Jones must have a little bit of blame here because he said some nice things about Trump, and that made it a little bit acceptable.
It's the awkward thing for a lot of people is that Trump's criminal justice policy, the First Step Act, was basically, it read like somebody had just read the new Jim Crow and drafted a bill. That's basically what the First Step Act was. And it came from this person that everyone who liked something like the new Jim Crow would have wanted to view as the law and order guy, the guy who wanted to, kill the Central Park Five. And it was a time of cognitive dissonance and people want to brush it under the rug. But Van Jones, to his credit, and to great personal cost to him, having gotten very, very much criticized by people who like him in other areas of his work, gave credit where credit is due and said Trump has done good things with criminal justice, very progressive things. And I think it's not just Lil Wayne, but also Ice Cube, I think, met with Trump in a very not in any kind of supportive way, but just in a kind of like hearing you out way. But then the people who supported him were like Kanye and then Lil Pump, I heard about today. Lil Pump I've always seen as like just very stupid. I don't know, based on his lyrics.
Why? Because his first name is Little.
I don't know. He's just not whatever.
Lil Pump is everything you think he is upon hearing the name.
Kurt, if you believe,
yeah,
Kurt, if you believe that Kamala is horrible, and I'm no fan of hers, and that Biden may not make it past his first term, wouldn't voting for Trump then be the better choice if those two?
I just am not voting. As a white male, I feel like it's not my place. So
it worked.
Time to sit down and shut up. Let other
You've been voting for too long, Kurt.
Yeah.
No, I grew up in a doomsday cult, so we didn't really. I never got the emotional connection to politics that people have, because we had that for like Jesus and shit. So when I left that, I didn't suddenly develop it where I can't wrap my head around going on TikTok and crying about Ruth Bader Ginsburg. But that seems to me like the energy that you would have for your cult being displaced onto the Supreme Court. And I noticed that when Obama got it, I was way on Obama's side too, both terms. I wasn't but I didn't realize that people were, it was like whatever their Jesus hole they put him in, so of course, it makes me laugh. People like, how is it that Satan could be elected the president of hell? I can't understand. They started crying and shit. And remember how embarrassing it was when, I loved it when Mitt Romney lost, the tears of people that Mitt Romney lost. I genuinely enjoyed. And I had no idea that the Democrats were going to humiliate themselves 30 times worse with their fucking reaction. It was like, don't you remember the good old liberal days of the Daily Show liberal days where you weren't part of the fucking morons when you were progressive? It was great. You could look down on the people that think dinosaurs were on Noah's Ark and shit.
Can I just interject and call bullshit on this sort of PR myth that Donald Trump isn't somehow good on criminal justice issues?
He is,
right?
or isn't?
He signed the First Step Act. That's what he did, right? He also put Jeff Sessions and then Bill Barr at the head of the Justice Department. They completely abandoned using consent decrees with police departments that disproportionately kill black people, right? Not all police departments, just the ones that disproportionately kill black people. They abandoned the policy of using consent decrees there.
What is that? I
They
don't know what consent.
instituted the federal death penalty, which even George W. Bush didn't embrace. And they've cracked down on states such as New Jersey that have legalized marijuana and tried to enforce federal drug laws against states that have taken a different view on drug policy. Right. So I think one of the problems that we have with Donald Trump is that he's a PR president. His entire life has been spent selling bullshit to people, and he's good at selling it. And if you're not super well versed in particular issues, and I don't blame anyone for that because these are complicated issues, and you say, oh, well, he pardoned 3 drug offenders and he signed the First Step Act. Well, he must be great on criminal justice reform. Fuck that. He's terrible on criminal justice. Look at
Michelle. Hold on. If you're going to bring facts and details into this conversation,
I'm sorry.
I'm done. I'm out.
That's my.
This isn't that kind of election.
Do we have any?
I'm going to get all specific.
What how time goes? Do we have any new numbers, new states that are being called?
Don't spoil it.
Well, this is the latest. It's still the same. 131 to 98.
Mitch McConnell won, by the way, but that's old news.
What? Yo.
What about Lindsey Graham?
It hasn't been called yet, at least from what I can see.
Did Mitch win by a lot?
I mean, they called it pretty early, so the guy got elected in '84. He's not going anywhere.
That's disappointing.
What, Dan?
PA. What's going on in PA?
Still, I mean, Nothing that I've seen. Arizona, Colorado, Colorado got called already for Biden, but and their Senate race got called. But as far as apparently Graham was called. Sorry.
Pennsylvania is, Trump is up by about 150,000.
Right, but Pennsylvania is one of the states where they do the mail-in voting later, right? The counting.
Yeah.
So if what I understand is correct, the mail-in vote favors the Democrats. So
yeah,
we expect to see Trump out to a big lead or a significant lead, and then the mail-in vote would overtake him.
Oh my God, it's gonna take so long to end, isn't it? It's really gonna fucking go on for a while.
There's gonna be no answer for
anything that Trump is involved is just drama. There's nothing.
You can't even go. At least it's over.
Do you think will we know tonight?
No.
The only reason we would have known if Biden have won Florida.
Gotcha.
So they can call it without all this.
But the New York Times said that if we know Georgia, Florida, and North Carolina, then we'll know enough to to have different odds.
There was a problem in Fulton County, and they're not going to be able to report tonight. And then Milwaukee's not going to be able to report tonight either. Those are two big areas.
And did you hear about the
Milwaukee
pipe
matters like that
in Georgia,
Wisconsin?
In Georgia, in a room where they were counting in Atlanta a shitload of ballots, a pipe burst.
Sure, it burst. Isn't that convenient?
Right.
The mail pipe.
The mail pipe, yeah.
The pipe they send all the letters. There was so many votes.
Does that have anything to do with the 300,000 that went missing, or no?
That could be two problems at one step. Check and see if it's still. I bet that's what it is.
I think they were flushing the ballots down the toilet.
The toilets are. There's a fatberg of ballots right now.
Y'all know if Trump loses and he hears these stories, that's what he's going to put on his Twitter account. You know that, right?
What do you mean?
Well, yeah, he won't go without fighting.
Oh, 100%. If he loses, whatever conspiracy theories is floating around, the ballots and whatever popping up missing, he's going to say those were his ballots.
And then he'll probably run again in 2 years.
They'll keep him in there for 2 more years? Shit.
Oh. Well, listen, I'm bailing out because
MSNBC projection.
Very great. This way I can
New
bail
Hampshire.
out.
Joe Biden.
Somebody else in.
Thank you, Russ.
Yeah. Hey, thanks.
Later, Rich.
Good luck with whoever you want to win, as long as it's Biden. I'll see you later.
All right, Hatem, what's up? We have more guests. What goes on here?
Are you ready?
We got another hour and a half of this.
Oh, we have a lot.
What about this year's joke candidates? Have
Get
we gone
somebody
over
over to
those?
argue with Michelle. I have no lost my
Well,
lost my mojo.
The legend Alan Havey is here.
Wait, we got a lot of people on this that I
and also author and journalist Michael Weiss is here. Hello, sir.
Hey, man. How are you?
Hey,
Good.
guys.
Great to see you.
Family, I love you all.
Thank you, Nico. Thank
Wait,
you.
is Nico leaving?
Have any comics that admitted to voting for Trump been on yet? Have there been any admitted Trump voting comics?
Apollo's busy, dude. You...
No, no, I don't. I think I know some who might have voted for him, but I don't want to say their names out loud.
Oh yeah.
I think Biden just took California, so I'm excited about that.
That's a big upset victory right there.
Yeah,
Is that Mayron?
it's huge.
Mayron's a Trump voter.
And Mayron is here.
Mayron,
Yes, hello, hookers. Yes, Naturman. Yes, children.
Hello, Mayron.
Having a wine?
How's everyone doing?
Noam said you were a Trump voter. I'm assuming he was joking.
No, I'm sure Noam ran away. Ran away, Jesus.
I'm right here, goddammit.
Oh,
And,
for Christ's sake.
Set your thing to speaker view or whatever it is, to gallery
What do
view.
you mean speaker view? What speaker view?
Oh my God.
If you could lower your volume, that'd be great.
Oh, that's just
can't
how
be
I
done.
talk, Alan.
I know.
Mayron used to work for Larry Summers, who
I
is
did.
Obama's economic advisor, guy who does secular stagnation. So I hate to admit it, but he knows a thing or two. So what's your take on all this, Mayron?
as to what's happening tonight. I don't think we can trust our democracy anymore. I know that that abundant lip service will be paid to, just take your lumps as a lib and don't be like a crying cuck. But I don't think that this is an honest election. I don't think the last one was an honest election. And I don't know, I'm super nervous about tonight. Isn't everyone nervous?
Yeah, but let me speak as a journalist. The biggest fear that I have is if Trump actually pulls this off, the media is going to crawl so far up its own ass for the next 4 years, analyzing, obsessing over the fact that they got yet another one wrong. They completely misread the polls. They misdiagnosed the American electorate. They stayed in their little bubbles in New York, DC, and California. And that sort of self-obsessiveness is going to just drive me nuts. As somebody who as a job, I mean, I cover the world. I'm a foreign correspondent. And for the last really 5 years, it's been American politics. Everything is filtered through a domestic prism. And if I have to live for another 4 years with that, with every development in the world, whether it's in the Middle East or Russia or Central Asia, I'm going to lose my shit because it's been really tiresome so far.
Can I jump
Well,
in?
as a non-journalist, is there any more room up the media's ass to crawl up into?
Yeah,
that was my question.
Haven't they topped off? Haven't they been doing this for the last 4 years? I mean, listen, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. I just looked at the numbers. Trump is slightly ahead. So this is very worrisome.
This is their whole business model. They'll go out of business without this.
Oh, Kurt.
Doesn't it?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
At this point, though, doesn't it stop being about misreading polls and it's like an indictment of polling itself? I mean, how many polls could possibly show Biden ahead in all of these?
How many more polls could fit up the media's ass?
It's also though it's the death of local print news in places that matter, right? And places that in the age of digital media in the 21st century, everybody, wherever you are in America, you'd have access to. But when you shutter local newspapers, you don't get a sense, you don't get a lay of the land in some of these areas, in some of these purplish states that are now trending toward Trump, right? I mean, all of us probably read the New York Times, the Washington Post, maybe the LA Times as well. We're not reading, the Albuquerque, whatever, or, some of the kind of flyover country journals, which have largely gone out of business. And that is a huge failure of the press. I mean, and I've seen it firsthand. I mean, this is what I do for a living.
How would you fix that? Like, how would they?
I honestly, I don't know the answer to it. I mean, I don't know the kind of market incentive to resurrect the old school model, but the internet driving the discourse just does not work. Fundamentally, it has miscalculated on every major election, right? Boris Johnson, they didn't see that coming. I mean, Jeremy Corbyn's implosion didn't.
Shouldn't we be worried about autocracy?
Are we supposed to
autocracy?
I mean, if you didn't give a shit during the Patriot Act being signed, don't worry about it now.
Let me say something about polling real quick.
You're supposed to see elections coming. That's why we have elections, because we really don't know. Otherwise, we don't need elections. Just go.
I'm sorry, Coleman. Were you going to say?
No, I was just going to say I had a long conversation with this guy David Shore recently. Mm-hmm. David Shore, he was the guy that he was like Barack Obama's in-house Nate Silver at age 20 in 2012. Struck me as a very, very smart guy, and recently made headlines for getting fired for tweeting that riots are bad for Democrats. But I had a conversation with him about polling, asking him about why were the polls so wrong in 2016, and has whatever error manifested in 2016 been corrected in 2020. And again, this is not an area I pay attention to, so I can't. But he struck me as someone who's deeply nerdy and credible about these issues. And what he said is that it wasn't the shy voter effect. It wasn't the notion that Trump voters were embarrassed or fearful of talking to pollsters because they didn't want to reveal their political preferences. What he said is that there's a phenomenon called non-response bias, which is always a problem with polling, which just means who the people who don't pick up the phone are different in systematic ways than the people who do pick up the phone.
I
And if it,
fundamentally
but
do not.
wait, just let me just finish. I'm almost done. I'm almost. What he said is that before 2016, there wasn't such a big difference between who didn't pick up and who did, but for some reason in 2016 and the years preceding, the type of person who didn't pick up the phone was more likely to be a person who didn't trust anything, and those type of folks were tended to go for Trump, and pollsters didn't predict that. But he assures me that they've sort of compensated for that. I don't know that I was totally convinced.
I mean, the 70s and 80s, everybody picked up the phone because you didn't have an answering machine. We all picked up the phone. That's why there was so many prank calls back in them days.
You got to text people while they're jerking off into their phone.
By the way,
That's the only
I
way to
spent
get
2 hours because at my sister's request, and she's working on the Biden campaign, as a favor to her, I spent 2 hours calling random people in Colorado to get them to come out and vote for Biden. I got 3 pickups in 2 hours. There's no way that that's a random sample.
I called the voters
no way
in
that's a random
Georgia.
sample.
I called the voters in Georgia just to let them know if they knew about early voting. And out of like 35, I got a hold of 3 people that picked up the phone.
Yeah, no one picks up the phone.
Why would you want to pick up the phone? Yeah.
I mean, the thing
Who
that I'm
would-
most
yeah,
interested
who
in
would
with
pick
this
up the phone?
election is how many of the people who were persuaded to vote for Trump, who might have been fence sitters. I mean, there's always going to be the hardcore loyalist base, which you can't sway one way or the other. But those who were persuaded at some point during the campaign, were they persuaded by television, which is the old medium, or were they persuaded by digital technology? And
I
media?
genuinely believe that they were persuaded by a lack of intellectual horsepower. Like they are driven toward this, like a certain brand or breed of hatred and idiocy because they literally couldn't pass a basic test about like the history of democracy in this country. I genuinely believe that this elections in general, they like the American consciousness has been compromised by the Britney Spearses of the world, the Kardashians of the world, and I know I'm making it about women, but it ultimately drills down to this like belching idiot who still curries favor despite a visible and plainly observable dearth of intellectual heft.
Do you think there's an explanation for what you're describing, which it can be explained in terms of what those people you're describing are feeling and what's motivating them, rather than you're concluding that the only possible explanation is that they're a bunch of fucking idiots?
No. Stupidity is at the core of this.
I get that. So like, if you saw African Americans acting in a way that seemed, rioting, let's say, whatever it is, your first instinct would be to say.
You say crying?
Rioting. I'm saying like something that you objected to morally. Your first instinct would be to say, what's going on with them? Like we need to understand why they're destroying their own communities. What is motivating them? Why are they
right? But I don't have to.
What pain are they feeling?
I don't have to take a giant intellectual leap or historical leap to understand why African Americans might be salty.
So let me this.
In
So
this
like
country.
25 years ago, whenever it was, when Michael Moore had that movie Roger and Me. He was the darling of the liberal world when he was shining a light on.
Was that an attack on the white people?
No, it was a shined a light on the disgruntled white working class who saw no reason for optimism any longer in the United States of America. Now these voters are the Trump voters, right? But we can't find it in our hearts anymore to even recognize that. I mean, who are they going to vote for? Biden? Biden doesn't give a shit about them.
Biden will.
Let me ask you a question. Can you point me to one answer of one question, one tweet, one commercial, which seemed aimed to convince the Rust Belt white working class that Biden was worried about them and was going to do something for them? One. I didn't see one. Did you?
Well, did you want him to talk about hot sauce in his bag? Like, did you want pandering? Did you?
No, I'm saying, why would they look at him and say, well, Trump maybe didn't deliver, but it's the same. Listen, the black community is the same in a way. Like the black mayors, the black politicians, they never really have delivered to the black community, but they continue to vote for them and vote for the Democrats because they intuit that, well, they didn't deliver, but the Republicans don't give a shit about us. At least these people do care about us. And that's the Trump voter. They're like, yeah, he didn't deliver. But the other side, they talk like Mayron.
No,
who's gonna vote for somebody? Who's gonna vote for somebody?
No,
Have
I
you ever
disagree.
Thinks about me
applied
like
for a
Mayron.
grant? Have you
I,
ever
for
known
one-
someone who's applied for a grant?
Do I know something? Do you see how elite you sound? No, I don't know. Do you know someone's applied
No.
for a grant?
I, for one, think
I'm saying,
Mayron is
like,
not being smug enough.
Am I not being smug enough?
I think he
Look,
could ratchet up
you
a few.
also-
Mike. Yeah, Michael, go ahead.
You know, the thing that's worried me for the last couple of weeks is, you know, as a consumer of the so-called liberal media, as a reader of the New York Times and sort of the mainstream press, I felt like I wasn't getting a fair understanding of how the other side thought and how they felt about this election. And it seemed to me that some of the cultural warrior issues that Trump was trying to seize upon, they weren't penetrating and they weren't affecting the polls. But it also now seems today that, in fact, they did affect the polls. It's just that wasn't being conveyed accurately.
Do you
to the
think
rest of us.
Sanders would have had a better shot?
Sanders?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I'm a little bit skeptical of that because, look, I think what Trump has done, and again, this is all very premature. I mean, we're talking here, what, 10:45 at night? The result is not in. We don't know who's won the election.
No mail-ins, right?
But, you know, you are seeing certain trend lines, such as, you know, Dade County in Florida, which Biden should have swept even more so than Clinton. And it's a squeaker. And that testifies to the fact that Cuban Americans have turned out for Donald Trump. Why would they have done that? If I'm guessing, it's because he has instrumentalized this argument that Joe Biden, maybe not embodied in Joe Biden himself, but the Democratic Party as led by Joe Biden, where the vanguard of it is really AOC, Ilhan Omar, the so-called squad. This isn't just progressivism, this is socialism, right? This is communism, and they are coming to expropriate you and take away all your private property rights and all the rest of it. Again, I don't believe that's the case, but I think he has effectively used that argument. And
Michael, can I just ask you to pause
constituency-
that? I don't mean to interrupt
Yeah.
you. I just want to pause there. I just wanted to illustrate. And what did Kamala Harris do last night? She tweeted out this thing about equity. Like, what could a politician possibly do to make it seem what you're describing seem more credible? She played right into their hands. So go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, and I mean, all I was going to say is, again, I don't have the sociological data to back this up, but my gut is telling me if Dade County has swung Republican, and that's a heavily, I mean, that is a Cuban American stronghold. It is because Trump has basically made the case to Latinos that the reason that you came to this country, you were driven out by communist tyranny, communist
Oh my God. I feel like you're missing the plot entirely.
I am not saying, hang on, I'm not saying I believe this. I'm saying that I think, I
what
think
he
has
says to
sold
Dade
this argument
County
effectively
is that
to
you
certain
can go
constituents.
back to drinking in public and living an ordinary COVID spreading life as soon as humanly possible. And that is the Trump message versus the Biden message.
Well, Trump ran ads in Dade County comparing Biden to Castro.
Right.
And I think that had a huge effect on the voters there.
Right, and I mean, I didn't think that would be effective. I thought that was too much of a caricature. But again, and my job as a journalist is to understand: does this actually sell? Does this penetrate? And as I said before, I don't feel like I got a real portrait of what was happening in real time. I thought the culture war argument was not working for Trump, and I might have been completely wrong about that. I thought COVID, the economy, and the fact that so many members of his cabinet and so many members of his campaign are now sitting in prison, and that he was corrupt, and an embarrassment for the United States. That would have been the overriding message, and that doesn't seem to have. The fact that it's so close, this race is so close, and we're sitting here at 10:45. Is a testament to the fact that he was onto something, and he was onto something that I don't think was adequately conveyed by people whose job it is to convey those things. That's
Michael,
all
and I want to say something about Mayron. Am I wrong? What I'm about to say? Mehran is expressing a pretty standard, anti-Trump explanation. I mean,
The Trump campaign could use what he just said as an ad to vote for Trump.
So what I'm going to say is this.
That's right.
Do you guys not realize that a big, huge strand of that rope of an argument is just bigotry, is just prejudice in the exact same way that you think the Trump voters are bigoted? They're stupid. They're this. They're that.
No, they
and
are.
So often liberalism
They are
seems to stand. Let me just finish. So often I hear liberalism standing for the idea that bigotry, stereotypes, it's all okay just as long as you do it about the right people. You can dehumanize. You can call them Karens. You can normalize every single thing you claim to object to because you happen to be right. They actually are stupid. They are rubes. They are.
There is a distinction to be made between judging somebody by the color of their skin and judging somebody by their political ideas. I think it is fair to judge people by their political ideas. I don't agree with Mehran that they're morons. I do agree that one can judge somebody by their political leanings with more justification than by their skin color.
I didn't say morons.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I
could lower than 20.
I think what I will say is I've had experiences where, I mean, I told Noam about this, but I've had experiences where I was like rejected on account of my race, and I've had other experiences where I was rejected outhand on account of political issues, and they both just feel like bias to me. They feel like of the same stripe.
What accommodation are you waiting for?
What?
What accommodation are you waiting
No,
for?
I heard you explain.
As in, whether it's by race or by political leaning, how do you want to be admired or received?
I don't really understand the question. It's too vague for me to understand.
You're
Help me.
saying you've been rejected on the racial angle and on the political angle.
Yes,
So
like by
what-
people who don't know me at all, saying
what
"fuck
cushion
you."
do you want to be landed?
On what cushion?
Mehran, I think he's saying he doesn't want to be rejected out of hand for his political beliefs or his race.
I didn't ask him.
Not
where
even
he
necessarily
wanted to be
beliefs
rejected. I asked
so
him
much
where he
as-
wanted to be accepted. I asked him where he wanted to land. Does he want to land among the Republicans who don't have a problem with his race? Or does he want to land with the Republicans who do have a problem with his race?
I still really don't. I'm an independent. I don't really understand the question.
Oh my God.
Do you want to be with the cool people or not?
Yeah.
Wait, sorry. Does
Want to
someone
be
else
with the
understand the
cool
question?
people?
Can someone else explain it to me? What's
I
literally-
don't understand what he's talking about.
Okay, thank you. I
Well,
don't
you
know.
must not be a
Thank
middle
you,
school
Alan.
girl.
I think he means
Huh?
what is an appropriate way to judge somebody?
Wait, but we were talking. The reason this thing started is because Noam made a comparison between the kind of what Noam sees as bigotry that Mehran was engaging in, calling essentially Trump voters stupid, and the kind of thing that we would imagine a white supremacist or a racist would see black people and think they're all stupid. He made a comparison that strikes some people as reasonable and other people's as these are two totally different things. And I think there's a case to be made that there actually is something similar about it, right? You're taking a stereotype. A stereotype is an image in your brain that may or may not correspond to the reality of who a group of millions of people who are all individuals and all differences are. We know human beings across all times and societies are vulnerable to stereotyping. And I'm pointing out that I have been stereotyped as a black person. I've also been routinely stereotyped as a conservative. I don't necessarily identify as such, but I have some conservative leanings, and people will make a snap judgment in a second the same way. And to me, it all feels like of the same stripe. I feel the same species of anger when someone assumes that I'm stealing or something in a store or whatever. Like, my ex-girlfriend's family thought I was fucked up because I was black. I feel the same sort of anger when people think I'm a horrible person because
Wait, what race were they? Don't leave that
they
out.
were brown.
Yeah, I was
Brown,
gonna say,
Pakistani. It doesn't matter. The point is,
Yeah. I mean,
I'm
it
not
does a
sure.
little bit.
No. In a racial argument.
Not to this
I could've
specific
guessed.
point. Not to this specific point.
I know. I'm joking. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Anyway, but sorry. I'll be brief. The point is that there's the judgment of a person based on a characteristic that you actually don't know anything about them, and you're going to judge them, and you're confident about this negative judgment. And that is what we are complaining about when we're complaining about bigotry, whether we know it or not. And we've all sort of agreed that racial bigotry is horrible, but there's this other kind of bigotry that we all doing it all the time, and people on the right do it to lefties too.
You mean the original definition of bigotry? That's the correct definition? Yeah, that's what bigotry means. It's not automatically a racial thing. It's exactly, basically what Mayron said about the voters is bigotry.
And so let me admit to
No. But does the Republican Party have a platform? Does the black race have a platform?
Does it? I didn't.
It doesn't. The black race does not have a platform. The Republican Party has a delineated platform. So you can say, "Oh, I'm being judged for my beliefs."
Is stupidity part of the platform? No.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
If you're a conservative, you're co-signing bullshit.
Trump like a
right. So
I think I would say I think it's fair to judge somebody by their ideology. I think Mayron's judgment in this case is not true, but I do think as a general,
what's not true?
I know Trump voters that are
the Republican agenda as delineated.
Okay, explain to me this, Mayron. Explain to me this, Mayron.
All right.
Your theory of Trump voters is stupidity is the main factor. How do you then intelligence?
No. That is separate from our argument about you being a conservative versus you being black. You being black is nebulous. You being a conservative, you being a Republican is keen eye focused.
I'm not a Republican.
Okay, well then you did it. You did it, girl. You did it, Miss Fish.
So I want to go back to what you said.
Do continue eating.
So
let the record show that. Hold on.
You go ahead and do that, Miss Fish.
Hey, Ron, hold on. Let the record show that Coleman did a whole podcast why he's voting for Biden. If anybody gets the wrong impression that Coleman's supporting Trump, he's not. That's very important.
Good, because I was really ready to hate him.
I don't know what I am. I don't really care about these words. Okay, so but I want to ask you a question. So if
Coleman, can you hold on?
You said you were being judged for being conservative.
Can you hold on?
Right, because like I don't think I don't agree with Black Lives Matter.
Yeah.
So I'm called a conservative. That's what I meant, Mayron.
I want to hear from Michael and Alan, but I have to admit two guests that we have waiting for a while now.
My wife just came in and asked if Mayron is being a Karen.
I am Karen Plus.
It's Marin.
There's Hulu and then there's Hulu Plus. I am Karen Plus. I am here to get my card. Like, if you fuck up my order at Starbucks, I am here to get a free coffee to go to bring home to my husband. That's
I gotta go, dude. Hatem, thanks. Guys, good to see you.
Kurt.
Bye, Mayron. Good to see you.
Good seeing you, Kurt.
All right, we have Tony Darrow. Are you there?
Oh God. Oh,
yes.
I said it out loud.
And Craig Furman, how you doing? Author and journalist. Welcome to the show.
Hey, what's going on? Hello
before
from the Midwest.
Mayron.
Yeah.
If A equals B and B equals C, A equals C, right? Correct?
In geometry, yes.
In math. So if A is crediting stereotypes is true, equals bigotry. You agree with that? Using stereotypes is bigotry?
Is crediting stereotypes as bigotry?
If I judge somebody, if I call somebody something, if I attack somebody using a stereotype, is that bigotry?
No. It's welcome to be a shield. Not a sword, but a shield.
Guy, I hate to interrupt. I got to get going. Good to see everybody.
Bye, Alan.
Bye, Alan.
Bye-bye.
I came here to clear the room.
Well, Michael, I wanted to ask you, if Trump wins or if Biden wins, do you expect, what's going to happen? Is there going to be any, riots, any violence?
You mean in America?
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's some kind of, there's going to be a protest movement if Trump wins. Is that going to lead to violence? Probably. So far, I'm gratified to see that Election Day was not marked by rioting or chaos or acts of violence. So it might be a little more muted.
What if Biden wins?
If Biden wins, should we expect to see boogaloos and the kind of alt-right protesters or militiamen
Proud Boys.
do stuff. Proud Boys, yeah. I mean, they've kind of been gearing up. For them, in a way, I've always anticipated that they thought, or they felt that they wanted Trump to lose because that would then foment the civil war that they've been plumping for so long, right? I mean, that's kind of what their game plan is.
What would be the object of their violence?
It could be storefronts. It could be liberals lining the streets in joy and solidarity with a Joe Biden president.
It would most likely be
It could
counter
anybody.
protesters, right? It would most likely be they're out there protesting.
Yeah.
Comes to meet them.
Yeah, for sure.
As opposed to the rioting that we expect if Trump wins, which is shit hits the fan, stores looted, cities burning.
Yeah, no, I mean, you will see, I think. I mean, we spent the summer kind of ignoring some of the more dangerous outcroppings of the, anti-Trump, and it wasn't the BLM protest, but it was mostly like white middle-class kids trying to co-opt the BLM movement, who were doing things like graffitiing property and looting and rioting and stuff. Yeah, I just think that's a given at this point. I don't even know how to score it. How do you quantify? Oh, if Trump wins, it's going to be this percentage of violence.
But it feels like if Trump wins, there will be riots, and if Trump loses, nothing really is going to happen.
I don't know that that's the case. I wouldn't be so sure. If Trump loses, I think Trump will contest the election. He will claim that he won on Twitter. He will stir up his base, and he will foment the nutters going into the street. I mean, look, I was in Michigan during lockdown, which wasn't that bad, by the way. I mean, you could go to Home Depot, you could go to Kroger's, you could go to most stores. It was people complaining they couldn't get garden fertilizer in the dead of winter, by the way, and they couldn't get their hair did, right? And that led people to take AR-15s and march. I call them like cosplay Hezbollah. They marched to the state capitol and just like squatted there, right? You think these guys are just going to disappear if Trump loses and there's a blue wave, or if Michigan goes Democratic? No, they're not. They're going to show up. And if they show up and there's a confrontation with the victorious party or the victorious faction in the election, there's going to be violence. So I can see it happening either way.
I have to run, but I'm actually going to second that. But I actually would be far more concerned about the violence that would be stimulated if Trump loses, primarily because as essentially a student of terrorism, like the most violent terrorism inside the United States has consistently been right-wing quasi-paramilitary militia terrorism.
Right. Question.
And that pales in comparison to the worst excesses you've seen in some of the protests.
Question.
Last year.
Have you ever seen whole sections of a city boarded up because of right-wing violence, like whole swaths of New York?
No, but I've seen a federal building explode. I've seen 170 children die in a daycare.
Terrorist acts,
but not whole swaths of a city for weeks boarded up.
Well, again, if we're talking, I guess it depends on what we value, right? If there is a sort of cosmetic security theater that people want to have to react to protests where they board up, buildings and whatnot, sure, I think that's a problem.
I don't think they'd be spending their hard-earned money on cosmetics.
I'm not endorsing that, but I think just as a matter of body count, and I tend to value human life over broken windows, even when those broken windows are in fact broken by bugaloos or whatever they're called now.
But Michelle, you understand that when this is where, and this is a perfect convergence with what so bothers me about Mehran's point. I'm a business owner. When you characterize it as broken windows, I just want to reach my fucking hand through the computer and shake you by the shoulders. It is not about a fucking broken window. It's about losing everything.
Yeah,
and when you put it as a broken window, what you're doing is putting it in is really distorting it in order to knock it down. Rather than why don't you put it real? Human lives are important, but you know what else is important? When business owner, when something that took 50 years to build up is burnt down in 5 minutes, and everyone who works for me is out of work. And by the way, maybe the people who were left behind in the place, maybe they get injured or killed, or maybe they find somebody at the bottom of that burning building. Broken windows. If you think it's broken windows, trust me, you're going to get it all wrong when you do your math, because you've totally undervalued one of the variables there. It's not broken windows.
I'm not undervaluing the variables.
It's my entire life and my entire existence and my family's existence. It is not broken windows. And this is why people vote for Trump.
Well, I hope they're not voting for Trump because they
It is, because the same way an Ohio guy who had a job before NAFTA says, they don't fucking get me. They think it's broken windows. They think I'm worried about something that's not real to me.
I'm not gainsaying that. I'm simply saying, as a matter of degree, if we go back 20, 30 years and look at who has caused the most violence, the most damage to individuals and property, it is right-wing extremists. With the single exception of 2001, which is a massive exception, of course.
I think you're 100% wrong about that.
Okay, how about we take a
riots
bet?
were tens of millions of dollars.
If Trump wins, I will stand at 34th Street Herald Square with a blindfold on outside on the street for days, and whatever happens, happens.
For
If
days?
Biden wins, you can do it.
Pretty cold.
Because I should be I should be safer, or I should be less safe in that scenario, right?
I think we're talking across purposes, but
we have a few people waiting in the waiting room.
It's been great, guys. And
I love you. Bringing in the Oklahoma City bombing
Michael,
while they're boarding up New York, it seems to be incongruous.
Appreciate it, and hope we'll get you. Michael, don't be a stranger. I'd like to give you in one of the episodes soon, hopefully.
Yeah, anytime, man.
Thank you, brother.
Bye,
Thank
Michelle.
you so much, Stephen. Thank you.
Ciao.
And
Michelle, they call. Oh, he's gone. Okay, go.
Yeah. All right. Tony, how you feeling? And we
Good.
have
What?
the full room. How you feeling, Tony, about what's going on?
It's pretty much the same thing that happened 4 years ago.
And joining us from Washington live to report specifically and just for this show, comedian David Jeska.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
I've been watching all night.
And the great Mike Pesca. Did you introduce him?
I'm about to. And the great Mike Pesca is here. So happy to have you, sir.
The Gist podcast on Slate's Gist podcast.
And political reporter, analyst Bassam Rafai. How you doing? I didn't even recognize you without the beard.
Yeah, I mean, it's still there. It's just trimmed down a little bit. It's the lighting, Zoom,
So, Craig, you studied a lot of the presidents with, obviously writing your book when you wrote your great book. Where do you put Trump? Are you gonna write it? Are you gonna add it? Do you remember his book, Noam?
What's the name of the book? Oh yes, I do remember the book about all the presidents. And go ahead.
Yeah. Right. And books they wrote.
Yeah. That was a great podcast we did with him.
Yeah. That was really. So what's your take on what's going on in the election tonight?
Well, I live in the Midwest, so I'm fervently hoping that the Midwest gets its act together, but I wouldn't say I'm optimistic either.
Actually, sadly, Louisiana just voted against abortion just now. It's crazy. Just update. Yeah, keep going. Sorry.
No, you're totally fine.
Yeah, Tony.
Yes, sir.
You don't have that look of we're gonna win today.
Oh no, it's over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we bring in Mike Pesca, since he's a national expert, and I'm dying to know what he makes of all this tonight.
Well, like David, and apparently, like our host, I'm a Mets fan, so I never think anything good is going to happen.
Mike, not only me and you are Mets fan, we're also Knicks fan
and Jets,
and you Jets too, right?
Yeah.
I am
a Jets fan. Nothing good ever happens.
It's a lose-lose for all. Yeah, so you understand the pain.
And I was trying to figure out if Rex Ryan had re-endorsed Trump. I knew he would. He was a little upset after Charlottesville. So this is what I think. I've been looking at the 538 models. The needle. The New York Times has a needle with 3 states: Georgia, Florida, and North Carolina. And according to their needle, it's a 95% chance Trump's going to hold on to Florida and North Carolina, which actually to me seems a little high looking at some other statistics. Georgia's maybe an 80-something% chance. So if he does win all those states, which Biden didn't need to win, but if he did win, that would really change things around. But if Trump does hold on to all those states, I think it really becomes a 60-40 election. And that's based on what Nate Silver said. You know, on his blog, he even said, if Trump wins those states, it becomes about 50-50. So he's 80% to be 50-50. So we call that something like a 60-40 election. However, Maricopa County in Arizona came in big for Biden. A lot of the vote in Arizona is in. And you know, if Biden just picks up Arizona, he doesn't even have to win Pennsylvania as long as he holds on to Michigan and Wisconsin. He wins exactly 270 votes with Arizona. So that could be how he does it.
I wanted him to just win Texas and for it to be over already.
Yeah, there were a lot of big ones out there that it would have been a statement, but it's not going to be a statement. It'll be a squeaker either way.
I'm pretty surprised by how far he is in Arizona, but I mean, I don't think he's going to pull out with any of those other states that you said.
And Ohio, it's such a weird dynamic because it's not clear that with every state the late vote is for Trump, but in a lot of states it is. So Biden, remember, you guys, have you talked about it on the show, the red mirage, the idea that it'll look like on election night that Trump is doing well because they're counting the in-person votes. In fact, the opposite has happened in a lot of places. Biden went out to a big lead within the states before they were called. I don't know if you want to call it a blue mirage, but they quickly counted all the early votes and then they factored in the in-person voting. So all these places that looked like it was a blue Biden lead, Trump came back, and looks like that's happening to Ohio now.
And North Carolina.
Who do you think's going to win, Mike?
Oh, geez, I really think it's like 55-45. Or it's close.
So is that enough to say already that the pollsters blew it in some way?
Of course they blew it.
Not
They're
supposed to be
horrible. They should all be
55-45.
fired. The pollsters are always wrong.
Why are they always wrong in one direction?
For the last 4 years, 4 years ago, they were totally wrong. And if they get it wrong this time too, because they had Biden in the lead, they should all be expelled.
Well, we don't
I
know.
think I literally know nothing, and it's been.
I've been telling you that.
It's been so obvious to me for just months on end that Trump is going to win this election, and like all of these experts weighing in about these nonsensical landslides. I mean, all you have to do is take a cruise around like any fucking place in the United States that's not New York City, and don't count Staten Island. And like, it's just so evident what's going on here.
She's right.
She's not right. Go ahead, Mike.
She's totally right.
No,
You're never
I mean,
outside of your own area. You go to Western Jersey. They're all
Mike,
there.
Mike, am I right?
You see Trump signs all over the place, but that's because they're like Trump fanatics. So they're loving putting their signs up.
That's because people with yards live in rural places, right? I mean, Democrats have so much strength in urban centers. I mean, that's the divide in the country. It's not states, it's urban and rural, and it's educated and non-educated. And I don't know, is there a case where, I don't like hoity-toity people, but is there a case where a good society is better run by the less educated people? Like, is there a society that's ever operated by that? Let's essentially separate people by levels of education. Yeah, there's definitely, Noam, I know you're going to talk about like the excesses in the academy, and that happens, but just in general, if we say the more educated you are, you're going to lose elections, and we're going to let the less educated run the country. It doesn't seem like a formula for success in general.
One, you have a hairless cat. Two,
it sounds so much less obnoxious when Mike says it than when Mayron says it.
I don't give a shit.
I don't.
Nets.
Yeah, let's get back
I
to
don't
that
know.
hairless cat.
I don't know if I agree with Mike, or he puts it that way. You know, if you have you have people who on one side who didn't graduate high school, and then people, you know, who have technical skills on the other side, you're going to have a difference in probably in how well they run things. But I don't think that the differences between the people that run things in Texas, I don't think they're that much less educated and less knowledgeable than people that run things than Bill de Blasio. And I know that the towns that you're describing probably don't need to lock their doors as much as the educated towns do. So
but Sam, you
Wait a minute,
were an
I'll-
advisor for Hillary Clinton. in
By
her
that,
campaign, right?
by that logic, like shouldn't you say that like races that are less educated on average shouldn't have power?
For sure.
I don't know. So
for sure. Well, Mike, that's a good point.
No, it used to be in this country that there were, the political parties weren't so perfectly sorted by ideology. And there were a whole lot of people with MBA and country club Republicans, right? And Mayor John Lindsay and just the elite of the Republican Party who are very well educated. And of course, a big voting there you go, a big voting block of Democrats were inner city people, maybe without college education. But it's been sorting and sorting and sorting. I'm not saying there aren't extremely smart people in the Republican Party. I think Ben Sass is smart. I think Dan Crenshaw is smart, right?
And Sass still in the Republican Party?
Yeah, he is.
Tom Cotton is smart.
The reason Tom Cotton's, he doesn't play smart guy on TV, but the reason that Ben Sass is still in the Republican Party is that he is so smart that he knew how to play electoral politics in Nebraska, right? All the stuff that he gets criticized for not being brave or having morality, that's actually intelligence. He's playing the game really well. I just, of all the things, of all the ways we're trending, I don't really despair over racism. I do worry. I'm just saying, compare it to every other society that's ever existed. Look at the ones that were ruled by the uneducated versus the educated and tell me, are those the good outcomes or the bad outcomes?
Man, I've never met like more out of touch, idiotic groupthink people than at Columbia.
Dad, I don't think you've met a lot of people. I'm from Iran. And when the religious, fundamentalist, fascist revolution happened, they didn't like grasp on to the educated. It wasn't engineers and architects and doctors and lawyers. They went for the like basically illiterate.
Mehran, that was a
I don't know what
purposeful
you
move.
know about. No, wait. I don't know what you know about targeting basically stupid people
Yeah.
for a political cause. I don't know what you know about that, but it happens in the rest of the world all the time, very transparently.
Mehran, you're right. I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying that they made that move on purpose because they could target people who aren't educated, non-engineers, doctors, lawyers, professionals. They targeted all those people because they could manipulate them really easily, right?
As has been the case since
All over.
I'm really thinking about what Mike said because it's interesting and I can't reject out of hand the importance of education. I'm looking at all the smart people who disagreed about COVID, various European countries that had different policies. My own ability, I think, in my podcast to put my finger on what needed to be done much better than some scientists. I think that I look at the world and I see it more as terms of I wish we had more people with real world experience in matters, especially the matters that they're making decisions over, and fewer people, not their education, but it's many generations of only being elite, no longer having parents who fought in the military or who owned restaurants, owned businesses, but just like the average journalist I meet now, they're like 3 generations into the Ivy League and they have no fucking idea about anything. And then Joe Biden, I mean, I don't know, he doesn't seem very bright too, but that's an ad hominem.
No, but Trump is this wellspring. He is this wellspring of insight. No,
he does have some
No,
insight.
you're right. This guy sees things that scientists and doctors don't see.
Have you been drinking?
Spider-Man. No. You're right. You are right. This guy understands that masks are an illusion. He is the Doctor Strange. He's all of the Avengers assembled.
No, I'm not talking about Trump, who did go
No,
to
no,
Wharton,
no, no.
who went to Wharton, by the way. But
by the way,
We only got into Florida.
So Coleman knows this. From like day one in COVID, I was saying the high-tech cavalry is not coming. All this contact tracing, it's all highfalutin. It's never going to work. I know this because I know how hard it is to fucking execute small things.
You tell the Hasidim.
Right. I said we need to wear masks. We need to wear masks. This is a low-tech problem. I mean, I was wearing everybody I knew out, saying this is a low-tech problem. And the brilliant people, they just couldn't see past all their education in a way. So so I'm sure you're right in a sense too, Mike. There's no one answer. Education certainly matters.
I mean,
crippling us.
Wait, but we shouldn't mistake education for intelligence too.
You're right,
Like,
Coleman.
like not just because you have an Ivy League degree, just because you're getting educated is not the same as being smart. I mean, and there's so many smart people and so many dumb people in both parties that I'm not sure it's even worth these kinds of arguments, right? Like we're and past, like, I don't know, if you're above the 50 or 60th percentile in intelligence, being more intelligent may or may not make you a better politician because there's so many other skills required. It's like that last 10% is going to matter if you're a chess champion or if you want to be the world's best Rubik's Cube solver, but like
intelligence
it might not be for
voting. Like, you literally have to understand the history of the country that you are voting for. Let's say expanding Congress, the Supreme Court. Let's say
Mayron, stop for a second. Honestly, if you and your family lost their job through something that you could connected to free trade in NAFTA, and you lived in Ohio or wherever it is, some of the part of it, or do you think, and you were every bit as smart as you are today, you think you wouldn't have some sympathy for Trump? Honestly, I mean, you can't see
like
that.
a resounding no. This guy is all he talks is nonsense.
So I guess you're right.
Would you book him at your club? Okay,
take it easy.
Noam, would you book him at your club?
Would I book? Listen, I'm worried that you're a little.
If he, as a politician, no. If he, as a politician, were at the level of comedy that you're looking for, would you book him at your club?
Who was the debate? The moderator.
Of course you would. Rodney Dangerous.
Who couldn't get Trump to stop? Who was the? I feel like
it's a reasonable question.
Of course, I book him at my club.
You would never.
All right, let's guys. We need to move on. I wanna ask. We have a couple of guests waiting outside.
So Mike,
I'm leaving.
Okay.
Take him on.
I'm leaving as a courtesy, but just let me say, Coleman, Noam, all of you motherfuckers.
You don't even know what we're saying.
This homosexual has a lot of shoulder. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to make it about this, but honestly,
isn't that the same
good
speech
night,
you went around
hookers.
with?
I hate all of you, especially the chick with the highlights. Just kidding. I'm fucking with you.
I want to make sure I'm being fair to Mike.
Yeah,
Can you say something? Because I don't know that I totally understand exactly what you're saying.
I wanted to say something to you, Coleman, which is that I think comparing it to the level of person you get at an Ivy League university is not exactly what I'm talking about. I'm talking about maybe the median voter. So I would say with you in your life, the median education level of someone from Montclair, New Jersey, this like excellent, robust public school system where probably the vast majority of high school graduates went to four-year colleges. Well, I want those people in general, and it's also racially mixed. I would like them to decide. And Noam, what you're talking about, people with experience, it's great to have someone like Lauren Underwood, a nurse in Congress. It's great to have Waltz, who went from being a teacher to being the House of Representatives from Minnesota to being a governor. The actual leaders of the party are still culled from Harvard and Princeton. I'm talking about when the median voter is in general an uneducated person or a non-college educated person, it is they will probably make a raft of decisions that are worse for themselves and the country than
Hallelujah.
Okay.
Mayron, please.
I'm leaving. I'm leaving.
Mute him.
We have two.
But Coleman did make a good point, which is that minority communities are far less educated, and if you want to apply that logic to them.
But they're getting far more educated, and I think that point goes right to Coleman's point about education isn't intelligence, especially when college education was denied to minority communities. And I think at this point, as things become more and more free and open and equal, if you look at the rate of Black people who are college graduates in your lifetime, Coleman, it went from something like 20% to 40%, and it's just going to go higher and higher and match the white community. Being college educated is not the end all be all, but as a proxy for someone who can make pretty good decisions, it's better to be governed by people and those people making the choices than the non-educated. And just very much.
Can I say one? Go ahead, finish.
Yeah, the last thing I want to say is when you get the non-college educated people, it doesn't have to be college educated, but when you get really ignorant people making choices, that's when the QAnon and that's when the conspiracy theories and that's when the really dangerous ideas, I think, take root. People who are truly ignorant.
The one thing I would say to that is I'm not sure you can extrapolate from the fact that a lot more people, like more Black people, are going to college today than 20 years ago, because for the first thing, there's way more grade inflation now than there was then. There's way more let's put you in college, whether it's much easier to get into college now because everyone wants you to go to college, and they'll throw you in there and give you C's when you don't do any work at a lot of places because that's what the incentives are. It doesn't necessarily mean that population is any smarter than they are 20 years ago. A college degree means a lot less in terms of your intelligence. From what I can tell, like places are abandoning it used to be that you could, like your grade point average, if you got like a 3.7, you're automatically cum laude.
Right.
Now a 3.7 doesn't mean shit. You're not gonna, because you're not in the top 10% of the class because everyone's come up and everyone's. So I wouldn't extrapolate too much from that about intelligence, which is what we should care about, right?
Yeah, I think that grade inflation, once you get into college, is its own issue. And just the idea of college educated as the demarcation of intelligent or not, it's like this, whatever we say, and when Noam talks about real world experience, if we could put together something that we agree, okay, this is a proxy for a reasonably educated person, I don't know, some test, something like education plus test plus success in business, that is the coalition of people who we could all agree, say, yeah, those are the more.
No, but what about all the studies that find that more intelligent people are sometimes just better at persuading themselves into a false belief? Like the Daniel Kahneman studies that find if you're smarter, you're able to come up with tricks to cater to your own pre-existing biases more easily than a less smart person.
Yeah, but then
there's something else. If you Google the smartest man in the world, I forget his name. We tried to get him on the podcast. Perry, remember?
I was there.
He's supposed to have the highest IQ in the world. He's a 9/11 truther.
Yeah, me.
He's a 9/11 truther. So
Speaking of smartest people, I want to introduce two of my favorite people in the whole world. Journalist Emily Yaffe. She's here. And comedian, very funny Kate Herman. She's here.
Hello.
Kate, we cannot hear you. You were asking me. I cannot hear you. I can see you laugh, but I can't hear you.
Emily, do you know Mike Pesca?
I wanted to say, Mike, something horrible is walking around you, in case you didn't know.
That's what I wanted to say. I don't understand how we're just carrying on here when Mike basically has like a dinosaur.
Wow.
Yeah.
So Emily, what do you think of so far? Where do you see the night going?
You know the movie Alien, where it opens with the crew has been in this plastic thing, suspended animation for years while they're going to their destination? Can I get in one of those pods and just be put in suspended animation? Well, in one way, my husband and I signed a piece of paper together. We were each other's notary saying, in August, saying, here are the reasons we think Donald Trump might be reelected. And that all our friends, I voted for Biden, that all our friends who are so cocky about this might be wrong. And by this time in 2016, we totally knew, we had accepted Trump won. Apparently, unless something's happened in the 10 minutes I've been in the waiting room, we still don't know. But one loses one's faith in polling pundits, the elite media.
One thing we do know is that there wasn't a blue wave that we were hoping for.
Oh, right. This is not however it comes out, even if Biden wins.
Yeah.
This is no major repudiation of Trump in after 4 years of crazy. Here we are. And you know what? Looking at those images of the rallies, now this is, in the middle of a pandemic, tens of thousands of people coming out to be cheek by jowl saying, I love this guy. And again, the media, there's just people, idiots coming out. Well, it meant something. So
They're
again,
voting idiots.
Sorry?
They're voting idiots.
Can I do it? All right, cool.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Jesus Christ, welcome back. How much fun have we been having?
Oh, not as much as you, apparently.
I don't know. It's so nice to see all of your fucking faces. I feel like I'm already the world champion of the world.
All right.
Because the math has been TikToking, whatever. What have you been talking about?
All right. Kate's been having a good time too.
Yeah. A lot of people have been doing, I guess.
Emily, did you hear Mike's trying to put in perspective, what does it mean to have a less educated population? Does that mean that we should assume that their decisions are less likely to be the right ones?
No, I don't think so at all. Well, look, on a larger, I heard the tail end of the conversation. We don't want a country in which everyone needs a college degree in order to have a decent job and a decent life. That's just ridiculous. I
think he just meant that if there's an issue that's explained to the voters who are better educated are going to be able to analyze those issues better and more likely, not 100% of the time, but more likely, because their analysis is better, they will make the better choice. Is that a fair way to put it, Mike?
Yeah. I think not just college education, but college education is a proxy for critical thinking skills.
Is education or raw IQ, is that a protection against conspiracy-minded thinking, or are the high IQ people just as susceptible to conspiracy theories and magical thinking and UFOs and this and that? I know that Noam said the smartest man in the world is a truther.
Yes.
I mean, is there a correlation between intelligence or lack of intelligence, say, and conspiracy theory thinking?
Well, I know they studied it with Islamic terrorists, and they found out, in fact, no, it's mostly about how far you are from what you expected out of society. And that's why they could recruit in places. They could recruit in slums, but they also could recruit in prisons and universities. So yeah, and to some extent, having a very active mind might be able to make you see links where they aren't there because of your ability to connect the dots. But again,
this is absolutely wild. This is the most
Hatem, you got to mute her.
I did.
Go ahead.
I'm just saying, if you could find a case study where the less educated, there was a real divide, right? It wasn't a mixture. There was a real divide with the more educated and the less educated. And you could find where the less educated got to make most of the decisions via the Democratic vote or some other way, and that worked out well for the country. I'd be very open to hearing that. It doesn't seem to be a formula for success.
So let me come in a different way, and then I'll bring Emily in. What I worry about, hearing here.
No, you know what? Fuck off.
Hatem, please.
Yeah.
What I'm hearing here is, and it doesn't start with you. It's a number of people tonight, is trying to find some hook into explaining the Trump voter, other than what I would say is the Occam's razor explanation, which is they don't feel that the other side cares about them or represents their values. And that's, I don't think it's much more than that. And to try to look at another way, it's somehow because they're not smart, they're not analyzed, not educated. I think that's not going to be, you can control for all that. The bottom line is that these people have a different experience, they have different values, and we don't understand them any more than they understand us.
Well, I think that's true. That's because Trump ran a grievance campaign and a grievance presidency. And so I think we thought that, well, that's going to get swept aside by the value that these people cared about is keeping their families safe in terms of COVID. And they would think that Joe Biden was the one to keep their family safe. And by the way, you know, Fox News just called Arizona. It may turn out to be that way. But you know, you're right. I mean, Trump is.
Wait a minute, called Arizona.
Called Arizona for what?
Biden.
For Biden.
Oh,
Biden?
isn't that good?
Yeah.
You know what Mike, didn't you say that was a good thing?
Very good. It
Yeah,
was,
that's kind of an unexpected one. Arizona was kind of a toss-up, but Florida is handedly going to Trump right now.
Yeah.
I feel like I have an example for you of what you said. Like, give me an example. Like, if you put it to the more educated or the less educated to cut the police force of Minneapolis in half a couple months ago after George Floyd, the correct answer we now basically know was no, because the residents of Minneapolis have said no, that was not, we want the police reformed, but we need them to exist at their current levels. Wouldn't the less educated half probably have had the better instinct on that question? And that's not to say that I don't think like they have some spooky instinct that makes them always right or whatever. It's just to say that a lot of times when you're like outside of practical intelligence, which is to say like I'm a good trombone player. I've spent thousands of hours on it. I have practical intelligence. Whether or not I went to school, I'm great at this thing, right? For everything else in the world, I'm reading. I have secondhand, third-hand knowledge of stuff, which makes me 1,000 times more vulnerable to the bias of not reading things from enough angles or not thinking of the common sense thing. And someone who's read 1,000 books about trombone is never going to know as much about it as I have. And so the educated are always making these assumptions based on reading and classes, which are largely bullshit. And so would you consider that to be an example or no?
No, because
Coleman, are you saying theory versus practice? Is that what you're saying, Coleman?
Basically, well, yeah, what I'm saying is like a less educated group that has skin in the game, as you know, Nassim Taleb would say, and more of an incentive to get the right answer, will probably get the right answer more often than a more educated group who doesn't have skin in the game.
Yeah, but I think what happened in Minneapolis is that the elected officials thought that they had to kowtow to the demands and the irrational demands of the mob or the moment, and then when it came time to actually put that into effect, you know, the elected officials themselves backed off that. So I don't think it does show that.
Isn't the mob very educated? The 2% on Twitter are highly educated, and they're exerting the pressure.
Well, I'm talking about the people I do think you could find very liberal cities with probably high degrees of education where certain policies based on what activists want will get argued for, right? Portland and Minneapolis. But if you look at Mayor Wheeler of Portland, and if you look at even the president of the Minneapolis City Council, who gave lip service to defund the police when pressed, oh, by defund the police, we mean essentially what every rational person means, which is you got to keep giving them money, but
what about New York? They cut the budget in New York.
Yeah.
Well, they cut the budget largely because we went through this tremendous budgetary shortfall because of coronavirus. There's not as much money there. They cut the budget for schools too. They're going to cut the budget for everything.
Isn't it a huge deal that Arizona went to Biden?
It is a huge deal.
Yeah, Arizona was going to be one of those like toss-up states. That one was going to be a real close one. But
I mean, Arizona never goes blue.
yeah, but he still needs to win other places like Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Pennsylvania.
with Virginia.
Right now.
Yeah, he doesn't need.
So,
he doesn't
Mike,
need to win Ohio.
I still have some stubborn
Wisconsin
opinions that I can't deny that I have. For instance, about COVID. I don't think Trump handled COVID well.
No, before you keep going, I'm just gonna admit the last three in the panel, so we'll be all set. Ew.
Panel.
That's what I said. You focus on the election, Jesus.
Trump's leading in Virginia, though. So if he wins Virginia, that's it, right?
So, yeah, he's leading in Ohio actually as well. The beautiful comedian Esther Koo, the beautiful comedian Boris Hiking, and Justin Morris. She is a long time no see. She's the chief editor of the Immigration Post as well. Hello.
Great.
Hello.
She's terrific. I remember her. Hi.
Hello. Hey, you guys. How are you not
Not
watching?
you, Esther. I meant Justin. Justin.
You know who always goes blue is Dave Juskow's balls.
Oh,
Jesus Christ.
Where's this
Please,
coming
Esther.
from?
Esther.
What?
Go ahead, Noam. What was your question about COVID?
So Trump handled COVID badly, not as badly as Cuomo seemed to have, and not as idiotically. I don't know. And then you look at what's happening in Europe. I don't think you can make a great case to a Trump voter that, if it had been Trump and only had a Democrat or only had a Europe, and even better, a European leader, things would be that different. So I think they can easily just chalk that off and just ignore it. But I think that it comes down to, and I believe you could probably prove this empirically, the Democratic Party does a great imitation of caring more about illegal immigrants than it does about struggling people in the Midwest, in the Rust Belt. And I think if you were to poll Democratic voters, you could probably find out they care much more about the plight of illegal immigrants than they do about the Rust Belt. And that's all you need to know to understand why they vote for Trump, I think. Anyway, that's the last time I'm going to say it.
You guys, I went to the Electoral College, all right? So I know, if you guys let me talk, I was voted cum loudest. Wow, tough crowd, people. Fucking lighten up. What's going on here? Jesus.
Did you vote, Esther?
I did. I voted in Florida, but with all those stupid Cubans, I don't think
Oh my God.
we're gonna stand a chance. Because the thing about Cubans, they look white, so they're all about being Republican, like white people. They don't, you know what I mean? They look at Mexicans lower than them, so Florida doesn't stand a chance.
All right, there's Asian Republicans too. Let's not go crazy here.
Yeah, of course.
Just wanted to interject. Trump went from 10% young black support to 20% in the past 4 years. There's a great article about it in NBC by Musa Al-Gharbi, my friend.
And-
a very interesting trend that is under commented upon.
And so comment, Coleman, why?
It's not at all with older black voters. It's a uniquely younger black voter phenomenon and more among black males than black women. And I don't totally know why it's the case, but I do think a lot of younger black people are probably kind of fed up with the larger narrative about what it's supposed to mean to be a black person in America, that it's constant violence every day, that every time I get pulled over by a cop for a traffic ticket, I should fear for my life. And they see that it's maybe not true in their life, and they don't totally like the way in which they are positioned as a victim rather than as something more affirmative, a kind of more...
I bet you it's because
it could be that.
Trump signed
I don't really
all
know,
the
though.
stimulus checks.
because he's
Then no, no,
Wow.
because then why wouldn't he have won the older black community? They would benefit just as much or more from those stimulus checks. I don't know. It's a generational thing. That's the most interesting thing about it. It's not my grandfather and my father. It's like me.
So,
And growing up in a country that is less racist than what experienced, or I would submit is less racist. I would say it's common sense is less racist, even though you're not supposed to say that. And that reality could make you more open and more hostile to the narrative that, the whole everything is systemic racism thing.
But why
Maybe
would
that's
black,
it.
Oh,
why
Coleman,
would
I think
black women not respond to?
They have. It's just disproportionately black men, but it's
Right.
young
But-
black women
so
and young
Coleman, I think there's a large population in our military also who are young black men, and a lot of those young black men in the military who might be veterans or active duty right now, also they find that Trump maybe supports them as a veteran or being in the military more so than Biden might be supporting them. So I think that might lead to.
But
part
then
of it.
the question is, why didn't they go for Trump in 2016? It
Well,
has
maybe
to be
they just didn't believe that he was going to be on their side in 2016.
But I think it has to do something with the cultural changes in the country. I don't think it has anything to do with Trump, really. I think it has to do with the cultural changes in the country in the past 4 years, with the Great Awakening and everything being woke and every other person on Instagram posting stuff about race and all black people are daily victims of systemic racism. I think it's more about that, but it could be military stuff too. I don't really know.
let
Do
me
you
ask
think
you
it has
guys.
something to do with?
Yeah.
I was just going to say, do you think it also has something to do with the fact that, in the last maybe month or so, there were a handful of black celebrities who came out and supported Trump. Do you think that's part of it?
They are part of the same trend. I don't think they caused
Yeah.
it. And
Yeah.
you notice all the celebrities that have come out, Lil Wayne, Lil Pump, Kanye is a little middle-aged, but
don't
who
call
else?
him old. He's my age, man.
What is he, 40? I mean, he's not in this demographic I'm talking about of 20 to 35, right? He's 40, whatever.
No, but they do influence them.
In any case, I think they're part of the trend. They didn't cause it. They feel it.
Let me ask you guys something. Let's dream. What's the next year? 4 years would be if Trump wins, and the 4 years if Biden wins. Emily,
Wait,
if
Hatem,
Biden wins.
Is it okay if, as a white man, I want to pose a racial hypothesis just in
Do it.
response to what Coleman was talking about? Is it possible that you have most recently you have the movements and stuff in response to what the narrative is, young black men getting killed, and it feels like very quickly every one of those movements ends up kind of being about a lot of other things, and it feels like that's a little bit of a pattern, right? Like you have a lot of stuff that happens that's supposed to be for either descendants of slaves, and it ends up being for people of color, which to me feels like a lot of times it's like trying to organize people to get votes, right? Trying to get a mass of people together. Is it possible that over the years, people see a movement that's supposed to be for them, whether it's the Democratic Party in general, or like right now you have Black Lives Matter that starts for young men of color that are getting killed by cops and ends up being kind of just a general woke, right? It always becomes kind of like a very broad woke movement. Is it possible that that's a response to it, that lack of support is like a movement that very clearly starts for one group of people and is like broadened to another?
I think you have your finger on something that is a very real phenomenon. I think of my sister, for example, who she hates the term people of color because she knows it's like really like black people and Asian people are the same. We're just going to lump that together. And she, as a black person, she sort of takes offense. She wants, like, if something's a black issue, she wants you to just say it outright. I'm not sure that would lead people to vote for Trump or just to become more cynical about Democrats.
Right, at least to be less excited to go out.
I would say it would lead people to be less excited, but it wouldn't be an affirmative argument for Trump. I think the whatever's driving young black people towards Trump, in admittedly small but like significant numbers, probably isn't that. Although that is a real phenomenon.
I don't know. I'm more worried about everybody emailing Tony Darrow at AOL.com. Spam folder getting all crowded from the thousands of people watching
All
this.
right, I'm back. So now,
There you go. So back to my question, Emily. What do you think? 4 years if Trump loses.
If Biden wins,
Yeah.
oh, a nice nap for all of us. I mean, just imagine where the president is kind of him again. You're paying no attention, or is.
But you don't think the media has been like activated the last 4 years? They're not gonna give up. They're gonna find something.
Well, the media there could be real trouble for the elite media if Biden wins. I mean, suddenly, I don't know, the New York Times loses 1 million subscribers or something. I mean, Trump has created this, it's very rare where you are paying attention on an hourly basis about what the insane thing the president has just done. So it would be a real dilemma for the media, but it would,
Mike, what do you think?
ratchet things down.
I agree with Emily. And Noam asked me in the beginning, do we know each other? You've been on my show. I love Emily. She's the greatest. You should listen. You should read all her articles. But so within each party, it could go one of two ways. The Democrats could be at each other's throats, right? The leftists at the throats of the moderates, and the moderates could counter, hey, what are you talking about? This is how you win, right? You run regular, normal people. And the leftists can say, you are all deluded. You've told yourself that Trump was the aberration, and now we get back to normal. That's not true. Trump exposed how bad the country was. So I really think there is the possibility of a real clash there.
Absolutely.
And then on the Republican side, you're going to have people like Sass and Crenshaw who want to move the party in an un-Trump direction. You're going to have people like Cotton and Hawley who are going to want to double down on Trumpism. And you're going to have Trump himself. Yeah. And I don't know if he's going to participate. I don't know if Don Jr. is going to pick up the mantle. I don't know what the Southern District of New York is going to say about this. But I see a lot of lines where everything can fracture in different directions.
What about the other scenario if Trump wins, Esther?
If Trump wins, well, I already moved to Korea. It's 1:30 over here, so life is good. There's no COVID. I'll invite all of you guys to be my plus ones, and there might be a mass exodus to Canada or some shit.
They don't want to.
No, that's not allowed to enter any countries. No one will take us.
Well,
speak for yourself, Tony Darrow at AOL.
Yeah.
I'm coming back to South Korea. I'm gonna come stay with you.
Are you paying $20 a month for AOL, Tony Darrow?
Oh, no, it's not 1990.
But I know, but there are people who still have that AOL address. Watch out.
Justine,
why should I change my address?
I'll send you an invite to Gmail. Get with the times.
I have a Gmail. I have a Yahoo. I have a iCloud account.
Look at you.
I got 7 email accounts.
Look at you.
All my different porn names.
I want to say a special hello to Mila as well. She's here.
That's my daughter, Mila.
Justine, I want to ask you about,
it's hitting that bottle kind of heavy.
Yeah, about the immigration system and what's going on. If Biden versus Trump wins, is that really going to make a difference, or is it the same policy, same everything? Because all the cases you're talking about, find out that it's built in Obama's time and all that. So where do you stand with that?
Yeah, I think it'll make a big difference for all the DACA recipients, because that's based on a presidential decision. Whereas if we're looking at actual reform, which our country is really, really, really in need of, that's not really going to happen if we don't have a Senate. We need some people to pass some laws. We need an active House and Senate to work together to come up with some laws that work for our country. And that's something we basically have not seen in years.
I have a question for everybody. Since we assume that Trump has no core beliefs, that's what everybody says. Which way do you expect him to tack when he no longer has to run for re-election?
I think that's kind of the scariest part, to be honest, is what he's going to do now that he doesn't have to deal with the re-election.
Or might he might he move more towards the center that we all kind of suspect?
No, I think
No.
he's going to do something crazy so he leaves a legacy,
Yeah.
something big, and then he's going to
Yeah.
change the laws so he can run for a third term.
They're already talking about a third term.
See,
I don't think that's gonna actually happen.
Who knows?
I mean, he's always been a Democrat, right? Trump was a Democrat for a long time. We assume on social issues he doesn't really mean what he's saying. I even assume on immigration, he's quite aware of how essential low skilled immigration is to running businesses. How could he
Yeah,
not?
but he wants to win. So he doesn't
After
really care.
if he wins in his next 4 years, when
He
he
wants
doesn't
to
have
be
to run
loved.
again.
He wants to be loved more than anything. He wants to be loved. So what's the best way for him to be loved? Is the best way for him to be loved to keep doing what he's doing, or to become more moderate, as you suggest he might?
Tell us about the UFOs. That'll do it.
Oh yeah, maybe he'll just share all this.
He'll be like Howard Stern, and he'll become more mainstream.
Maybe.
I think the lesson of Erdogan and Orban and other people like that provide a guideline of what he's going to do. You know, when Erdogan was elected, he was seen as kind of a moderate, but once you win and consolidate power, you no longer have to moderate. So I don't think he's going to. I think he's going to fire. I think he'll fire Esper and Haspel. You know, anyone in his cabinet ever stands in his way. But I don't really think he's going to have this huge agenda. He can't even articulate the agenda. I mean, I'm really into the sculpture park of American heroes that he promised, and better shower heads and higher flushing toilets.
And the
so I don't
Space
really
Force.
know exactly what. Yeah, well, Space Force ain't bad. So Cool unis.
He's gonna fire Fauci.
Can we expect some infrastructure? I don't know if we even understand why we didn't get infrastructure. What was the holdup on infrastructure?
What infrastructure in particular would you like to see? No.
See the Lincoln
There's
Tunnel
no
have an
new
extra tunnel.
legislation. The only legislation we saw was a tax cut. There was no legislation in the last 4 years. None.
What
Zero.
about this global pandemic? I mean, can we get to that for a second? Like, is
What
he
pandemic?
The liberal hoax.
That ship has sailed. We're waiting for a vaccine.
Is he going to fire Fauci?
Steve Cohen will fix it. It might be. That's him.
Yeah, Jessica, what's your take in all this? Yeah, you've been quiet. What's your take in the night?
I think I go either way. You know, I got
Bisexual.
but I really don't care who wins. I think everything is gonna. I have to have
That's
hope.
That's what Trump voters say. You can smell a Trump voter when they say, "I don't care who wins."
Well, I just have to have. I have hope that everything is going to be okay, and that he just understands that he's an American and we're all in this together.
Jusko's so old, he's at risk for coronavirus death. So he'll be
That's
lucky if he
true.
sees who wins.
On fire.
That's
Yeah,
what
she
about
came
what
here with
you worked
material.
with Hillary Clinton, right? You were her political advisor.
Yeah.
So you feel like from this campaign versus last campaign, do you think Biden did a good job or no? And what do you see, like which one will be better for the Middle East?
I can't say that Biden did a better job. I think that, you know, there was a lot of votes for Biden were really votes in anger against Trump. They weren't really votes for Biden. Biden never really did anything to set himself forward for people. He didn't give anybody any sort of enthusiasm for people. Nobody was so thrilled to vote for Biden. You know, I worked for Hillary. I wasn't thrilled, you know, to vote for him. But that's kind of, you're going to see that in the polls now. I've been saying it this whole time. I think Trump's going to win. If you're looking at the projections coming out now, the states that Trump needed to win, he's going to win. The only one he didn't get so far is Arizona. And that one was really a toss up.
Tony just gave us all coronavirus.
Can I ask you a Middle East question?
Sure.
What's the relationship between pulling out of the Iran deal and the separate peace that we see bubbling up with the Middle East now? Are they related?
And the what?
Pulling out of the Iran deal.
Yeah.
Is that in any way related to these Arab countries now agreeing to make peace and maybe eventually Saudi Arabia coming into the fold with Israel?
No, I don't think that there's really a correlation in that regard. I think that there's there are larger things at play. There's a lot more destabilization that a lot of these Arab countries are seeing happening, and they're, like leaders in Saudi Arabia or whatnot, they're trying to grasp onto the straws that are in their hands, and they don't want to lose control. Like what you're seeing happening in Syria now, for example. They don't want to lose their power. That's what they're trying to hold on to.
So this isn't people hugging each other to against Iran. That's not what's
Nobody's
going on.
hugging each other since COVID.
The Middle East is not like, there's not a unification for Iran in any kind of way. Like Saudi Arabia and Iran are not friends.
Oh, I'm saying the Sunnis.
Yeah.
They were in Aladdin.
Getting together with
They
Israel.
were in Aladdin, wow.
Getting together with Israel as a united front against
Yeah.
Iran. Is that what's going on?
I see what you're saying. I think that's more of a thing of convenience. I mean, Iran is, saying Iran keeps saying that their end goal is to go after Israel. And Saudi Arabia being buddy with Israel is really just more of a matter of convenience than anything else, I think. But Hatem, you asked me which one I think is better, Biden or Trump on the Middle East and foreign policy there. And it's really strange for me to say this, but Trump is actually better in that regard. I have to admit.
I said that in the show as well,
Yeah. I mean, I mentioned it to you before. So Biden and everybody who's surrounding Biden and who's working for him now, foreign policy people, they're all former Obama officials. And their idea is a lot of stay out of it, a lot of inaction, no need for us to be involved, right? But we saw the consequences of that already bubble up in Syria. We saw that by staying fully out of things, conflict happens and you create safe havens for terrorism when you are not there to put pressure, when you're not there to regulate.
Well, I think the Kurds would disagree with you on that one.
I'm sorry, say it again, Tony.
I think the 8 million Kurds would disagree with you.
Okay, and what about all the Syrians who?
Well, I'm just saying, you talk about a country of 8 million people that have been abandoned by America.
Yeah. And what about all the other people?
Well, what about the Kurds? What about the 8 million Kurds? What about the 8 million Kurds, though?
What did Obama do for the Kurds?
Well, I mean, Trump abandoned the Kurds.
Yeah, and Obama never gave them any real support either.
And neither did Bush.
The Kurds thing has been going on since the 80s,
Yeah, that's not a new thing to me.
No, I know, I understand that.
Was Trump killing Soleimani an effective decision?
Yeah, it was. It really was, actually. He had personally.
You were involved in the what's his name?
He had personally facilitated the deaths of tens of thousands of people, of innocent people.
Leaving out aside, the reason it was okay to kill him, was it effective? Did it stop Iran's mischief? Prior to that, we were seeing tankers boarded or whatever it was. Is that the reason it stopped? Was it?
No, well, he was the mastermind. So yes, it was effective because if anything, it put a slowdown to how they were mass murdering people. It kind of put a little bit of the brakes on them, and that's why I say.
So Mike, you're a mainstream, smart Democrat. Are you able to go that far and credit Trump's decision there, or you disagree?
Well, I talked to people who know more than me, like Fred Kaplan. He thinks it was a terrible idea. Maybe we'll never know, right? Didn't they attack the temple in Argentina 12 years later to get revenge? So it's a hard calculation. But I will say this, that in the very moment, the most people who cover it jumped in and say, "Oh my God, what a horrific mistake." When did that happen? A year and a half ago?
About a year and a half ago.
Right. So it doesn't seem like the blowback has occurred, and it doesn't seem like Iran has caused mayhem on the scene. So maybe of all his foreign policy decisions, this is one that I will at least say it may work out.
I think that's probably the biggest win you'll get from somebody for Trump.
Yeah, I argued. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say. I mean, you're not wrong. That was always the question, right? Is if we did something like that, then you're gonna start World War III. World War III didn't start because we took that action. And it's that's the constant argument, and we've now had three occurrences at minimum, three major occurrences in Trump's time where we didn't start World War III when everybody was screaming that we were going to start World War III because of what happened.
So I argued with Fred Kaplan at the time. To me, it was bombing Gaddafi in his tent, and we never heard another peep out of Gaddafi. That when you see, like, if you're the head of Iran and you see the guy next to you get his head blown off, you say to yourself, "I'm going to slow my roll here. Maybe I'll wait until the next president takes over." But they don't want to die.
So I have a question for you guys. Maybe Emily, like, how dangerous? I have to say, I admire how Esther is like standing still. Like, I wasn't sure if the computer is frozen or you just like, you have this ability. It's amazing. So my question is how dangerous it is that we're going to go to sleep today and not knowing who the president is till whenever, the role with the social media and all that, like, because some people are going to say whatever,
I think this is might become a normal thing, especially when voting takes place over weeks. You're going to have these toss-up states. We were warned, we likely wouldn't know. I think what could be dangerous, and before I got on here, I saw a lot of people on Twitter saying we could end up in a 269 tie.
Yes.
And people are saying it's 2020, so of course we're going to end up in a 269 tie. It goes to the House. You think, oh, okay, so Biden wins. No, apparently the rules are so arcane that it gives the Republicans an edge in the House.
Yeah,
So,
every state gets its own vote by delegation.
yeah.
Wow.
So, so tonight, not knowing tonight doesn't worry me. Not knowing through the end of the year and then having the House decide, that worries me.
Is that a possibility that we won't? Is that a possibility we won't know till the end of the year? Is that really a thing?
Well,
I didn't even know there was you could talk. Who here thinks the Electoral College has to go? I mean, is that still a good idea?
Yeah.
Isn't that they say that every election, and we only have this discussion in election like month, and then it disappears.
It doesn't disappear in the House. It just disappears in the public perception and in the media. That's where it disappears.
I think Emily's right. She has glasses, and so does American Gina Yashiri. So we should listen to them.
I'm more and more convinced that you could convince me the Electoral College should go, but it's not going to go. So it's academic. Right?
All that's irrelevant to what could happen over.
Is there any justification nowadays for I guess the Electoral College meant something when states were more seen as kind of almost mini countries in a way, and so but does it make any sense today? What case can be made for the Electoral College now, if any? Anybody?
I don't think anybody's interested.
We're all pretending we don't know you, Naturman.
I don't know. I think
Justine, I want to ask you something, because you with your experience with immigrants and all that, because that's something that but some touch on, and I did too before in the podcast. Why is it a lot of the immigrants usually going for Trump?
So many Syrians.
MSA.
Yeah, that's a really interesting question.
Yeah,
because they got over the border. They don't want all the people coming behind them competing with them.
I think the reality.
Yeah, no, I think that's true. That's actually true.
I think that a lot of, if you look at a lot of immigrants, they really vote their conscience, right? So if they have conservative views, then they're going to vote those conservative views without seeing, the issue of quote unquote immigration. They figure they hired a lawyer, their lawyer helped them, and so the next guy can do the same. I think that people vote like in our country right now, people are voting their cultures more than they're voting issues. Right. So they're voting when it comes to immigration, it's not really about immigration, right? For the guy who knows somebody who's been deported, he's going to vote that because that's what his community is dealing with. But if the guy who's, gotten through, he got his lawyer, it's a non-issue.
The other thing, go ahead.
Go ahead, Esther.
They're coming from misogynistic countries, so they have no problem with Trump being like this piece of shit and just.
I was actually going to make a very similar point. No, I was saying, like a lot of immigrants are coming from countries where the definition of racism is totally different, if they even have, in Arabic, the word for black person is to this day, the colloquial word is the same word as slave. That's where they are on the race issue in the Arab world. Okay, so if you're coming from there and you hear Trump's
I don't think you're informed enough
Abed.
about Arab word to say something like that.
Abed, the word Abed. I'm getting this from all of my friends who grew up in Iraq and Lebanon.
Not wrong, Coleman.
They're not wrong. I know I'm not. So what I'm saying, that's just one example.
Yeah.
And we think. Just let me finish my point. So we think that immigrants should come to this country and see Trump's Mexican rapist comment and be so disgusted, but a lot of people are working on a different standard of what
you are
counts as
saying
racist.
what Trump is saying, pretty much.
What do you mean?
Because they say they come and they see Trump's point.
And a lot of immigrants have a lot of money. I mean, they're not necessarily coming here poor and suffering, right? They're coming here to work in Silicon Valley.
Yeah,
right? They're coming here on visa. No, but that's the reality, right?
Yeah.
They're coming here, investing millions of dollars, creating jobs in the United States. That's what those immigrants are doing. So they have different points of views. We can't just lump immigrants with quote unquote this image of being poor and needy. Right? All immigrants are not poor and needy.
Can I say, as an immigrant, I definitely agree with that. Definitely not a monolith. And I'll say also, a lot of the immigrants that come here, whether they're poor or whether they're rich, are coming hypothetically because they prefer America as a system of government to wherever they're from. I'm from a Soviet Union. People come here with just an assumption of corruption. It's just how they see the way that a lot of things work. And so a lot of them are just going to inherently be anti-government, just giving the benefit of the doubt in any kind of centralized control, which tends to lean, Cuban immigrants, ex-Soviet immigrants, they're all coming with a slant that's inherently right-wing. It's inherently anti-government. It's just like they wouldn't be coming here if that wasn't the case. Their whole country would be worth dealing with.
Oh, that really brought an end to the conversation.
I was just checking a text from Fred Gabr. No, Fred Gabr was just.
Is there any more news since we've been talking?
Well, Ohio went to Trump.
What?
Yeah, we're pretty much been waiting for Pennsylvania in a
What
few
happened?
days.
Ohio
went to Trump.
Ohio went to Trump. Pennsylvania is real far in
Pennsylvania's going to be a few days before we know, but that doesn't look good.
So with Ohio going to Trump, this blue wall.
This is where we are.
Ooh, that does not look good.
213 to 118.
Yeah.
Although Arizona,
was
Biden
close,
got
though.
Arizona.
Yeah, but you have Wisconsin and Michigan red, and I don't know that.
Yeah, Wisconsin's too early to call.
They're not.
Wisconsin's too close. Florida's definitely. I mean, they're not counting that for Trump right now, which I don't understand.
I mean, Trump
why.
is up by 400,000 in Florida. Like,
How does he not win that? Yeah.
Yeah,
Florida
there's
and Texas
only,
are
only
over.
2%
in
left
Ohio.
in Florida. Texas is definitely going up.
By mail votes are being counted after all of this or before or what?
I don't know. Ask Juskow. He's at the White House right now.
Yeah, I was actually wondering that too. When do they count the mail vote? You know, like, I mean,
It
is
depends.
already
Each
been
state have a
counted?
different law.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Each,
so-
each state counted it differently. Some states
Yeah.
counted it in advance. Some states weren't permitted to count it until the day of the election. Some states have to actually start counting after the date of the
But
election.
when they say it's almost 100% in Florida, that means they've already counted all of the
Yeah.
absentee votes as well.
That's right. Florida, they
Florida
projected
counts
to
it
count.
in advance.
Oh, I
That's
see.
right. Florida,
if-
they had already said that they were going to have a quick number on Florida, which was crazy because normally Florida is one of the last states.
Right,
to
right,
come in.
right. They obviously stepped it up.
Yeah, they didn't want to be the
2000
country's
again, right.
little,
We
you
didn't
know.
discuss this.
All right. So what does anyone know what the Ohio win means?
Yes, there.
18
means Pennsylvania.
It's
Yeah.
the same thing as last time.
Let Mike take it. Go ahead.
With the Arizona victory, if Biden wins Wisconsin and Michigan, and he's expected to, although maybe it'll get into the vote, then to avoid that tie in electoral college that Emily talked about, Biden has to win Omaha, Nebraska, right? Because Nebraska splits up its vote, and the congressional district around Omaha was expected to go Biden. The vote hasn't been counted there. So that could be a 1 vote margin. But I just want to say that if it does come down to actually the votes of Wisconsin or Pennsylvania mattering, there's a big question mark over that, because right now the Supreme Court has said that they've indicated that Wisconsin might not have to or be allowed to count the vote after it came in, vote that they received postmarked before Election Day, but that comes in after Election Day. And right now, the rule in Pennsylvania is they'll count it if it came in for 3 days after Election Day. But that was a 4-4 decision, and Amy Coney Barrett didn't even take part in that decision. And if she wants to, she could come in and upend that decision.
Wow.
So there is a lot of question, and there's still a lot the Supreme Court could do.
What's the logic in you said it's Wisconsin. What's the logic of the law in Wisconsin?
The courts usually defer to what the state legislatures and state Supreme Courts decide. So in Wisconsin, the state Supreme Courts did not want they overruled a state Supreme Court that contradicted the will of the state legislature. So Brett Kavanaugh got a lot of crap for saying, we don't want to allow a count that might flip the result of the election. And Kagan came in and said, there's no result of an election to flip until you do the thing you're talking about, which is count the vote. But in general, the Supreme Court defers to letting the states make their own rules. And, the state of Pennsylvania and the state of Wisconsin decided different things.
I wonder what the man himself is thinking. Let's see. We're looking really good all over the country.
That
Thank
was
you.
5 hours ago.
Yeah, that's the last thing that he did. Everything else is retweeted.
And Mike, and to your point, Mike, you mentioned about Michigan and Wisconsin being the keys right there. And I fully agree with you. But I think, Wisconsin right now is a real close call. It could really flip either way right now. But I think Michigan, there's still a lot more to go in Michigan. But I think Trump already has such a solid lead there right now.
Really?
And the counties that have been counted up so far are more in favor to Biden than they are to Trump. So Trump
just won West Virginia.
That was.
No, not West Virginia. We lost West Virginia. Why?
I know.
So I think Michigan's going to end up going to Trump, as is Pennsylvania and Texas and Florida, the real big ones that Biden needed to at least get something in there. And I don't think he is.
So you think he lost Pennsylvania?
Of the polling, and it's another disaster.
Well, the polling wasn't wrong last time. She won by a certain amount of the popular vote.
Tony, you're
Biden will
100%
win the
right
popular
about the
vote.
polling.
Also, who cares if the polling is right or wrong? We have elections for a reason, because the polls don't decide, the election decides. So
Right, except we have an entire industry that misleads us. And
Has anyone here
But
ever
Emily,
been polled? I haven't ever met any. I've never been polled.
Also, I've never been called by Family Feud for their survey.
Has anyone ever won the Publishers Clearinghouse sweepstakes? I don't know anyone who knows anyone who's won that.
Exactly.
Emily, I used to work in the research fields on public policy, and like this is a lot of what I used to do is look at polls, look at data, and create data, right? And when you looked at polls back in 2016, Hatem, I think I talked to you about this before. The polls weren't necessarily wrong. The polls, you looked at in-person polls, and you looked at polls that were done over the phone, and it showed Hillary Clinton as either as winning by a really large margin or winning by a pretty decent outside of the margin of error, right? So she should have won according to those polls, but those polls don't actually emulate what you see in a voting booth, because those polls in 2016 there were the shy Trump voters, right? There were the voters who knew voting for him was so maybe socially not accepted at that time. They thought that they would be pointed at as a racist or whatever it was. And so when they had to confront somebody as they were taking polls and say that they were going to vote for Donald Trump at that time, and the person looking back at them gave them a hesitation, well, they would change their votes. That you see that happen all the time in research. And you get the same thing on the phone when a person just gives them just enough of a slight pause to make somebody feel uncomfortable enough to go back and say, okay, I'm not right about this. I'm going to say that I don't know who I'm voting for yet, or that I'm going to vote for Hillary Clinton because I think that's what you want me to say. Right. But when you go to the poll when you go to the voting booth, there's full anonymity there. And so they actually vote who they actually place their vote for who they plan to vote for, which was Donald Trump.
Can I get a little controversial here? Polls made me think of it also, the fact that I hate the woke. Can everybody see this tweet on the screen there by Nicole Hannah-Jones?
Yeah.
It's Ida Bay Wells.
What does it say? I can't read it.
So Nicole Hannah-Jones tweeted, "Imagine being this person and writing this tweet at this moment, and all that it says
Noam,
about."
I'm sorry to interrupt you on a second. Fred Kaplan is joining. Go ahead.
Is Ida Bay Wells your stage name?
Why did you interrupt me?
Fred Kaplan just joined. He was asked.
You know what? This cat with no hair just entered my office and is crying, saying, "Where's Mike Pesca?" I've got to go. My husband is tweeting and saying, "You've abandoned me in a time of need." So
I'm too bad. I'm curious to know if Fred is there.
That's-
Fred and I were looking at this tweet yesterday, and I don't know who understands it, but she's attacking Nate Silver. That's when we think about it, because he's the king of polls. That's his job. And he says, "Well, if you guys can read it, does anybody have a take on why she was attacking Nate Silver?" He says, "Well, if you guys can read it, does anybody have a take on?"
There's a delay with your audio. What's going on?
Fred is watching the show on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
There's a delay with your audio. What's going on?
Hey,
Man, everything was going so well.
Mute Fred.
On your email.
Hatem, this is so disrespectful. I'm
thanks
so
for having
sorry.
me on. I'm gonna sign off here, but thanks for having me on, guys.
Thank
Take
you
care,
so much.
everybody.
Bye, Sam. Go
Thank you.
Scarlet Knights.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to touch that one.
Somebody, Mike, can I be heard now?
Go Scarlet Knights.
Yeah.
Mute Fred. Hashtag mute Fred. All right, I gotta go too. It's a close call. I'm missing Kevin Brennan's podcast, guys. Have fun.
Bye, Esther. Fred, what's new, Fred? What have you learned?
Missing Kevin Brennan's podcast, guys.
Oh my God.
What is that?
Fred's having to play in the background.
Fred's watching the YouTube show.
Fred, do you have your?
Oh, I see what's going on. Okay. Oh.
Turn that off.
This is the guy you bought on for the smart guy.
Oh, fuck.
This is the guy you bought on.
Oh, good. Repeat.
That was the guy. That was the guy that I deferred to about my Iran opinion.
It couldn't have worked out better.
By the way, the New York Times Needle now says that Biden's favored to win Georgia after being 95% unlikely to win Georgia.
Yeah, what? How is that
What?
possible?
Nate, is that one of that's Nate Cohn?
It's a thing. Guys, I gotta go. I loved it. This was great. Let's do the podcast sometime.
We're all running out of steam. Maybe we just wrap it up. I've been on for like 5. I thought I was just gonna.
Yeah,
stop
and
in
that's
on
the
this.
problem with you, Noam and Hatem. You guys should have been wearing tuxedos, and right now your tie should be undone like a telethon.
Mike, can you just tell us for 2 seconds about that animal?
Oh, my hairless cat, Oliver.
Are you allergic to cat fur? Is that why? Or you
No, they have dander, so they still are not great for people with allergies.
Oh.
He has a sister named Layla. They're very affectionate because they need warmth, so they snuggle up with you.
So, Mike, last time before you go, like, so how are you looking right now? Like,
I think it's looking like, I think when I came on, I said 55 or 60-40. I don't know. Maybe I bump it up to 75-25 Biden because especially with Arizona.
Really? Wait, really? 75-25?
I think he's going to win Michigan, and I think he's going to win Wisconsin, and then that just takes Pennsylvania out of play.
Yeah. Okay.
Hope you're
Mike,
right.
you play piano?
He's going to win Michigan based on mail-in because right now Trump has a good lead in Michigan and Wisconsin.
Yeah, I think it's going to be based on exactly that, and the pre-polling, and the fact that like I can't let Michael Moore be right again.
So, all right. So, I guess last thing, you just if we're gonna go around and everybody say the projection of how this is gonna go.
Okay, that's fine.
This handsome devil, Tony Darrow.
Trump wins.
Trump wins. Really? Okay. Nice and simple. Priya?
I don't know, but Stephen Colbert just tweeted, the human body was not made to expend this much energy thinking about Pennsylvania.
Really?
Good.
Boris?
I would emotionally prepare for Trump to get reelected. I think that's just a safer thing to say for everyone's mental health. And then if I'm wrong, then people can relax. But
Well, it's obvious that more people came out to vote for him this year than they did 4 years ago.
yeah,
which
and like
really
Col-
shocks me.
And like Coleman said, support among all these groups that everyone keeps telling everybody that he wants to like murder is going up. So there's something there that's just not adding up.
Yeah. Justine?
I think it's going to be really, really close, but I think that the country as a whole, they want to keep Trump. I'm sorry, I'm pessimistic.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I think they want to keep Trump. They
Yeah.
don't want to be told they're wrong.
Yeah.
They want to keep their guy in.
Mr. David Jaska?
Oh, yeah. I'll tell you, I'm walking out with this hat tomorrow.
Oh,
In case I don't want any trouble. I'm a patriot.
No matter what group you fall in, that's safe.
I guess Trump's going to probably win, but again, we're going to be okay. This is the best country ever.
Oh,
God. Mike?
Yeah, I do think it's going to be Biden, and I think that we always read too much about what really narrow election results tell us about our national character. 90% of the people voted the same way when we thought it was a horrible country, and 48 states or something, 45 states are going to vote the same way. So things don't really change. We're operating in a narrow band, but we tell ourselves stories about what that means.
Yeah. Naturman?
Well, I said it last week. I said at the top of the show, and I'll say it again, that I'm saying that Trump, I project to be the winner. I don't say that with 100% confidence, obviously, but that is my projection at this time.
Coleman?
I agree with Mike. I think it will be Biden, but not by a big margin, and people will read into it too much.
Mr. Dworman?
I have to agree with Mike. I always have to take the side of people who are living in the world of numbers and facts and figures as opposed to emotion. So, Mike, I'm with Mike.
Can I ask one question? If whoever wins, who will open up your club quicker by winning? Seriously, like what? Who's the one that's going to open everything up?
I don't think
I mean, I don't think either. I think it's a state issue.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think.
And if they opened it up, I don't know if people would come anyway.
Yeah, I think Trump will win, unfortunately. But here's the good thing: if we work together very, very hard, we can beat him the next election. So he can.
But I got to tell you guys something that's really upsetting me. I ordered a Trumpy doll. Have you seen the commercials for these Trumpy dolls?
No.
It's a stuffed animal bear that looks like Trump. And I was gonna have it next to me on this whole podcast, and I totally forgot.
Oh.
Do you guys remember the movie Airplane when the guy was like, just open the cap all the time? It's like, I just want to wish you good luck.
Yeah, we're all counting on you.
And after they landed, he said the same thing. I think we should do a commercial for people to vote tomorrow. So
I just want to wish you good luck. We're all counting on you.
Yes. Oh, that was that. Yeah.
Is it too late to phone bank?
God, what a night.
Any final thoughts, anybody?
Sorry, Mike, you don't think we're gonna know until when?
Oh, I was just looking at different states. Tomorrow, Wisconsin, tomorrow in the morning.
How
And
about Pennsylvania? When will we know Pennsylvania?
may not know for a couple days, but it may not matter.
So what we will know tonight? What's the
What
end?
about the great state of Texas? All my exes are from Texas.
Trump won Texas.
Yeah.
Oh, we already won?
Yeah.
So, Mike, what do you think that? So, whatever number we have right now, this is it for tonight. People can go home and sleep.
No, so for instance, like when I said Arizona was called, that was just by Fox. I don't know if the AP is called Arizona, so things aren't set in
It does
stone.
seem like if Fox called that Arizona went to Biden, they wouldn't lie about that, or
Fox's decision desk is very straight down the line. They play it straight, but that doesn't mean that you should listen to Tucker Carlson.
And Kelly won also in Arizona by a large margin, right?
And I think that's correlated. Yeah, he was a good candidate who actually helped the top of the ticket.
Tucker Carlson out of his mind.
That's a good takeaway from all of this. Just don't listen to Tucker Carlson, whatever you do.
Well, as of now,
Not
this
stupid.
is what we see.
He's educated, so I'm supposed to listen to him.
223 and 145.
Very good writer.
So Biden only needs 47.
That seems like it's a sure thing.
Oh, but this isn't
With-
counting Texas. How many is in Texas? 30?
Can't be 30.
Texas is 38.
Oh my God.
And Florida.
Florida is 29.
29.
Shit.
So much for the blue wave.
Yeah, how many's in Arizona?
11.
Oh, it's not very good.
See, Wisconsin, Trump is leading. Pennsylvania, he's leading. Oh my
Wow,
God.
he's leading Pennsylvania by a lot.
Yeah, but that's only 64% reporting, so there's still a lot of.
Yeah.
Florida's done. Texas is done.
Pennsylvania did
Fox
not.
was reporting in Arizona.
What's
They
that?
called it for Biden, right? In Arizona.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Kelly.
And Pennsylvania counts the early votes the last, so that's why
And the early votes tend to skew, as we've said several times, Democrat. Is that correct?
these days they do. Most
I
they
did-
do, but these days heavily. Yeah.
I did the same show that we're doing right now back in the Middle East. It was like 3 minutes and it was over. This one is like 10 hours. See, not even over yet.
And did they send
Actually,
guys?
I heard that you pre-recorded it.
Biden's expected to speak in a few minutes.
Really?
I'm hanging up. I can't.
All right. See you
All
guys.
right, guys.
Thanks,
well,
Hatem.
Breaking,
Thanks.
I had an
No,
edible.
Hatem, thanks for putting
everybody,
it
thank you so
together.
much. Yes. Appreciate it.
Very
Good luck,
good, Hatem.
everybody.
Thank you.
USA.
Hopefully, everybody be here 4 years from now.
Let's see if, yeah.